So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Valenz. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Valenz. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
Tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. remains.
Hand over the stove!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Thorns remain. Should petals fall?
Justice, sir! I won't let my blood spill love from death. Justice, sir! To be a hero. Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win, win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
The penultimate chapter of MPL Malaysia Season 10 opens up here in Week 7, Day 2. Welcome back to the English broadcast as we have a day of riveting MLBB gameplay to bring to all of you watching at home. Starting things off, we're gonna have none other than RSGMY going up against Team CARACAL. Our second match of the day, happening at 3 p.m, will be SUHAZ Esports versus LUNATIX, and ending things off with a spicy Team HAQ versus Orange Esports. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Staffa. Joined with me here on the desk is once again Gideon to bring you all of this MPL action.
Boy, yesterday was pretty quick with a lot of these games. Hopefully, we get the same here today in 3 best of 3s. Yesterday, just in case you guys didn't know, the fastest games have already achieved by Todak themselves against the LUNATIX. 8 minutes and almost breaking into 9:56 seconds. Let's see if today that record is going to be, well, 55, thank you production, is going to be broken here today.
And it is really quite a surprising thing, and it's gotta feel pretty bad for those players as well, considering that we are nearing the end of the regular season. Every point matters. Every victory makes that much more of an impact. So to lose in such a devastating fashion is going to have some pretty notable effects on their psyche. Hopefully, it's not going to matter too much because, as we mentioned, week 7, everything comes down to this final point and everything is on the line.
Speaking of psyche here, today's game starting off with RSG up against Team CARACAL. In Group A, the top 3 are contesting for the upper brackets, and RSG isn't too far away. But for Team CARACAL, it's about tournament lives here. They're looking to make sure they continuously qualify every single season, and if CARACAL is able to get a 2-0 against RSG, they might have just secured their spot in the playoffs.
Team CARACAL have certainly been having a little bit of a Cinderella run in the recent weeks, managing to win a 2-0 victory against none other than Team SMG. And you can see there's no hard feelings between these players. They know their rivals, but that doesn't mean they can't enjoy a few moments before they walk up on stage. And speaking as such, you can see the players are ready, so let's welcome both teams onto the MPL arena.
Team CARACAL.
To kick things off, the momentum is coming out strong as they march up onto the stage. It's Team CARACAL, the Wildcats.
Yep, Team CARACAL, as we mentioned, they've been performing pretty well and featuring a completely new lineup from when they started the season. Their performance looking a lot better, a lot healthier, but will it be consistent enough to push them up into the playoffs? That is what everyone is going to have on the forefront of their minds today.
It's going to be scary. CARACAL with their 2 new additions in Maima and as well as Win. Maybe this could be enough against their rivals.
RSGMY.
And of course, speaking of their rivals, RSGMY going to be making their way up onto the stage right now, doing much better ever since the second half of the regular season. Let's see what they have to bring to the table today.
Motivation is high and the players' spirits are strong, walking up onto the stage with their own RGB lights on their heads. I can't wait to see what they are bringing to the table today.
They always mention RGB is the way to go, and it will boost your performance. Let's see what happens now that they're gonna be using that onto the stage. Will it be the buff they require, or will Team CARACAL continue to upset these teams that have so far been more consistent?
Currently, if we are talking about RSGMY, they love being aggressive, and Lexia is going to be part of the roster as, their analyst this time round with Kuja up here on the stage as analyst and coach for RSGMY respectively, Jurong and Sinomiao as coach and analyst for CARACAL.
Again, we cannot stop emphasizing the importance of these roles. You need coaches, you need analysts to really give you that edge in the draft, because as we know in this meta, the draft really matters.
Okay, I don't know how intense this match is going to be. As soon as we hit that land of dawn, you know all shots are going to be called here, but let's have a look at the keys to victory. And to start things off, I mean, Iris's performance and Eve's performance on both sides, the EXP laners' impact is a must.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially nowadays, we're seeing a lot more aggression from the teams towards that early stage. And EXP lanes will tend not to get a lot of assistance from the roamer because they want to prioritize the gold lane, the mid lane. And thus, it is that much more important to not just hold out in your lane, but to win it outright to allow your team an easier time to secure objectives.
But that's not all. Like, so far, towards the end of the season already, we're already in week 7, and M4 and the playoffs is coming real soon. Objective pursuits needs to be a higher priority. MPLPH has got the leg up on us because we love to fight, but at the end of the day, it's about how you scrape gold across the map, whether it be stealing away jungle farm or, more importantly, taking that first tower makes a significant difference.
Yeah, and I am loving to see that more and more jungle players are now leaning towards more of a utility role, prioritizing on objectives rather than just going around with full-out bloodthirst looking for kills. But that doesn't mean that they should give up on it entirely, because executing on any catch potential they may have is also key for both these teams. RSG, CARACAL, they both do like to fight, and if they can take advantage of that aggression, they can give themselves a nice early lead.
I'm already thinking about D-Ace right now and his catch potential, but let's look at the audience prediction with an overwhelming majority leaning towards RSGMY. But it's hard to say. After CARACAL's performance last week, I can't count them out just yet.
Yeah, absolutely not. And you can see, even though a lot of the audience is leaning to RSG, CARACAL still has a solid fan base.
Hold on, when was this discussed? Why do so many of the RSG fans have the same RGB light glasses? I feel like I'm missing out of an ongoing trend.
Yeah, I get the feeling that maybe they're selling some merch or something outside. Maybe we missed out on that. I feel like we gotta check that out once the series is over.
I'm getting tired of people of this. People are giving LaFell too many compliments. His ego is blowing past what it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. So maybe throw a little bit of compliment to our side as well. And of course, for those of you who are a bit more on the brain side, we've got none other than our hashtag MPL Predictor. If you guys think you know who's going to come up on top in this match, make sure to share your prediction in the comments. And of course, include it with your most creative comment so that it's easier to catch out. And of course, most importantly, don't forget to include your game ID and server ID, and you stand a chance to win some prizes.
I mean, how else are we going to give you a skin worth 749 diamonds? Let me just round it up for you. It's 750 technically. Don't waste this opportunity to be that big brain player here in the audience. Now, we have to keep in mind, CARACAL, huge win streak, RSGMY, they've had some ups, they had some downs, but they're so close to securing that upper brackets. It is a very tight game. And recently announced, M4 slots for Malaysia, 2 slots are going to be given, so they just need to make the grand finals. So that upper brackets is a significant step up.
You have an instant demonstration of what is at stake, so you can imagine that things are gonna get pretty spicy as we now enter the drafting phase for our first series of the day. RSG will have first pick, meaning Team CARACAL will be drafting on the red side.
Okay, let's see. The draft has already started here. Immediately, Claude Grok banned out for the side of RSGMY, while CARACAL lean towards Farmus, and I'm seeing the Fanny being hovered over here. Pretty smart ban so far.
This is pretty interesting here. Team CARACAL, their bans are pretty normal. The Farmus, the Fanny, both heroes that are usually quite heavily contested. But on the RSG side, Claude and especially Grok aren't really heroes you typically would consider. But we already mentioned this earlier. EXP laners, they play so much of an impact in the current meta.
Especially since it is going to be the keys to victories for both RSG and Team CARACAL. I mean, just look, the average kill participation is rather low, mainly because they're just focusing on their own lanes. They want to dominate that lane. Iris is that guy. The previous 2 seasons, Iris always wants to win that lane. Eevee has a little bit more versatility with the rest of the team. That's why you see the higher average kill participation.
I think we can see as well from the average damage taken, Iris typically plays more of an aggressive EXP lane. He likes to go on those Paquitos, go for the kills, gank around the backline, whereas Eevee is a bit more of a utility style split push. He wants to help his team where necessary and then shove out the lanes otherwise, which is why he takes more damage overall instead of being the one dishing it out.
All right, now coming back back to the bans, the Akai as well as the Beatrix immediately taken off. That means first pick goes over to RSGMY, and the rising pick of the century, Paquito, again, used to be first pick, first ban on its release, having to go through multiple changes until right now, where people are building him full damage.
I personally really like that Paquito is back in the meta because he's always very fun to watch, and personally as well, I love playing Paquito. He's so fun to play, but this also kind of makes me afraid that he's going to get nerfed at some point.
Oh yeah.
Which is a little bit disappointing, but while he's here, while he's having his glory days, it's great to see teams picking him up.
Yep, Team CARACAL going to be locking in Popo and Koopa for Maima as well as the Valentina. Now, as much as I would like to believe that Valentina is as hot as she used to be, yes, aesthetically pleasing to look at, but with a 41% win rate, it's kind of hard to get behind.
Yeah, understandable as well. A lot of teams have begun to be able to adapt to play around the Valentina. One of the primary points of why Valentina was heavily contested was because of her versatility. But teams, they realize they can play around that by having a bunch of versatility and utility themselves. The Julian and the Ruby being two heroes with a lot of control.
If we're talking about impact of the ultimates as well, Valentina, as of right now, doesn't have much to seal. KO strike coming in from Paquito, enhanced literally anything coming in from Julian, but even then it doesn't feel as effective compared to the I'm Offended, which I think is the only viable ult to steal. Team CARACAL, they themselves respond with the Phoveus, which is a smart pick for the red side, especially since it's the last one, because they immediately ban out Esmeralda, making sure that they guarantee, hey, no counter matchup for me, don't have to worry about it. They might ban off the Dyroth in response, but RSGMY wants to make sure if they're going to be playing around Popo and Koopa, the Maima Popo and Koopa, you might as well have neutral objectives to keep you afloat.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do really love this Phoveus pick here simply because Paquito, Ruby on the opposite side, it feels like such an obvious answer that it makes me wonder whether or not RSG had already considered this, because having so many dashes on their side allows the Demonic Force to go off so easily, and with the Esmeralda to deal with, CARACAL are setting up for a pretty easy lane for Eevee if RSG do not do something about it.
Yeah, this is honestly some scary stuff here. With the upcoming ban looking towards Melissa, he's hovering over the shaking coming in from the side of Team CARACAL. Melissa has been a recent resurgence personally for me, a sleeper pick, and especially from the homeboys, the performance on Anip on this Melissa is top notch. A lot of teams might have their eyes on it for now, but RSGMY looking to ban out the Ling. Fast rotation, say no more.
I think that's understandable from RSG. We can see that in terms of the heroes they have a lot of mobility. So their ability to skirmish is going to be incredible, and they don't want to give CARACAL abilities to match that by giving him mobility and split push, and Ling is just that full package overall. The Melissa, also a very good choice, banned out by CARACAL because Melissa deals more damage to summoned units, so laning against the Popo and Koopa won't be too fun for Maima, and of course that ultimate would make it very annoying for the Phoveus to actually try to jump on top of her.
Personally, as of right now, I think Team CARACAL have a very open draft, right? They can go for the Cho, they can go for the Atlas. Personally, for me, I think Team CARACAL might want to go for something along the lines of a Benedetta. They want something that can actually play on the opposite side of the map, maybe pull attention away from RSG so that Popo and Koopa can kind of do his own thing and focus down on those neutral objectives. Matilda is going to get locked in for the side of Team CARACAL. I don't think it's that bad, but I would have liked to see the Aces Atlas once again.
Yeah, I would. Personally, I always do like seeing roamers play on more aggressive type heroes, the big tanks that can set up big kills, but we can see that a lot of teams nowadays are starting to adjust to the Atlas meta somewhat. It's becoming a little more difficult to play around him, so the Matilda makes sense as a bit of a utility pick, and they do have a fair bit of durability already with the Phoveus, so they don't have to worry too much about that. I do agree with what you mentioned earlier as well. The Benedetta is absolutely something that CARACAL needs to consider, because right now they need ways to counter RSG's mobility.
How very interesting for the side of RSGMY. They don't want a guaranteed winning lane. They're confident that Iris on this Paquito should be enough, which means Julian is going to go into the jungle. And I don't know, Link is his performance on the Julian. He still feels a little uncomfortable on it at the end of the day, because Julian isn't necessarily a power farmer. He needs to make impact in the side lane with the enhanced chains, look for those big engagements, maybe even sometimes get a kill with the enhanced swords, which does a surprising amount of damage to people. But at the end of the day, Lilia, so very good, peels away, especially for Phoveus if Popo and Koopa tries to run on through, and more importantly, denying good ult for this Valentina from Team CARACAL.
I feel like I have to beg to differ a little bit there. The black shoes, to me, is actually a really valuable ultimate for the Valentina to use. Yes, it doesn't do damage, but allowing AJ to survive can make a big difference. And with Team CARACAL finishing things off with the Hayabusa, a hero we really don't get to see much, but this could fulfill a similar role to the Benedetta in terms of split push and maybe pick up a kill or two along the way.
It may not necessarily be easy to get on neutral objectives, but at the very least, the split push is there. So the idea definitely is there. And I would agree with you. The Black Shoes is a pretty impactful ability just to survive, but compared to the overall shape of what team fights are going to look for, Valentina is going to have minimal impact compared to a Lilia who's just going to pound them time and time again, assuming that she lands her abilities.
Very good points overall, and very good draft to start off Week 7, Day 2 of MPL MY. As we once again look at the drafts, the name of the game here is Skirmish and Control. RSG, multiple mobility options, lots of damage. CARACAL, multiple points of disruption. They want to make sure that RSG cannot move around the map, whereas RSG wants to run circles around their opponents. Who will win out in this battle of speed and control upon the land of Dawn?
RSG on the blue side, their fans pumped and ready as they show motivation here live at the arena of the MPL MY with Team CARACAL on the red side. Now, immediately what we see here, lanes are going to be relatively passive. One trade could honestly tip the balance here, especially when it comes down to Phoveus and Paquito.
Yeah, that EXP lane is going to be something that we really want to pay attention to, because Iris needs to win this lane before level 4. Once he EV gets access to Demonic Force, Iris won't be able to do too much to it.
Loliel's doing a great trade against Maima, a 50-50 lane overall, and immediately the little Wanderer is going to get contested. Oh god,
Jumping in. Okay, he'll decide not to dive too far, but nearly picking off Izanami there. Things is already heating up here.
Honestly, that's my bad there. I thought no way that they're going to actually take that fight. I didn't expect how close it was going to be, but Maima's lane currently in a little bit of trouble here. Hopefully he recovers after this reset.
Yeah, I think we have to note as well, Win, he's got high and dry. They're right now trying to take jungle camps. HAQ is here to assist with Iris. I don't think there's going to be any casualties for now.
All right, let's see how they scale up, because we're talking about scaling here. I think it's relatively even, and arguably RSG MY might have an advantage here. But then again, it depends on Iris's build.
Yeah, absolutely. Win jumping in. He gets the Yogi Shadow kill on Izanami. Not quite enough, but first blood gonna be picked up by AJ. Only level 3, so no black shoes for the Lilia.
Really good punishment coming in from the side of Team CARACAL. They knew for the fact that Izanami didn't actually have his sprint, so they immediately pounce on it, and even a Demonic Force coming out of Eevee.
He recognizes that HAQ is not level 4 yet, so he can threaten him. He's going to go in, he gets the hit, and that's going to be one down. AJ gonna get CC'd by the knockout strike, dashes over the wall, but not enough to escape from Iris, who picks him up. The turtle gonna get slain by Win. Team CARACAL securing the first objective, but they secure Win. In return, Izanami picking up the kill on Hayabusa, and now Eevee gonna get controlled by the shadows from Izanami, but gets pulled away with the guiding Winds. Knockout strike gonna CC them, but the Ace, he's blocking the damage attempt. Not enough though. Iris gets the kill.
Beautifully played by Iris here. An unfortunate no block coming in from DAC. He was too close to the wall as Eevee was kiting to the left. But I think now RSGMY, this is very worth it for them. They clearly weren't trying to take the objectives. They were playing for those kills to try and put Team CARACAL even further behind, because they know that as soon as Eevee starts to scale, he's going to hurt. If you look at the goal ranking, top 4 as of right now, and quick change towards the end. Right now, RSGMY in the lead.
Ooh, gets the I'm offended onto the Ace right into Link as an easy kill picked up by RSGMY.
Catch potential, the keys to victory. Teams gotta remember this, but this entire time, Maima has been able to farm off of the gold shield up on the top side of the map. I think things are about to get a lot worse for RSGMY if they don't keep up this momentum.
Yeah, it's very important right now for RSG to actually maintain their lead, because in terms of scaling, their team lineup is going to start coming online towards the mid game, which means that Team CARACAL, they need to lean into their late game scaling, a get farm onto the Popol and Koopa, the Valentina Tina, the Phobius, all of which are going to hit very hard during the later minutes of the game. But HAQ jumping in, they might be able to get someone here. Circling Eagle gonna zone them away. No kills for RSG.
Actually, nicely done. This cross-map play from RSG MY, they split up their forces, and the fact that Iris was able to get a better punishment onto Eevee in lane does net them the bottom tier 1, while CARACAL defending topside, playing for their win condition of Maima. They're willing to sacrifice this tier 1. They know that the later stages are going to be a lot easier for them to play. However, they can't snowball out of control. That's not going to be an option for them anymore.
Yeah, that's a very early tower take as well. The gold shield hasn't even expired yet, so RSG instantly, you can see their momentum is very quick. They want to take advantage of that early mid-game power spike. Turtle already falling to them very handily. They're looking for the gang onto top lane, but Maima will get pulled to safety.
And this is what we're talking about. RSGMY need to keep up this momentum. They can have a good, strong mid-game, but they can also close out during that mid-game if they continuously play like this. RSG switching their focus from bottom side to top side, and even CARACAL, they're looking to catch up. They're trying to play for this bottom side, but are we going to see a response from RSGMY? I feel like Iris is pretty independent.
Yeah, Iris will be absolutely fine here, and Team CARACAL knows that, so they're not going to try and go for it, even in a 1v3 situation and having a direct counter. They know they're not in a state right now where they can fully contest and just need to try and play safe and find farm wherever they can. Eevee! Oh, Lolios, he might be looking for it. He gets it! Nice ultimate from the Brody.
Nicely played, and Lolios also popping the sprint to guarantee wins. In trouble though. I don't think he should die, but this tier 2 is getting attacked. RSG just playing the map so very well, pressing their advantage, and now the last standing tower, this tier 1.
HAQ gets the I'm offended onto the ace right into the enhanced chain. Iris coming in with the killing spree. The setup for another tower taken by RSG.
Alright, so far, 43 more seconds until Turtle comes back up. RSGMY gonna try and make a play on top side before coming to the Turtle.
Maima forced to flicker away. He knows that he could get hooked, can't take that risk. AJ trying to jump in. He tries to pull backwards, actually does pick up a kill, but dies to Lolios himself. Here comes RSG from the backline. Eevee jumping onto the Brody, but he's not going to find another dash. Iris with the 2-man knockout strike picks up Maima. Eevee still jumping with the demonic force, but no more dashes, no more Phobias. The ace, the only survivor. Lolios does not have his torn apart memory. Actually, he does! He gets the killing spree!
Beautifully done by RSGMY, taking tempo to another level. You're playing at a 4, we're playing at a 10 right now as RSG continue to put their foot on the gas. So far, CARACAL able to scrape some gold back into their favor, taking bottom tier 1. But a 6k gold lead in RSGMY is accelerating them through the roof. A full item ahead as they are 22k at the 22k mark, which means that Team CARACAL is about to finish their first item, but RSGMY slowly completing their second. Their carries definitely have 2 items complete.
Things are slipping out of control for Team CARACAL right now as RSG picks up yet another turtle. We are 7 minutes into the game and the score is already 10-3. We already mentioned CARACAL, they have the better late game composition, but if they're not able to regain control, they could be in trouble. Iris walks into the bush with 3 members, but he is absolutely fine.
Oh, that's actually well played by Iris. However, Inhibitor is getting threatened here.
They're going for it. Lolios just pelting it down. Win cannot do anything because he has protection, and an Inhibitor will fall with no contestant from CARACAL.
CARACAL can't defend this in time. They can't respond.
Oh, Dreamhand then has stayed into the 2-man. I'm offended. Picks up AJ and Maima straight away. And now they're going in once again. 3v5. Will CARACAL be able to defend against this? Iris looking for it with the knockout strike, but Eevee is positioning pretty well. They will get it. They want to end the game with this. Eevee, he gets the chance to pop the demonic force, but will not go for it. They're still 3v5, but the rest of their members are coming up. Lolios aiming for the crystal, but they will have to make a retreat here.
Oh my goodness, they actually have about like 50 seconds or so. If they ended the game right now, this could have been the fastest game in MPL history to beat yesterday's record, but now they have to wait another 32 more seconds until they get the Lord, and by then the record unfortunately won't be broken, but RSG RSG MY. They're so fast, and Team CARACAL don't know how to halt this snowball.
Yeah, this is really difficult for CARACAL right now, and if we look at the damage dealt, Iris, he's already been insane on this Paquito, but Izanami and Lolios are far and above anything else Team CARACAL can pull to the table right now. So things are looking very dire. A late game comp isn't going to matter too much if they don't have any space to farm.
I mean, look at the difference in EXP alone, a level above win, and Link Asa, honestly, he's partially participating. He's just making sure he gets the stun and backs away.
Iris nearly gets pulled into the team right there, but he is very confident right now on this Paquito. He knows he's not at risk of dying, and RSG just want to stall until the Lord.
I think this is checkmate here. 10k gold lead for RSG MY. 9 minutes into the game. Team CARACAL barely even getting their second items complete here. I think RSG MY has got this in the bag.
And if we look at the items, the RSG, they're still so far ahead. 10,000 gold lead. Lolios, he's so farmed he can go for a Blade of Heptasis and a Blade of Despair. You usually only get one or the other. So things are looking pretty bad. They're now going in. Last inhibitor standing. Lord pushing in mid lane. Eevee and Maima trying to stop it. Iris not quite landing the eye. Oh man, I'm offended by HAQ! Right into the hands of Iris. Picks up two. HAQ gets picked out by the shutdown. Win, but they will lose Eevee. Win out of position. Gets picked off. AJ, the only one surviving, but it doesn't matter because the crystal will fall to the hands of RSG.
RSG MY playing disgustingly good today. Every lane won, every rotation countered, every counter engage stopped. Well done. This really fell out of control for Team CARACAL, but RSG MY, they're just playing at a different pace.
That was the pure depiction of snowball right there, and then gaining that early game advantage and then never letting go. This is RSG MY at peak performance, and Team CARACAL, despite their best efforts, were not able to take control of the game because of how far they had fallen.
Oh man, I feel like teams are invigorated to beat the 8 minutes and 55-second game that Torak had literally just yesterday on Friday. And I don't know, they're getting very close. If they could finish it just before the Lord spawn, I think they had it in the bag. But so far, great game coming out from RSG.
It's honestly so interesting because when you get to the end of the regular season, when teams start to improve, become more defined, you expect games to last longer, be closer. But you could also make the same case for the other end of the spectrum because teams, their dynamics are becoming clearer, they're understanding their opponents. You can also expect games to end a lot quicker because teams know they can't take risks and how exactly they should take advantage of enemy weak points.
I mean, this came down to just micro mechanics, right? Because the lanes could have been slowed down a lot. Let's first jump into the item build before we touch on this again, because I think it should be clear. 16-4 is the score. I'm just surprised that Iris developed so much of a goal lead that he gets 3 items just before the game ends. Like, the last time we checked, the item was just before the crystal cracked. He had the Hunter Strike, the Bloodlust Axe, and as well as the Oracle, so there was literally no way he was gonna die.
We have to note, we already mentioned beforehand, the keys to victory, EXP laner impact. Look at Iris, 3 items. Eevee has 1. He has only the Clock of Destiny. Such a huge difference in the impact that the EXP lane was able to bring to the table. And you could see that just from the pressure that the Paquito was committing onto the Land of Dawn, very difficult for Team CARACAL to make any movements.
I think also that Link Asa, the fact that he decided to go for the Cursed Helm as well as the Sky Guardian's Helm, make sure that he's stacking these helms to ensure that he survives in these fights, making sure that, like, hey, if I'm going to cast an ability, it is going to matter, and if I dive in, people are going to waste their time on me, so the rest of my team, like Iris, can go for greedy builds. Like, even Lilia, for an example, Genius Wand, Enchanted Talisman, Ice Queen's Wand, not bothering to take, you know, a scaling route, not bothering to take some pure damage. At the end of the day, it's about chasing and running down their opponents, and the fact that Lolio got that early trade against Maima, which got Maima to actually recall early to put him a level ahead of him for the rest of this game, set the tone for the next, I want to say 7 minutes. I could be wrong. I think it's more like 6 minutes.
Yeah, I agree with you there entirely. Just the amount of pressure that RSG were able to put onto CARACAL so early on meant that because their lineup is strong early to mid-game, they can instantly turn that lead into an overwhelming advantage. So let's see who ended up contributing the most to this victory as our MVP of the game. We'll be going over to Lolils on the Brody.
No arguments here. I think he played his lane perfectly fine against a Popo and Koopa. He didn't miss any of his abilities. He made sure that he got his early trades down. He broke down turrets. No arguments at all, and he even greeted out with the killing spree. What a Chad.
Yeah, it's not particularly unusual for Brody to go for the killing spree. Typically, they'll go for that or the Weapon Master emblem. Those are the most common you will see. I did see earlier in the game, Lolils, he already got the Blade of the Heptasy, so I already knew, okay, RC, they want to go for early game advantage. They want to deal as much damage as possible. Typically, from that, you transition to more solid damage, like the Malefic Roar, or more defensive options to keep himself alive. But because Lolils, he was so confident, he knew his team was so ahead, why not pick up a Blade of Despair on top of it?
I mean, if we're talking about like survivability and situational items, you can see that he has two components that actually build into either or. He wanted to make sure he lives because he knew he had more than enough damage to take out turns with just the Blade of Heptases plus the Blade of Despair. I think if he got the Malefic Roar, it was game over regardless. But let's look at this game one more time because I'm waiting for this one moment. Good plays being made by Team CARACAL, and this obviously there was a different idea in RSG's mindset playing around these objectives that Team CARACAL didn't really get just yet, but by the time they realized, it was way too late. Like this kill here, the Ace could have easily defended him. Simple misplay made all the difference, but I'm waiting. Where's this overextension? There was a prolonged fight that happened towards the top side of the map right here. In the middle of it all, they were playing for these catches. They snowballed out of control, but this fight was breaking Team CARACAL's back.
Absolutely. They tried to go too hard for Lolils and allowed RSG to just circle around them, dismantle their backline, and then just pick up the pieces. Lolils, you see, he's so confident he can jump forward with such low HP, and Link Eza as well. I have to commend a really stellar performance. He typically wants to be the center of attention, but he's perfectly content here, playing as more utility, setting up kills with the enhanced chain, not necessarily dealing the final hit, because he knows as long as his team is ahead, that's all he needs to do.
I like that because the last time we saw him try to build full damage, there were moments where he was a little hesitant. He didn't feel very confident jumping into the fight and getting the full combo down. Now, with this, well, I would say semi-tank build, I would say pure tank build to a degree, right? I mean, that's a fair way of putting it. It's easy, it's simple, but I think he could have done better if you use Gushin.
Yeah, absolutely. If you guys haven't seen yet, we have an animated trailer for the Gushin revamp titled Strike to Fate. If you guys haven't checked that out on YouTube just yet, it is pretty cool. And if you guys are looking forward to the hero revamp, make sure to check it out because you never know what kind of secrets, what kind of sneak peeks you can find from this type of media.
And if you watch it all the way to the very end, I think you'll be very happy to know that there's a surprise, very popular character who also shows up. So keep your eyes open and do check out that video. But coming back into this game, right? I think that Team CARACAL, they felt a little desperate once they knew they were at the breaking point.
I think one of the problems is that both these teams tend to like playing aggressive early game, and they're very dependent on being able to snowball that lead in order to control the mid game. RC, they did better there because they were able to win out on their lanes entirely, so it's very important that CARACAL recognized that they were behind and not go too far. I think that first turtle fight where Iris got like something like 3 kills was really the beginning of the end. They really could not afford to take that fight on CARACAL.
Well, I think that RSG had a mindset of like, we don't care if you get the turtle, we want to get our laners as ahead as possible to transition into mid-game quicker, right? Team CARACAL, they should keep playing for these objectives. Honestly, they should be minimizing their fights against RSG MY. We saw the emblems coming in from the Brody. He's not looking to scale, he's looking to take advantage of the killing spree and that assassin, the overall assassin emblem tree to get as much power down as possible. And the same goes for Link Eza, Iris, and Izanami, all of which looking to snowball early. Team CARACAL had to recognize that. They could have not taken a desperate fight from the mid lane to the top side, waited for the next objective, and then fight during the objective, maybe even look to split push. They have a Hayabusa, why not?
Yeah, I think the decision making did need to be a little bit clearer on the side of CARACAL, but with you mentioning the Hayabusa, I actually do kind of want to ask you for an opinion here. Was Hayabusa the hero to finish this lineup for CARACAL?
Well, I think that Benedetta probably would have been the better pick here, especially since that we know that RSG wanted to play early to mid. At least Benedetta is going to be relevant throughout the game. Does she scale with a lot of damage towards the later stages of the game? No, but she gets the job done. You can see from the bans itself that RSG MY wanted to make sure that they get down two things. We don't want you to rotate fast. We don't want you to secure neutral objectives because that makes our game a little bit harder and it makes it difficult for us to quickly get into the mid game trying to secure these objectives if we don't win out on fights, right? I mean, look, Balmon, Ling, that's the obvious calling card, right? CARACAL with a Hayabusa, I think the idea is there, but it's a lot slower in terms of impact compared to a Benedetta. Like, Hayabusa needs at least 1 or 2 items before you really feel him, that Oki Shadow Kill, take you from 100 to 0.
And that's why we really rarely see Hayabusa getting picked up in the current meta as well, right? So that also brings up another concern. Obviously, we haven't seen Win playing at MPL for a while. Is this a problem with his hero pool?
Oh, that one's a tough question. But first, let us announce to everyone that playoffs is already right around the corner. And if you've been to MPL before, you know that we are in Quill City Mall. So come on over to the concourse for the playoffs. It is completely free. We're going to fill this mall up and we are going to shake it to its foundation.
Hopefully not, because I want them all to be standing so that I can actually go home afterwards.
That would be ideal. We can be rowdy, but not too rowdy.
But yeah, back over to the game. Win, he hasn't been around for a little while. He's been taking a break since the past couple of seasons, and he was a very accomplished assassin jungler at that time. But we have never ever seen him play on a hero like Benedetta, which is why the question is, was RSG already aware of this? Is that why they banned the Ling, the Balmond instead?
I think because those are the heroes that Win has shown that he is capable of playing so far. If you force someone off a tier S hero to maybe a tier A hero, there is a slight difference. Okay, wow, people are even saying RQ. Okay, I'm just gonna... I can't wait to go back into the green room and LaFell just going crazy. But people are drawing anime characters on RSG. What are these? These fans are too dedicated.
I'm very impressed once again by what you guys are able to bring. So let's hope we can hear more of that support, because we are now entering the drafting phase once again. This is game 2 of our first series of the day. Team CARACAL now drafting on the blue side, meaning RSG will be on the red.
Keep in mind that RSG MY is currently on match point. Farmis and Fanny instantly banned out for the side of Team CARACAL. I don't think that they're changing up their bans so far. Oh, I really hope that isn't a technical issue coming in from Izanami here. But don't worry, our on-grounds team will handle that for the time being. The rest of RSG MY, they banned out the Paquito. I like that a lot. The follow-up ban, I don't think they're going to touch the Valentina.
Yeah, we've already seen, not just from the previous game, but from the recent weeks here at MPL, that Valentina as a hero doesn't actually need that much attention in terms of banning out, because it is quite easy to play around her if you don't allow her to get that scaling, and keep an eye on what kind of ultimates she can steal and just kind of play around that information. Right now, we can see RSG, they're still prioritizing on these types of heroes that can create a lot of early game momentum, whereas CARACAL are focusing on the more meta heroes.
I feel like Valentina is in a spot where if you fill a cup all the way to the top, Valentina is that last few drops to make it overflow. And I think if you're really committing to, let's say, team fights, for an example, having a Valentina is great if you could steal a good ultimate to really turn that tide. But if you don't give them that extra bit of flavor, then she really drops off relatively fast. But following up on the rest of this draft with Link Aza really knowing how to interact with that crowd, it's going to be the Beatrix, RSGMY, ban out the 1-1, and the Akai.
Compared to game number 1, we are definitely seeing much more meta bans here in the first phase, indicating that RSG has different styles of banning depending on which side of the draft they are on. But that means that the Claude is going to get let through. RSG, they put enough emphasis on this hero to ban it out previously, meaning that CARACAL know Maima wants this hero.
I mean, it's Kuja we're talking about here. You know he's a straight A student just from the draft alone, man. I mean, Claude gets locked in for the side of Team CARACAL. It's a comfort pick coming in for Maima. Claude may not necessarily be the strongest laner pre-level 4, and I think RSGMY might be able to take advantage of this. We do see the Julian once again, but this time followed up with the Grok, which was banned out by RSGMY in the previous game.
So we're seeing now that the bans have shifted somewhat, a lot more comfort heroes are being prioritized by both teams. Both the Claude and the Grok were heavily contested in the ban phase in game number 1. So let's see what kind of impact they can make now that the teams are able to pick them up. The Julian's still going to be picked up by RSG, but I think they're going to leave this as a bit more of a question this time, whether or not Link Esa is going to be reprising his role on this hero.
I think that's a really good shout out here because Izanami could easily pick up the Julian, no questions asked. The question is, which team wants the Valentina? When do you show a powerful ult? Benedetta gets locked in for the side of Team CARACAL. I'm pretty sure that's going to Eevee. It doesn't matter what matchup Benedetta is going up against. She's not going to lose that hard. But the comfort pick in LUNATIX, it feels like Team CARACAL, very traditional of them, especially from their players of last season. As soon as you hit that match point, comfort picks all the way through. That is better than hard strategy as RSGMY lock in Popo and Koopa to dominate the gold lane.
Yeah, that's understandable as well. Loli, as we already know, a very aggressive gold laner compared to a lot of other players in the league. He wants to be able to dominate Maima, and we're also seeing that just from the way RSG is playing. They typically want to pick up marksmen that are able to push towers very quickly to play for that early game momentum, which is why you see them prioritize Brody, Popo and Koopa, Beatrix to try and get as much map control as possible.
RSGMY banning out the Atlas here, rather interesting. I think it's a good shout out because I feel like RSGMY, they've already locked in the Grok. There's no reason for them to actually contest for these supports overall, and Atlas is a very big comfort pick coming in from DA. So Kuja is picking up on the patterns, the behaviors from Team CARACAL as they hover over. No, don't actually bet on Zilong there, brother.
Honestly, Zilong as a whole should be banned from the game, personally. I just don't have good experiences with this hero when playing in pubs. I don't understand why people pick it, and we're seeing that the players there feeling kind of hungry, but are they hungry for food or hungry for victory?
Well, I'm not entirely sure. The fact that you're seeing Iris kind of chuckle a little, you know that he is hungry for this victory. Franco, the follow-up ban by RSGMY, they're going to force the man, the myth, the legend, the ace to play an Edith, maybe even a Cho. I don't think Cho is too bad, to be fair.
Yeah,
maybe even a Ruby.
A Cho. I personally would prefer Ruby just a little bit more, but you can definitely make an argument for the Cho because he has a pretty easy way of jumping into the backline to reach Popol, considering that Koopa is going to be holding the front line most of the time, but we'll see whether or not that becomes the option. Additionally, I do feel like nowadays, you could actually still consider Jawhead a little bit.
Ooh,
not as a roamer, admittedly. So that's a bit sad.
Not as a okay. Yeah. You gotta expand on this. Karina, the follow-up man, but you gotta expand on this Jawhead. Where is this coming from?
I've been seeing a lot of people on the internet play Jawhead as a jungle.
Interesting. Okay. Huh. Let me ponder on this for a little bit. Let's come back to the draft. Balmond is going to be the jungle pickup for the side of RSGMY. They want to secure these neutral objectives, which means Izanami is going to jump onto that Julian. Overall, I do think that the team fighting capabilities of RSGMY is not bad, but let's see how Team CARACAL finish off their lineup.
Yeah, the RSG right now are going to have a very bulky front line and good amount of flexibility for the back as well, as Team CARACAL are going to pick up the Ruby. Oh, the Amon so far. Oh, okay, what a spicy way to finish off the draft. We see Amon and Fredrin as the final picks on both sides.
I think Fredrin is a good pick for RSGMY. He's got a taunt. He wants to get into the middle of the fight. He wants to disrupt combos. For an example, Lunox, maybe even Blazing Duet coming in from Claude. That taunt is going to be powerful, but this Amon pick is what I'm really concerned about. What exactly is he going to do? Is the entirety of Team CARACAL trying to jump in Popo and Koopa? Are they trying to take out that Grok? All of which isn't easy.
Yeah, I'm personally very curious to find out exactly what the plan is on the side of Team CARACAL, because RSG right now have an incredibly bulky front line that they're going to have to break through through, and I'm not sure if Amon has enough damage to do so, but they do have a lot of damage potential into that late game if they're able to delay things out. So you can expect RSG are going to be playing at the same momentum we saw in game number 1 to make sure that this future never comes to pass. Will RSG secure the clean sweep to start off the day, or will Team CARACAL show us what they've got?
It's match point here with RSG on the red side, Team CARACAL on the blue side. We have to see how these lanes go, because the last time Team CARACAL, they took bad trades, they made a couple of mistakes in lane, and RSG MY took that lead and started running with it. But now with the Amon, like, I don't know. I feel like Amon basically has nobody to really kill on the side of RSG MY.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about for CARACAL. Amon really just has no one to target other than maybe Lolils, and even then, Popol and Koopa tends to be a difficult target to go for. Little gonna be contested here, I believe. Yep, Link Ezak will be able to easily pick that up.
I think as of right now, Team CARACAL, as much as they want to be fast, they want to rotate quick, it's not going to be easy. But now, this is potential 3v3.
Langeza still trying to go for the purple buff, taking a lot of damage. Here comes the rest of the team. This is absolute chaos. I don't know who has the purple. AJ has to flicker away. The Ace gets the first blood onto Link Ezak. Iris in a bad position, gets picked off. Izanami finds AJ, but now he doesn't have his cooldown. The Ace flickering forward, but doesn't quite get the CC. Gonna be juked around by the sprint from the Julian. And he goes out to win. He's not quite able to finish him off though. And he will get picked off by Eevee.
How greedy of you, Izanami, to try and take out Win right at the very end there. He doesn't have any items. He does have the magic worship. I respect the attempt, but it was not going to happen. Nicely played as Eevee. The execute making all the difference there. And Iris, he's not falling behind, but he's trading very well against Eevee.
But that was 3 kills going to Team CARACAL. An excellent start from them there in exchange for the buff. And now gonna try and harass the Ace. They want to gain control over this mid lane, because you can see Link Ezak, he's going for that turtle.
Yeah, I think RSG's thought process here is they want to put Win as far behind as possible, because Link Ezak completely outmatches him when it comes down to clearing speed. Like Win, he's still level 3. And if you look at Link Ezak, he's already level 5. And HAQ is continuously walking in and harassing with the help of Izanami to make it difficult and forcing him to use his retribution almost every single time.
HAQ recognizes that Win at this stage of the game isn't really going to pose a threat to him, even with the AJ, but he has to be careful now. HAQ disrespecting the level 4 from the Amon.
He forgot. He completely forgot what Amon's ultimate does. But Iris doing a good... Oh, wait a second. I think Iris... Okay, he shouldn't get a kill here, but it's going to be close.
Iris, he's very low, uses the Appraiser's Wrath, but Eevee, he's already aware of this. I'm liking the gameplay from the Benedetta. He knows exactly how to play around the Brethren, and this unfortunately is one of the weaknesses of the hero. He's quite easy to kite.
And I mean, he's up against Benedetta.
Yep.
Literally the hardest hero to hit. Wait.
Oh, Lolils nearly gets taken out by Win. He gets the Endless Shards, and that is a free kill going to CARACAL.
Man, it feels like RSG MI have kind of forgotten. Oh, fuck!
Oh, he misses that ultimate, flickering forward as well. Such a waste on the Grok.
Oh, these plays. Okay, RSG MY, they've got to calm down. This early game is not going for them. And Team CARACAL, even though they are slightly ahead, I think they can keep on doing this for a little bit. But again, pump the brakes a little bit. They need to breathe and think about it.
Yeah, this is not ideal for RSG right now, because based on the team composition they have, they need to be winning this early game, because they will drop off compared to CARACAL with all these bulky heroes they have on their side.
Yeah, RSG MY now reverting to their original game plan. They continuously hover around the bottom side of the map. The next objective is in 11 seconds. This 4v4 is going to be important, and Fredrin will not be able to compete with the fast rotations from Benedetta. That's why he's proxying these waves early.
But is it really going to be enough though? Eevee still does a pretty good job against the Brethren, and if he can zone him out, he's not going to be able to help out his team. But speaking of, his team is on top of Maima, and just the CC chain from RSG means Claude cannot move anywhere. The bottom tower will go to the side of RSG as they now set up for the mid lane. Link Ezak jumping in, setting up for the enhanced chain, but the Brilliance allows AJ to escape.
Yeah, rather, that was kind of weird. I would have expected CARACAL to actually match the rotations, but now they're attacking topside.
Iris uses the Appraiser's Wrath to survive the Endless Shards as Link Ezak just spins slides on in and gets the free little counter onto the Benedetta. Izanami now looking for the ace. HAQ is here as well. I don't think they'll engage on this.
Yeah, honestly, really well played by Iris. He saved up his combo points, and then right when he makes contact with Win, he quickly uses his taunt to get the extra bit of magic resistance as well as armor to ensure that he lives throughout that fight. Now, the fact is, he is taking Concussive Blast, so he has added stats on top of it, making him a lot more tankier compared to just a pure fighter.
The RSG though still playing with 4-man in this top lane. The enhanced chain onto the ace. Linkeza coming in, forcing the flicker from the Ruby. RSG pushing them out of their bases. Iris gonna be targeted and only a Brazer's Ramp not quite able to complete, meaning that Fredrin gets taken out. Team CARACAL go for the bottom tier 1 and RG trade for the mid tier 1.
Oh, that was about to be disgusting from Iris. That was about to be so much damage, but the animation could not complete in time. They continue to attack. Oh.
Ooh, they get the stun with the wild charge onto Eevee, and he tries to get away with the Electro final blow, but he gets taken out. But I'm offended onto Izanami means that Julian is out for the count as well. Loliel's in a bit of danger. He's going to be escorted by HAQ with the conceal. He should be able to get out of here, but Team CARACAL not about to give up the chase. Endless shards onto the Popol and Koopa, but not enough damage, meaning that Team CARACAL now want to go for this tower.
Oh, that was almost a clean combination coming in from Win. He was able to kind of close that distance on Loliel's, and had he got the full shards down, I think he might have died there. Had he had just a frame, literally a frame to get the auto attack off slightly earlier before the completion of the endless shards.
But otherwise, it was a good disengage from RSG, and they were able to stack their disables in such a way that the eye for an eye from Eevee didn't actually matter. But here comes Iris. You're at the taunt, gonna catch out the ace into the enhanced chain, but he is still fine for now. Endless shards onto Izanami, doing basically nothing. Iris still surviving. Blazing Duet, not enough damage just yet, meaning that RSG are still healthy enough to contest the turtle. Here comes the darkening. Eevee actually finds Loliel's in the top lane by himself. A little bit of a cheeky split push stopped, but RSG do pick up the turtle.
Okay, so RSG MY are only getting leads because of the turtle. Iris is going to recall it, but you're just seeing the weaknesses of Fredrin. He's not exactly the most mobile. He's unable to change the direction of his abilities, and if you don't hit it, you don't hit it. So the combo needs to be clean. You have to go immediately taunt, somehow get enough cooldowns to get the last combo point, and then drop your ult to guarantee that it lands. The fact of the matter is right now, if RSG isn't able to take at least the tier 2s by the 9th minute of the game, Team CARACAL will scale.
But Iris gets the taunt onto Win, forcing out the ultimate from the Amont in order to survive. Linkeza on top of the ace as well, doing a lot of damage. Izanami gonna be focused by Eevee, but he's still alive for now. Gonna try and pick up the kill for his team. Loliel's coming in, gets the stun. Iris gets the taunt, and the Benedetta will fall to RSG.
Beautiful follow-up overall. That's how you want to play Fredrin right now. You just want to disrupt enemy combinations and follow up upon the CC that RSG MY has laid down. That's one tier 2, one objective complete, 2 more to go.
The ace gonna try and defend this midway, but he knows that multiple members of RSG are here, and that was just a distraction to allow Loliel's to go for the top inhibitor. 4 members up top. Izanami making sure there's no split push attempt, but I don't think RSG will go too hard for this. Instead, it's CARACAL that want to look for the pickoff. The I'm offended flickering backwards with HAQ, but he will be able to stun them with the wild charge. He's still in danger though. Iris getting the stun, keeping the Grok safe. Flicker out will keep him safe again, but here comes the Blazing Duet doing a lot of damage. Iris gonna be stunned. He's very low on HP. Izanami and HAQ gonna get picked up. Killing spree going over the win.
Izanami!
Wait, he's still alive, but he finally gets shut down by AJ, not before picking up a kill for himself. Iris gets a final stun, but he is too low. He will die as well. A 2 for 3 trade.
Oh my goodness, that was about to be the turnaround from the century. Unfortunately, Fredrin just didn't have enough combo points to drop down the fat ultimate, and Izanami, oh my goodness, turning around, such a ballsy play to come in with the enhanced swords, able to actually get the trades against Team CARACAL, but now this is going to be a make it or break it for RSG MY. We're 9 minutes in, they haven't completed getting rid of the 2 tier 2s, middle as well as bottom, so they have to play off of this Lord and slow roll it against Team CARACAL.
Yep, they're playing around it right now. HAQ gonna try and zone out the ace, but he's right in the middle. Linkeza will be able to secure the Lord. The ace out of position, and he will die. The endless shards coming out onto HAQ of all people, not going to matter too much. And RC, they're sticking around to see if they can find anything else, but no, I don't think so.
Yeah, they're playing the numbers advantage here. Benedetta wasn't even close to that fight, gonna continue taking that top side, and I'm pretty sure almost guarantees top tier 1 if he sticks around, but he's scared that the rest of RSG might have rotated to that side of the map.
We're already seeing RSG now playing as a group. They know that they are strong right now, even if they're behind on kills. And if we're looking at the items, you can see why.
Radiant armor is being purchased all across the board here by Balmond as well as Grok. Full damage coming out of Izanami, who just completed his concentrated energy.
Iris almost getting a stun onto Eevee, but RSG are just here for the tower. I don't think they're expecting to go for a full-out brawl unless they actually get a pick-off. They want to delay for the Lord.
Maima now getting a Winsome Nature here. Let's see how much RSG is able to develop their advantage, because if an inhibitor tower does not fall, they have to wait for the Luminous Lord, and that's just going to buy a lot of time for Team CARACAL, who's waiting for about the 16th minute mark before they really send it home.
Yep, they really need that time right now, but will RSG give it to them? The Lord now breaking down the front door. The Ace taking a lot of damage, going to have to back off for now. Top inhibitor will fall, but Eevee is still clearing up the rest of the waves, so I don't think Team CARACAL will lose out on too much more from this. RSG still staying to see if they can find a catch, but I don't think that is the best idea.
No. For Team CARACAL, you give up that inhibitor, you just focus on the defense right now. RSG is the one who has to take the first move. Oh, Eevee, he's playing with fire.
Hawk is looking for it. They jump in with the I'm offended. Oh, that's a massive, huge AoE from CARACAL. But RSG, they're so tanky. They've already picked up AJ. Win in danger. Enhanced Chain finds him. Got a kill going to Izanami. The A is going to get picked off as well. Eevee trying to save him, but it is not enough. The massive AoE wasn't enough.
What a play coming in from Team CARACAL, but RSG had the better response, instantly shutting down the damage dealer AJ as they look to try and end this.
They're still going for it. Eevee trying to defend as best he can, but the inhibitor has already fallen. RSG, though, they're quite low on HP. Eevee wants to take advantage of this, but I don't think he'll be able to find too much. Hawk is there to defend.
Oh, this is scary. This is so very scary. Now, unfortunately, because of the failed attempt here and a Genius Wand being purchased by AJ pretty recently, Team CARACAL are at a 2-lane disadvantage. But if you look at the items, the junglers are feeling really good about themselves. Balmond a full item ahead of Win, and even when we drop down to that Lunox, his 3-item power spike is good, but is it enough against a Radiant armor? Hopefully the Genius Wand will show us something.
I can see Eevee, he could be in a bit of danger here. He's inside the entire team of RSG, but he is on Benedetta, so he should be fine unless he gets caught out. Both teams right now want to contest this Luminous Lord, so they're looking for any pickoff they could potentially get as Iris continues to delay the back line. Lenkeza on top of it for now, but this is going to be a very delicate dance.
Well, Team CARACAL have taken a bottom position on the Lord Pit. Maima and AJ, this could be big for them, but Hawk scouts them out real soon.
Iris still delaying. Hawk, he's providing information. Lord dropping real low. They're gonna 50-50 this. Linkeza and Win are both in position. Eevee cutting off the backline. Iris gets knocked up by the 2-man taunt. Sets up for the blazing duet. Maimato gonna instantly get taken out. And Linkeza secures the Lord as well as the Ace just for good measure. Brilliant's not gonna keep AJ alive. Eevee trying to save him, but the taunt puts him in a vulnerable position. 4 members down on CARACAL, and Hawk, he's gonna be in charge of delaying Win for as long as possible as the rest of RSG push in the mid lane. The Amon cannot retreat. He gets the kill on Grok, but at what cost? The crystal, that's what the cost is, as RSG secures the clean 2-0.
GG, well played to RSGMY, taking a clean 2-0 against Team CARACAL. They diffed them during that mid-game. Desperate plays and desperate measures being punished as Team CARACAL make their best attempt to try and delay this game.
An excellent game number 2 from both these teams. Beautiful plays being made on either side, but you can see the respect, the salutations from the fans. They know that RSG won that in handy fashion.
Oh my goodness. I have to give it to the team here. Let's throw it over to the host up on stage to talk to the winners.
Kemenangan bersih 2-0 pasca RSGMY. Makin lama peluang lebih tinggi untuk pergi kepada upper bracket. Mari kita dengarkan suarakan untuk pasca RSGMY. Okay, sebelum kita start kita punya serious questioning, I memang kena tanya. Siapa boleh jawab panjang? Apa yang team RSG tengah pakai dia? Apa yang glasses tu? Siapa boleh jawab? I nak jawab panjang. Okay, you know what? I macam tak percayakan player. I boleh tak panggil seorang fan daripada RSG naik atas, explain apa benda yang glasses ni. Sini tolong naik atas. Jom lalu sini. Nak harapkan player, I macam tak trust dorang. So, come here, I terus bagi mikrofon. By the way, apa nama?
Hazila.
Hazila. Kak Long, okay. Kak Long RSG dekat sini. Okay, tolong explain. Apa yang fans RSG tengah pakai ni?
Kalau tengok Agent Ali, dia pakai ni macam Iris kan? Namanya Iris. So Iris MVP last week. So diorang nak support dia.
Oh, I see. Disebabkan Iris dah ada cosplay sendiri. So thank you very much. You boleh turun ke bawah. Okay, finally kita ada dapat jawapan. Iris, nanti kita akan berbual dengan you. Tapi sebenarnya I nak berbual dengan Link Eza dulu. Sebab dekat dalam No, tak ada pilihan. Dia sakit suara. Okay, saya pun sama. Kalau gitu, okay, Hawk, awak yang tolong jawabkan untuk Link Eza. Ini soalan jungler, tapi kita minta Hawk untuk jawabkan. Untuk first attempt, game kedua tadi, okay, enemy pakai Amon. Korang terus pergi dekat kawasan purple buff and kacau, tapi kena punish. Tapi masih cuba berkali-kali. Adakah memang itu plan daripada awal, atau disebabkan dia pakai Amon memang sengaja nak punish?
Kalau main Balmond, orang akan rusuh.
Okay, so nampak gayanya tak kisahlah pakai hero apa sekalipun. Kalaulah Link Eza walaupun dia sakit tekak, dia dapat Balmond, memang tak akan dapat rasa purple buff. Dan dengan ni, Iris, disebabkan orang sanggup cosplay, disebabkan you punya performance makin hebat, I pun sebenarnya nak tanya, ada dua jenis manusia dalam dunia ni sebab you punya performance makin kuat. Ramai orang memberikan perhatian dekat Iris dekat TikTok, dekat grup Facebook sekali. Jadi salah seorang jenis manusia, dia suka attention ni. Lagi satu, dia rasa nervous, gemuruh. Jadi Iris orang macam mana sebenarnya?
Saya jenis yang confident lah.
Jenis yang confident. So you suka attention ni?
Bukan nak attention.
Dia suka attention, guys. Bagi tepukan lagi. Nampak tak?
Alhamdulillah.
Iris, sekarang ni you antara EXP lane yang semua orang kejar. Jadi saya nak ucapkan, okay, di mana jaga-jagalah. Rasanya lepas ni banyak kali kena gang.
InsyaAllah.
Tapi dengan tu, I juga nak cakap, di mana pasukan RGMY, you guys punya peluang untuk pergi upper bracket makin lama makin tinggi. Sekarang ni dah 20 poin. Jadi Iris, alalang you tengah pegang mikrofon, ada tak apa-apa nak cakap kepada semua penyokong daripada pasukan CARACAL dan RSG yang datang hari ini dan semua yang menonton di rumah?
Okay, untuk fan RSG yang CARACAL, terima kasih korang datang dari jauh sebab support kita orang, and I love you all lah.
I love you all. Penuh kesayangan daripada Iris. Tapi yes, perlawanan di antara pasukan RSG dan juga CARACAL, convincing win, 2-0. Dengan tu, mari kita dengar apa yang mereka berbualkan dekat dalam game tadi.
Wow! Pergi fight. Wow! Alamak, tak dapat. Pergi bunuh. Lagi. Lagi. Ini tu dapat. Wow! Mati.
Kayak dia rotate atas.
Panik.
Mati. Oh, anjing. Mati. Dapat.
Mati. Boleh end kat atas. Mati. Bodoh. Lagi. Lagi. Dari ni bos. Ini aku. Go. Menang. Menang gol lah. Menang gila, gol gila. Go. Habis. Nice. Boom. Mati Luna. Yang menang. Nak lari mana? Ini aku kedua. Okey, pergian. Abang. Jangan freestyle.
Ooh, that was a spicy game coming out of RSG MY, and so far so good with the 2-0. But at the end of the day, some very big moments from their players. Iris, game number 2, not as much impact, but you gotta give it to Izanami, man.
Yeah, really, the Julian has been a power pick for RSG MY throughout this series, and I think a lot of teams are gonna have to respect it going forward, but you're definitely seeing a improvement, a real evolution in RSG. They've been getting better and better as the weeks go by, and if this is an example of what they're truly capable of, that upper bracket spot is going to become closer and closer to reality. I'm personally looking forward to it, but let's first have a look at the item builds from the previous game.
Man, such a stark difference when you see Izanami going for the full damage build onto Julian and even bothering to actually hybridize it a little bit with the concentrated energy to give him that little bit of survivability to make these big plays. But at the end of the day, it's about who can get the cancel onto LUNATIX, like we heard in that mic check, whether it be Fredrin or whether it be the Grok. Just nicely played all across the board.
I think what's interesting is that typically when you see a team go for 3 tanky heroes and they build them all full tank as well, they'll drop off very heavily towards the late game, which is where heroes like the LUNATIX, like the Claude will come online. Now, firstly, RSG didn't allow this to happen, but also, you could see that the way they were playing, the way they drafted was specifically to counteract this. They saw the Claude first pick from CARACAL. They just pick up the tankiest lineup they possibly can. So even if he jumps in with a big blazing duet, you saw basically no one died at all.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. When you have a Popo and Koopa, your first mindset is, I need to peel for that. I need to peel for the front line. I got to make sure that I can lock somebody down, let the rest of my team do that work, but make sure to hold up that I'm angry, or at least the winsome nature, just in case Claude jumps into the back line with the blazing duet. So many times that Maima was unable to actually participate in these fights because of Loliel's, and with the help of HAQ, man, that wild charge, he gets so much value out of it, especially since Ruby can't taunt him, can't stun him, can't really do much when he's near a wall.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was great overall. As we head on into the post-game stats, though, before we kind of talk about the stats a little bit, I still want to ask a question about the items. I noticed that all of the tanks on the side of RSG prioritized the Radiant Armor first. Why would they go for that instead of having more physical defense?
I think it's extremely important for the rest of RSG to deal with AJ specifically, because they have enough CC to ensure that when Maima comes in with the blazing duet, they can minimize his damage. And yes, he's still top the charts in damage, but overall, their heroes, again, who are the ones who are at risk of dying? Izanami with the enhanced swords can get out, no problems. Loliel's, he can actually itemize the winsome nature. Everybody else either does not care or has a way to actually cancel it. Balmond charges into the blazing duet, wild charge, as well as the taunt coming in from Iris, all ways to deal with Maima. So their next big problem is the brilliance, as well as the chaos assault coming in from AJ's LUNATIX.
Okay, that's understandable, and I suppose we have to add on to the fact that Amon also does magic damage, so they were just preparing for the early game heroes and just thinking we can deal with the Claude when it comes to it. And you can see that from the post-game statistics as well. Rich Guy, Carry, Sandbag, Forgotten One, all on the side of RSG. They actually ended up doing less damage overall, but because they were so tanky, it didn't matter. So let's see who's the MVP this time. It is going to Izanami.
Well deserved. I think he played his heart out this game with an 87% game kill participation and a game KDA of 7-3 and 6. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing KDA, but he did the work. Look at that game DPM.
Yep. 709 is honestly quite impressive for a mid laner, considering how often Izanami was roaming around to gank with his team, as well as the fact that he actually did die quite early on during the initial RSG jungle invade. But he was still confident enough to go for full damage when even Link Eza went for more of a semi-tank build on this hero previously, so it's honestly very interesting to see.
I think it's extremely well played by Izanami. He had a lot of almost clutching of fight moments, but let's have a look at these highlights and actually touch back on to the Radiant Armor builds, because overall, if we're thinking about specifically the Amon, right, the way that he plays the game is he waits for somebody to either get really, really low or slowly stack his charge, which is great with the Radiant Armor. You slowly build up that magic resist as he's trying to make these big plays, and HAQ here, no magic resist whatsoever, instantly dies. Loliel's below 50% HP, instantly
dies. The moment you get that Radiant Armor, it's going to be less painful and it's going to be more reliant on Win waiting for the right moment for his team to chunk out his opponents, specifically from AJ, who is weak against the Radiant Armor until he gets a Holy Glaive.
Yep, so it was a little bit of a two birds with one stone situation, that one item being able to counter two major sources of DPS on the enemy team. And although a lot of people would consider that Athena Shield should be the answer when you're playing against an assassin, simply because of the fact that Amon needs to build up his shards first, it means that Radiant Armor becomes more effective overall. And if we just look at the overall gameplay of RSG, they didn't allow their early game feeding, with quotes, to really affect them mentally, and they just came completely online. Even this last catch, 3-man I'm offended into the entire team under Blazing Duet, and after all of that, RSG saying, that's all you got?
Yeah, honestly, I think that fight would have been winnable had Eevee not taken the execute and took Petrify instead to follow up on it, right? It almost guarantees them this massive, disgustingly good combo. And yes, the Athena Shield would have made a huge difference in terms of that burst, but it forces Win to wait. It forces him to be patient. And unfortunately, Team CARACAL is just running out of time. Team LUNATIX is literally 1 point away from evening up that score. But so great for RSGMY. Finally, we see Team HAQ dropping down to top 3 instead of just top 2.
That's literally the first time we have seen Team HAQ not in the top 2 of their group the entire regular season, indicating that the competition is heating up. And you can bet that the RSGMY fans are going to feel very happy about seeing their team potentially making it into the upper brackets. But again, this is only week 7, day 2. We still have a few more days of the regular season to truly see how these standings will turn out at the end.
It's becoming a tighter and tighter season. It happens every single time, and I still can't get over that feeling as we're getting closer to the playoffs. But at the very least, you guys and us here at the desk can take just a short breather, because that was quite a game too.
Yeah, and while we take that breather, let's have a quick look back at the keys to victory we mentioned before the game. Now, obviously, EXP laner impact is something we can really see quite obviously just from the way that Iris was participating in these fights. He had a 63 and then 73 kill participation.
I mean, overall, if we look at the DPM as well, you can see the stark difference of the different types of heroes that he is using. And I think, you know, the Fredrin is in a weird spot. It's hard to agree whether or not he's going to be meta or has the value to be meta, especially when you see the very obvious weaknesses of trying to get the ultimate down. You mainly play him for the knockup as well as the survivability plus the taunt. And that's about it. So you have one technically a dead ability unless somehow it works out, but objective pursuits is where you really see RSG shine. Because again, turns taken 9 for the first game. Second game, 8 turns taken. And the gold lead, I think again, 12k coming out of game number 1 feels negligible. But the second game, all they need is a 5k gold lead. This time they got 6, didn't make it to 10, was more than enough.
Yeah, and we can see as well that they ended up taking more turtles and lords in that second game because Link Eza was on that Balmond. We already saw it during the interview. When Link Eza has Balmond, the rest of them just play as aggressively as possible to allow him to get the easy lead with the lethal counter retry combo on those big neutral objectives. And because of how aggressive they were playing, you could see them catching out multiple important heroes on the enemy side.
And that's the thing, right? Catching out these important heroes really boiled down, honestly, to Izanami in game number 2. Those enhanced chains and the quick follow-up that you see from Fredrin really making all that difference, especially against Lunox, who can't get the brilliance off when you keep getting disrupted time and time again. Eevee was another good example. You could clearly see him trying to use the Electro Final Blow to escape, gets cancelled, Grok comes, gets cancelled again, and he's like, okay, maybe the third time's the charm.
It can be quite frustrating, and in that sense, Fredrin does kind of play in a similar way to heroes like Ruby, like Cho, just being much bulkier. And so it is a bit of an interesting twist on the way that you want to disrupt team fights. But speaking of team fights, let's have a look a little bit at the heat maps of firstly HAQ in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Jeez Louise, the way that HAQ has been playing in the first 5 minutes of the game, it's important to notice that his heat map and especially the concentrated areas which you can see up here on the screen, he likes to play as aggressively as possible. He's posturing himself in a sense where he wants to invade the jungle, but it's solely dependent on the state of that mid lane. So he helps out the mid lane first whenever necessary, camps around in bushes to monitor rotations, but most importantly, to deny space and time, slowing down this Amon from hitting level 4.
Absolutely, and you already seen from recent trends that it's not uncommon for the roamer to help out in the gold lane to make sure that their gold laner gets a gold lead. But you can see HAQ did end up emphasizing more towards that mid lane because we know how aggressively RSG likes to play, and if HAQ can help Izanami clear the mid wave ASAP, that frees up the mage to assist him in ganking, in invading the enemy jungle and doing more damage.
I mean, if we really think about it, right, Benedetta is not somebody you want to dive, right? You'd rather avoid the situation entirely, but HAQ also having some presence on that top side, actually helping out the Fredrin to proxy the wave, clear it out quick so they can make that early rotation to have that man advantage during these turtle fights on the bottom side of the map where a majority of the turtles did spawn. So well done to HAQ, but let's have a look at specifically Iris, who again had a different approach to the game the moment he was playing Fredrin. He's not looking for picks, he's looking to follow up. Look at this aggressive positioning towards the later stages. 5 minutes 30 seconds to 10 minutes 30 seconds in the game.
And now we have to note, this is 5 to 10 minutes in the game, and we're already seeing all the external towers having fallen on the side of Team CARACAL. So RSG already has full control over the map, allowing Iris to play a lot more aggressively and just kind of hide wherever he needs to be, whether he's on a hero that wants to one-shot burst people like the Paquito or someone who wants to disrupt the enemy plans like the Fredrin. And in this way, he's applying a lot of pressure because Team CARACAL are never truly aware of where he is, and his lead allows him to play independently from the rest of his team.
Exactly, and more importantly, he's actually taking space for the rest of RSG MY. If they're not entirely sure who else can actually face check, it's going to be Iris. Notice how he moves from bush to bush based off of the heat map. He likes to kind of stick close to the waves, but ensures that he's relaying information in case he sees Team CARACAL actually walking out from the inhibitors, more so which waves that they actually are prioritizing, and then moving to the opposite side whenever necessary. You can tell by the way he positions himself very closely to brushes all along the sides of Team CARACAL's jungle. So honestly, well done for RSG.
And I'm really liking the fact that EXP laners are able to exert that much more influence onto the game nowadays, when in the past they were just literally a secondary tank. And now it's so important for you to actually hold out or even win that lane, and that translates to so much early game map control, early game lead, along with the rest of your team to secure objectives.
Well, I mean, I want to believe that's the case. I do miss the times where fighters were hard divers as well. But in the meantime, that's an argument that we can have on another day. For the time being, all the big brains out there who are smart about who was going to win this game, here are your prizes. A 749 diamond worth skin. All you have to do is use that hashtag MPL predictor. Don't forget game ID, server ID, and even a sweet little comment.
I personally would love to get a free skin worth that much. Feels like we should get some of these handouts sometimes, but we're here presenting the information so that you guys can win it for yourself. So if you see your name, your comment up on screen right now, congratulations! You are one of our lucky MPL predictor winners. And for the rest of you as well, you guys might want to consider joining the MPL official group. If you missed that QR code, don't worry, it'll be coming up the next series. Let's move on to our Guess Who.
Our favorite segment here at the table, hand warmers at the ready. Who is in the mosaic? Hobbies and trivia, watching TikToks. Seems very generic. Featured heroes Karina, Fanny, and Akai, all junglers. Birthplace, Saba.
Okay, I'm looking at this image right now. It looks like someone is dressed as a ninja.
It could be he's wearing a mask.
Which is like a ninja.
Face mask. Don't say because it's a ninja. We just got through COVID. It's still lingering around, all right? People need to be safe.
That's true, that's true. So looking at these featured heroes, it does look like they are a jungler. However, it looks like they made things a little bit more difficult for us this time because Kuza, Win, and Link Eza are all jungle players. So, this is a tricky one.
I'm calling it. I think it's Linkeza personally.
Oh, what makes you say that?
I'm saying because I seen him watch a lot of TikToks. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that one.
I kind of wonder how you know he watches a lot of TikToks, but I'm not gonna dig any deeper. Let's see who it is. It is actually Linkeza, and honestly, he kind of looks like he could be a ninja anyway.
I mean, he's got the sunglasses.
Yeah.
That's the common trend amongst ninjas. All ninjas wear
absolutely.
sunglasses. Everybody knows that. Don't argue with it in the comment section. It's common sense.
Absolutely. So make sure you guys redeem this code up on the screen right now, K66FK2BQC. I'm only going to say that once, so I hope you guys caught that, and you guys may stand a chance to win some interesting prizes.
For all our dyslexic viewers out there, Staffa's got you. Overall, I think this has been a good way to kind of start the day. Just a quick snowball roll. But coming up next, another exciting game to be had.
Yep, it is none other than SUHAZ Esports versus Team LUNATIX as our second series of the day. And things are looking pretty dire for both these teams, currently standing at the bottom of their respective groups. Unfortunately, I do believe SUHAZ, their chances of making it to playoffs are already over. But the same cannot be said for LUNATIX, so they need those valuable points.
And the fact that CARACAL lost 2-0 against RSG means that Team LUNATIX have a chance to overtake them. They need to win this game 2-0. They need it so badly. If not, they just tie.
Yeah, but that is going to be our series coming up later. With the end of our first series of the day, we're going to be going on a little bit of a break. So make sure you guys don't go anywhere and catch us back at 3 p.m. where we will witness which of these bottom-ranked teams will be able to come out on top. Once again, this is the English cast of MPL MY. My name's Staffa, along with Gideon, and we will see you guys later.
friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ketujuh adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
The heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
The heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Valenz. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Valenz. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Have the heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necro Keep back in June. Did you like the new Necro Keep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of house Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan.
Ditutup.
Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal, but no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of anima, I, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntor, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Overcoming desperation when pushed to the brink is the strength that allows you to create miracles. And between SUHAZ and LUNATIX currently at the bottom, only one will rise above the other. Welcome back to MPL MY Season 10 English cast with me, Staffa, as well as Gideon, preparing for our second series of the day.
Now the situation is this: LUNATIX taking a 2-0 loss against Torak was devastating, as the fastest game has been achieved in MPL MY Season 10, but hope is not lost just yet. With only a 1-point difference, all LUNATIX have to do is just win this series, and they push themselves out of relegation in Group B.
Conversely, SUHAZ Esports unfortunately have officially had their MPL journey cut short, as they will no longer be able to make the points necessary to make it to the playoffs. But that doesn't mean that they simply have to sit on the sideline and allow other teams to claim victories against them. They still have the chance to prove what they can while they remain on the MPL stage.
Now this game is going to be quite desperate for the LUNATIX here. They're confident as they came in onto the stage earlier for their ping test, but SUHAZ Esports are no slouches in their own right. They played a 30-minute game against Orange Esports and they didn't do too bad. However, LUNATIX, hopefully they're not held back by yesterday's loss.
Absolutely not. So let us welcome both these teams as they now walk up onto the MPL stage once again. Join me in welcoming
Team LUNATIX.
To kick things off, it's going to be the LUNATIX making their way onto stage. A desperate attempt to make sure they make it out of Group B.
Yep, they are in a pretty rough spot right now, which is unfortunate considering their impressive debut here in Season 10. But again, that does not mean that they have to fall to desperation. They must now prove themselves at 100% capacity that they can stand with the rest.
Hesitation is going to be difficult here. Team LUNATIX, again, not exactly the most disciplined team in the world, but they love to fight, and hopefully this time they brought their A game.
SUHAZ Esports.
Their opponents now walking up to the MPL arena are none other than SUHAZ Esports, currently at the bottom of Group A. But with that, they have been relieved of the pressure of the playoffs, meaning that the training wheels are off and they can do anything their heart desires.
Exactly. They're able to come up with interesting strategies. They're able to adapt and prepare for the upcoming season here. A lot of potential with these members being former SUHAZ Esports Junior. This time on the main stage, whatever they can get, they will take.
Absolutely, so you can expect that things will be no holds barred. These are two teams currently at the bottom of their standings, looking for any chance to rise above the opposition. Things are gonna get bloody on the Land of Dawn.
But before anything is about to begin, the battlefield always starts with the draft, and to lead the draft, coming up onto the stage are the brains of each of the respective teams. Give a warm welcome to Ryzen and Rexfin, analyst and coach, Iman and Sumfrost as coach and analyst respectively.
Indeed, again, we have mentioned multiple times before, but it still needs to be emphasized that the coaches, the analysts, are what allow these teams to function at maximum strength, what allows them to focus on the game instead of the draft, and allows them to achieve their keys to victory.
Let's have a look at the keys to victories here. Number one is going to be jungle impact, and I think this is extremely important for either side because we have seen Famous Jungle coming out from the side of SUHAZ Esports. It feels like they're extremely comfortable with it at this point of time. And Emal, he's been having a hot streak in the early regular season, but then on the later half, it feels like his hero pool is quite readable.
What we have to note about both these teams is that they share a common weakness of, as you mentioned, being quite readable. There's a lack of flexibility in terms of the hero pools as well as the gameplay styles that both these teams are able to bring to the table, and thus it's very important for them to be able to overcome that. The jungler, they obviously have to make an impact, but the roamer is also needing to contribute, especially in that early game, considering how aggressive these teams can tend to be.
I'm quite interested to see Zeph's performance overall for the LUNATIX. They have been switching out, especially with Yamichi and Zeph interchanging every single time they have a best of 3 on the main stage.
Absolutely, and besides that as well, disciplined team fight. Discipline is a word that really needs to be emphasized between these two teams because while SUHAZ Esports hasn't really been able to pick up a foothold since the beginning of the season, LUNATIX was actually performing quite well upon their debut because of their ability to just run down their opponents, but which has since been figured out because they lack their discipline to execute strategies. So hopefully they'll be able to overcome that with you guys' support. As we can see, the audience predictions looking very even.
Not a landslide for either or at this point, but a majority for SUHAZ Esports, just breaking the mold by 6% on average all across the board, and 50-50 here in the arena. So, again, the fans are here to support, and they're ready to give it their all.
Yeah. Just because these teams may not necessarily be performing quite as well as you would like in the grand scope of the MPL doesn't mean that the fans will lose out on their support, and that support will go a long way in allowing them to achieve their maximum strength, which I want to see here. Now that we are in the final few weeks of the regular season, I want to see them just bring everything they have to the table.
Yeah, and even when we look at the fans, always support LUNATIX. Support LUNATIX. They're giving their all here. But what about you at home? Who do you predict to win this match? Let us know using that hashtag MPL Predictor. Write a short little creative comment, and don't forget your game ID and server ID to stand a chance to win.
That last step is very important because we won't be able to give you the reward even if your comment is selected as a winner if we cannot find you. So make sure to look through these steps carefully, and if you are our lucky winner, you stand a chance to win exclusive skins worth 749 diamonds. That's a pretty high tier, so you can expect these to be some pretty cool skins you don't want to miss out on.
I think it's going to be pretty difficult to predict the outcome of this game. It could be a 2-1, it could be a 2-0, but so far I'm guessing this might go for the full 3 games. It really depends on the homework, and I think in this particular situation, SUHAZ Esports has a leg up on the LUNATIX.
I think so as well, because LUNATIX, although they had greater success during the earlier stages of the tournament, we've not seen them really improve and adapt based on the kind of difficulties that they've had to face, whereas SUHAZ, they've actually been able to show some pretty interesting strategies. They've come up with certain upsets, even if they don't necessarily have the greatest victories. So we'll see whether or not that will become a factor once these two teams meet head-to-head in the Land of Dawn for the first time.
If we're looking at track record, so far SUHAZ Esports has taken down some pretty big dogs here at the MPL MY to their credit. However, LUNATIX doesn't have that same track record. They still commit to the same strategies, fight early, snowball hard, and I think a lot of teams have kind of figured out their hero pool for each of the individual players. Even when we saw yesterday, Team LUNATIX tried to shake things up against Torak in the second game by bringing in and subbing out 3 of their players to change things up, resulting in a Bruno first rotation pick.
Well, unpredictability is probably going to be the key word that secures victory for either of these teams. So as we now enter the drafting phase for game number 1, we can see Team LUNATIX are on the blue side, SUHAZ on the red.
All right, let's see how this draft is going to go. Team LUNATIX starting off with that first pick, immediately banning out the Akai. It looks like they're going to follow up potentially with a marksman, but let's have a look at our focus players here. Jungle Impact, Razin compared to Emal. Because we're talking about gold, Emal has been farming hard, and overall damage has been good too, but then again, SUHAZ Esports has not had the best run this season.
Yeah, Emal has definitely had the much better performance as a jungle player. He's very aggressive, he likes playing assassins, he wants to go for kills, and we already know LUNATIX likes to fight a lot, so it's understandable why he would have a pretty high DPM. In comparison, unfortunately, Razin really hasn't gotten the chance to show his stuff here in this season, and it's hard to really determine whether or not he focuses more towards damage style jungle play or utility style that we're seeing a lot more players lean towards.
Personally, I think Razin is going to be the more flexible jungler than Emal, because Emal, there's a certain mindset that you have to kind of get on board with him. He's playing for that KDA, he wants to get these objectives and snowballing that, while Razin, depending on what the composition is going to be, could be teamfight oriented, could be more assassin, heavy rotation oriented. It's a little hard to tell, but considering that the bans are going to be the Wanwan, the Farmist, followed up by the Ling from SUHAZ Esports, who hold priority, I think at this stage of the game, they gotta consider whether or not, well, or maybe they're following the trend not to ban Valentina.
It is quite a thing to see how far Valentina as a hero has fallen off of the meta, considering how even since last season she has consistently been banned 100% of the time. Teams are just figuring out that they are able to somewhat deal with her, but looks like SUHAZ will still continue with the trend of getting rid of her on the red side. So besides the Valentina, they focused very hard on Amal's heroes.
Yeah, now let's see what the first pick is going to be. What is up on the table? I'm not sure whether Team LUNATIX want to go for this Masha roam all over again like we saw yesterday. After its poor, honestly abysmal performance, Paquito seems to be the way to go. And yes, Team LUNATIX lock in the Paquito.
Paquito is absolutely the way to go here. Obviously, very flexible hero, very strong hero. Both Amal as well as Goldilocks would be able to play it in their respective lanes, and this opens up more options for SUHAZ Esports to try and consider how they want to play against this.
Yeah, so far, based on the trend and the drafting patterns from Team LUNATIX, they highly prioritize both their jungle as well as their EXP laner. It could be a situation of, I want to get the best matchup possible, but then again, EXP is extremely volatile in that sense compared to the jungle. SUHAZ, I'm guessing at this stage of the game, Beatrix is wide open. It doesn't feel like they're going to skip out on it, but Julian going to be a pick to deny Flint this time around.
I will protect you.
As a follow-up, they are going to go with the Lolita. Rather interesting.
I actually thought that SUHAZ would prioritize the Beatrix first here, but they are anticipating the possibility of LUNATIX picking it up. And they're okay with that as they have pre-drafted the Lolita as a potential counter and starting things off with the Julian to sort of match up the Paquito in terms of tempo here in the draft, keep things flexible while not revealing too much.
I feel like SUHAZ Esports is taking the angle that they know for a fact Team LUNATIX want to be aggressive, want to snowball, so you have the Lolita to kind of disengage from that fights with the Numenon Blast, and worst comes to worst, if they do decide to take the Beatrix, at the very least, you have the Guardian's Bulwark.
Yeah, I think that's a very smart idea from SUHAZ so far, but whether or not LUNATIX will take the bait is up to them. Now, we've already seen that Mint, his hero, has been a bit of a contestant here whenever Team LUNATIX is going head-to-head, because they know that Mint lane tends to be hard-focused. So the Beatrix will still be picked up here, so SUHAZ picking up the Lolita is a pretty good choice, but they've also appended it with the Atlas.
Okay, so Atlas is already giving the signal that Team LUNATIX have, again, simple synergies here. The Beatrix and the Fatal Links, you pull them together, no matter what ult Beatrix has, except for maybe Renner at this point of time, it's going to be effective. Good synergy there, and more importantly, it shows that they want to team fight. So SUHAZ, they have a number of options. When you have a Lolita, yes, technically you can play for team fights too. You can disengage as long as you don't get caught, but you could look to pick up an assassin. You could look to have a side laner that, like Esmeralda, who is strong, and then play 4-in-1.
I think going for Esmeralda here is a smart choice from SUHAZ Esports, because this third pick on the red side is just the best timing to possibly pick up the Esmeralda, because you can just ban out the Dirov right after that. And Team LUNATIX picking up the Atlas as a third pick tends to be a little bit risky, because you open up the possibility of Diggy being drafted by the opposite side. But since they already saw the Lolita before that, they knew that it was safe for them to go for this option, and that's going to limit the way SUHAZ Esports wants to play. The big team fights now are going to become a lot harder to execute on.
Yeah, let's see. SUHAZ, they're probably going to ban out the Khalid here. Again, Goldilocks, favorite hero, loves playing this matchup against Esmeralda and has dominated many EXP laners in his time during the regular season. Followed up by Claude for the side of Team LUNATIX. They want to make sure that if they want to team fight, at the very least, minimize how much impact that the gold laner is going to have.
I think that is going to be the natural ban for Team LUNATIX. When you have an Atlas, you either pick up the Claude for yourself or you do not let it through, because it is a hero that either synergizes or counters well the way that you want to play around with the Fatal Links. And therefore, very understandable that they would get rid of that. What I'm wondering is, do they still want to ban the Dirov on the side of SUHAZ?
I'm not sure, because we haven't seen Goldilocks actually touch the Dirov too often. He prefers to go for the Khalid. If SUHAZ Esports really want to chomp down on Goldilocks, getting rid of the Dirov, there's honestly no harm, no foul there. But instead, Lancelot going to be the ban here. Again, SUHAZ Esports clearly have done their homework.
but they're also currently a little bit confused because Team LUNATIX have very wisely not yet revealed where this Paquito is going to go, which is why SUHAZ has to kind of split up their bans. They have to ban an EXP laner and a jungler because they just simply don't know who is playing what, and this allows LUNATIX to at least keep some of their more limited hero pool open as they finish off their ban phase by banning the Melissa.
Seemingly Melissa is becoming more common of a ban after yesterday here in week 7. I respect that because again, Melissa is just really difficult for Paquito as well as for Atlas to actually get on top of her. There are ways to deal with it nonetheless, but let's see what SUHAZ Esports is going to be locking in for this upcoming pick in the second phase.
This is a difficult situation for them right now, but they can still flex the Julian somewhat, allowing them to keep options open, and they're gonna continue that until the end of the draft to at the very least keep that question mark on Team LUNATIX's head. They pick up the Irritel. LUNATIX actually do go for the Dirov, so Goldilocks going to be slightly out of his comfort zone here.
Yeah, Darath actually doing pretty well here at the MPL. 18 times picked, 83% win rate. Overall, his matchups have been really, really good. I don't know. It feels like here in the MPL MY, we're experimenting a lot to see how to actually deal with these traditional matchups and maybe looking for possible I don't want to say subs. I don't feel like subs is the right word.
I get what you're coming from here, and I as well can't really find the right word right now, but LUNATIX do finish off their draft with the Kadita, and I think this is a good option. It combos well with the Atlas. If you get the Meg Fatal Links Rough Waves combo, you decimate the enemy team, and also a good way for Flint to be able to escape from sticky situations if necessary. And now SUHAZ Esports will have to complete their draft, and we will get to see exactly where this Julian is going to go.
Okay, I got the word. An alternative to some of these matchups. It took me a while to get there, but I finally got it. With the last pick going over to SUHAZ Esports, right now they're just missing out a mid laner. I think there's still a good number of mid laners that actually work out for the side of SUHAZ. Yves could be one of them, but instead Lilia. So again, SUHAZ Esports is doubling down on this win condition to just peel a lot of peel for Abumon on this Irithel, while Team LUNATIX looking to go for those big team fights, and when they do, it's up to Zeph to make the difference.
So Team LUNATIX are going to be going for a more straight up in-your-face fight 5-to-5 team composition, whereas SUHAZ wants to play around their mobility to ensure that their backline is not put at risk.
Yep, and this is going to be all up to Emal. Can he look for that flank or not? Is the composition strong enough with the Atlas alone? Zeph needs to be the spearhead for Team LUNATIX. This is a scary one. Honestly, I would say both comps are relatively even here.
Yeah, this is pretty scary, and we know what is at stake for both of these lineups. So looking at these drafts, once again, Team LUNATIX, they want to play around the Atlas. They've got a lot of pickoff. They've got a lot of skirmish that they can work around. But like you mentioned, peel, peel, peel. That is the name of the game for SUHAZ Esports. Slow and control the front line of LUNATIX as much as possible to allow that heavy crossbow to dish out DPS from the back line. Will they be able to overcome the odds as we enter the land of dawn?
Team LUNATIX on the blue side desperately looking for a win here, while SUHAZ Esports on the red looking to deny. The lane matchups have to go well, especially for the gold lane, and it won't be easy for Arash. This is a losing lane for him, so level 1 is going to be pretty important. He wants to clear that wave as soon as possible, minimize his damage, and trade well against Goldilocks.
Speaking of trading well, he is actually doing so right now, and that's going to be important as it allows him to rotate over to contest the Little Wanderer. Team LUNATIX, seeing that these 4 members of SUHAZ here, will be forced to give that away.
Yep, the mid lane getting controlled really hard by Minzal as well as Ginny. They've got the stronger wave clear. Zeph can't really walk up because he's going to get damaged by the Shadow Balls. But down on bot side, as long as Abumon doesn't die or forced to recall against Mint, I think this game should easily fall into SUHAZ Esports' hands.
I'm personally going to be very curious to see how much emphasis these two teams actually put onto that gold lane, because surprisingly, there hasn't been a lot of pressure being applied down there just yet, but I expect that will change once we hit the level 4 timings.
Abumon able to steal away the gold crab for now. The first engagement probably going to be around the bottom side here as they find the trade.
Oh, that's a lot of damage onto Zeph, but the 3-man knockup will ensure they don't get him, and Flint Flint ends up being the first blood instead. Amal not able to escape. Double kill going over to Razin as he is now on top of Zeph, forcing the flicker from the alley. Wow, he's actually still chasing, but doesn't quite get the kill.
Yikes, that was quite a commitment for the side of Team LUNATIX. I didn't expect them to actually take this fight so early on, just before the turtle. I thought maybe they want to kind of set up, maybe harass a little bit, but not a full-on commitment. This is going to be a free turtle falling into the hands of SUHAZ Esports because topside, Arash has been doing a really good job against Goldilocks.
Yeah, that was just a big mistake by Team LUNATIX overall. Definitely shouldn't have taken that before the turtle, as now they're gonna force Goldilocks to flicker away as well, attempting to gank the top lane.
This is working well for Razin here. I think he needs to kind of speed up the tempo, maybe look for potential picks. But then again, the composition, the way that they want to play it, they want Team LUNATIX to make the first move. And SUHAZ Esports can just not do much and slowly win this game.
One thing that SUHAZ Esports can really take advantage of here is that they know Team LUNATIX, not just from their draft, but from playstyle, is going to run at them. And they can use that behavior predictably to decide how they want to position themselves and which fights they want to take, because their team does have a lot of mobility and peel to avoid from being too heavily dived.
Very interesting. So they have that rotation early on top side with Jenny, just in case so that Arash can keep control over the lane, sacrificing priority down on bot side, but they did switch up Abumon, so there is no loss of EXP for the time being. But how do you get back into lane? Looks like Team LUNATIX posturing to actually punish Abumon for walking out, but again, no overextension from SUHAZ.
SUHAZ playing this very smart right now. They know that LUNATIX can be very aggressive, so once they notice, hey, there's a lot of people missing right now, you can see that Abumon especially is going to play very safely around his tower because they know that the threat of a gank is always there. And speaking of, Zeph trying to engage, but he decides not to commit the flicker for it.
I think this is a good choice by SUHAZ. You can take our energy shield, get as much gold as you want to. At the end of the day, we still have a gold lead of 1,000, and Razin, with a quick Genius Wand, is going to have more than enough damage to take out the squishier members from the side of Team LUNATIX, as nobody has itemized for Magic Resist just yet.
Jenny could be in danger here if Zeph decides to invest the Fatal Links, but the Black Shoes will discourage him from pursuing that too far, as Mint gonna get sent back to base as well, as Goldilocks getting hurt quite a lot by the gank from Razin up top, meaning this entire gold shield will fall to SUHAZ.
Yeah, I like the options here, but now Jenny's coming.
Ooh, Amal gets a nice 1-2 combo.
I mean, that's what happens. Jenny, unfortunately, committing quite a bit to the mid lane, even utilizing his Black Shoes, then overextends down into the Riverside, immediately punished by Amal here. That's what you want to see from the LUNATIX, a push and pull.
Yeah, and this is where Paquito really becomes dangerous. Mienzal poked down to 10% HP by the double jab combo. They're gonna invest into this bottom tier 1. No minions, sadly, and that'll allow SUHAZ to buy a bit of time.
Funny enough, I would have imagined that SUHAZ Esports will just commit down towards bottom side, making sure that Abumon is actually able to scale in this game and actually have a good time. He's already a level up on this Beatrix so far, but the amount of leeway that they've been getting on top side is great. Mint, oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage.
That's really scary. He already has that heavy crossbow as Zeph comes in with the flicker. Fatal Links right into Nimiru's passion. He's still alive for now. Numenon Blast gonna land on the Beatrix, but doesn't successfully save Abumon. Mint very low, but Amal in the back line. Razin will pick it up, but now they're out of position. But here comes Jenny, massive damage, and Flint gets a two-man knockup into the rough waves, but it's not enough. Flint out of position. Triple kill for Razin.
Beautifully played by Razin. He manages to land the scythe, is able to enhance his abilities to get ready for the enhanced sword, to not only disengage from the fire, but getting a lot of damage over time against a fully, well, honestly, I think Flynn was basically at 100% there, sending him to 50 and allowing the rest of his team to finish him off.
I feel like there was a little bit of a lack of flexibility there from LUNATIX to kind of veer away from their intended battle plan, as now Mienzal with the Numan Blast gonna get stunned out by Zeph, but he sacrifices his life to do so. Not sure that's worth it.
I don't know. I don't know what to say about that one. That was a very clear mistake coming in from the side of Team LUNATIX. Abumon having the time of his life. Yes, I lost my tier 1. Big deal. I'm a full level ahead of this Beatrix. And oh, actually, they evened up that score so far. We'll see 1-1 to 0-1 and 2. So Abumon and Mint currently on an even pace. Now, with no tier 1s here,
mid-tier 1 should be the target for SUHAZ Esports.
Especially since the turtle is going to be coming up very soon as well. So you can see they're already starting to play around that area. SUHAZ, they're making very good use of their macro right now and allowing Abumon to just farm the bottom lane because they know that LUNATIX aren't really going to put players on that side when they have a big team fight and objective to contest.
Speaking of which, Mint still hasn't shown himself on the map just yet. It could be a possibility waiting for Arash to actually overextend to try and proxy the wave, but that's not where SUHAZ wants to go!
Mianzal gets Numa on blast, but he's gonna get stopped as a two-man Fatal Links into the tower! Into the Rough Waves combo allows them to pick off two! Just really easily for Team LUNATIX, and now they want to find more, forcing SUHAZ back.
A good read coming out from the LUNATIX and a deadly combo to put SUHAZ Esports back in their place. Topside getting proxied immediately to try and take control, but the rest of SUHAZ holds that mid lane for now. Malefic Roar coming out of Emal, he is still so very effective.
SUHAZ just made a mistake there. They thought that Mianzal would get the Numen on blast, and so they walked up too aggressively, getting caught like that into the combo. Not ideal.
Well, for now, let's see how it goes. The items so far looking pretty good. Arash can zone the rest here. I don't think he'll get a kill. Yes, Ocean Oddity, and now the rest are going to commit. Good disengage.
Yeah, the flicker, Numen on blast, going to miss entirely. Mianzal still looking for the stun. Zeph should be able to tank a fair amount of damage, but he does have to back this off with the perfect match, nearly dying to Abumon, meaning that the mid-tier 1 will fall to SUHAZ Esports.
It's strange to say, but SUHAZ is playing a lot more tactically compared to Team LUNATIX. Team LUNATIX now actually taking a different angle to deal with SUHAZ. They're waiting for SUHAZ to try and make a play. They can punish with their counter engagement, and I think they just have better synergies with their heroes overall. The question is, how is SUHAZ Esports now going to attack the map? This next objective is important, but knowing how Team LUNATIX can turn a fight around like that, this Lord Dance is going to be pretty, I don't know, on edge.
I think what SUHAZ can just do right now is just play the macro, play the map. As long as they're forcing Team LUNATIX to roam somewhere to push out a lane, you can see just from the way they move, they want to be together as 5, allowing SUHAZ to build up that much more net worth lead.
I mean, they could get punished with the Numen on blast if they stick too close together. I mean, Jenny playing with fire, he could get one shot before he actually gets off his black shoes.
Here comes Zeph. He's looking for Jenny right now. Numen on blast already charged up as he finds somehow the Beatrix, and Abumon picks up the kill. Flint gonna follow straight afterwards as Zeph with the double kill to the Iridel. Goldilocks forced to flicker over the wall. Disaster for LUNATIX.
I'm surprised that we do see Mint walk up like that. He shouldn't be the first one walking up. It's too risky for him to walk up. And more importantly, so they had the members to make sure that they could actually open up the map. So again, SUHAZ walking away, 4.6k lead so far, and we've seen a lot of teams start to fall off at this stage of the game.
I just never would have expected that Numen on blast to actually land on the Beatrix of all people, and the damage dealt is just split completely in half as Zeph misses the Fatal Links. Beautiful flickers from SUHAZ, meaning that he's getting taken out. Flint gets the Rough Waves, but Mianzal is still alive. Goldilocks gonna get picked up by Abumon as well.
Yep, I mean, at this stage of the game, a 6k Goldie, the tier 2s should start collapsing with Lord and Power minions already. This might net them an inhibitor at the same time. Do they want to actually commit to a potential dive here?
Bennett's Rage and Nibiru's Passion already used to clear up the Lord. as SUHAZ still going for the inhibitor tower. They will get rid of the Lord, but the inhibitor falls as well to those final few shots from Abumon and SUHAZ. It doesn't look like they're done quite yet. They're going for the top inhibitor as well, and Team LUNATIX aren't prepared to get rid of it. They don't have their cooldowns available as Arash is just buying time. He takes a lot of damage, but he's fine as the Fatal Links finds the Iridel, and they take him out, but two-man Numen on blast means that Zeph falls, Goldilocks falls in return, and they are down to 3 members, but SUHAZ only have 4, and Razin very low. Mianzal gonna get taken. Actually, he's still alive here somehow, and Arash able to run away as well.
Oh, Mint missing that last auto attack. His the targeting was not there. He didn't finish finish off Arash. He gets to walk away for free. That should not be the case. It should be at least a 2-for-2 trade. But now SUHAZ Esports in prime position to finish this game off in the next 54 seconds as soon as this Luminous Lord spawns.
Now the big question is, in this sort of situation where LUNATIX are 6k net worth behind at 11 minutes, Lord coming up at 40 seconds, what can they do to try and regain some lost ground?
I think at this point in time, Team LUNATIX need to start opening up the map, but with...
Whoa, Imal, that's not where you want to be. Instantly taken out by 4 members of SUHAZ. Goldilocks gonna be delayed by Arash as well.
Unfortunate indeed, and you can definitely see the desperation that Imal wants to make something happen, especially taking out Jenny, who's just slowing down his entire team. The Lord Push advantage already gives you everything you need to know, with at least 5,000 gold earned for SUHAZ Esports, escalating their 2k lead to what they have right now. Team LUNATIX, they basically have a lot of disadvantages. They do have their cooldowns, so their battle spells up, but with 2 lanes that they have to take care of time and time again, they won't be able to make it in time for a Luminous Lord fight.
We've seen a lot of teams able to come back from deficits like this, especially when they have the Atlas getting a big Fatal Lynx. But even if LUNATIX lands like a 4 or 5 man Fatal Lynx right now, do you think they'd be able to actually take out SUHAZ?
Personally, I do think they can. They've got a great combo components with Mint and Flint at the same time. And if they want to make sure they stay put, they have Imal to almost guarantee the combo is going to have maximum impact with 2 KO strikes. So I think it's all about timing. It's about coordination from Team LUNATIX. The question is, what is the trigger warning? And they're looking for their main targets. They're looking for Jenny. They're looking for Abumon.
But that's going to be very difficult. Yes, if LUNATIX combos well, they can get a potential team fight victory, but that is a very big if, and they have to execute it perfectly. Don't know if they have the time for that, as now Luminous Lord pushing in. Bottom inhibitor gonna be the target. Razin looking for a pickup by himself, but that means he's out of position. Tonkian keeps him alive as Rough Waves is forced out. The Lord is on the crystal. Abumon is on the crystal, and people are falling all around. SUHAZ racks up the kill onto the crystal for the victory in our first game of the series.
Woo, a relatively fast game coming out from SUHAZ. They didn't have to do too much as LUNATIX continued to get punished every single time they made that move. It looks like that early pickup on the Lolita definitely profited SUHAZ.
Definitely not what a lot of people would have expected, but we already mentioned SUHAZ have been looking better in recent weeks, and now that they were able to secure this victory, things are becoming increasingly dire for LUNATIX, who needs every point they can get.
Absolutely, and even with a Beatrix on their side, it was not enough. Bottom side was playing perfectly. I think, unfortunately for Goldilocks, he may have taken the wrong abilities when he was looking to engage against the Esmeralda, because he was not doing enough damage. I think the Festival of Blood is not too bad, but it really comes down to that level 1 engagement. He needs to win a trade there. Maybe high and dry is the way to go in this particular situation.
I just don't really know how he ended up losing that level 1 trade. Dirov should be winning that every single time. We're just gonna have to look at the replay if we really want to know that for sure. But starting things off, let's have a look at the item builds as well. This was a 13-minute game, so SUHAZ Esports actually claimed a pretty handy victory.
Yeah, and you can see that even Goldilocks unable to finish the Hunter's Strike. He has 2 important items. He's got the War Axe to ensure that the laning phase is not going to be too bad, a Dominance Ice to reduce the shielding, and as well as the regeneration coming in from Mirage. But at the end of the day, the main person, the main man of the hour is going to be Abumon, instantly running in and out of these fights after the setup from Razin, and as well as the peel from Jenny slows them just enough so that Abumon can pop, sprint, and run circles around the LUNATIX.
Abumon was doing a really good job, but Razin as well seemed to be playing out of his mind. This is probably one of the best performances we have seen from him. The Julian already maxed out on items only 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, so far, I would say that Razin on this Julian has had a lot of key moments. And the moment he had his snowball achieving 2 kills down on the bottom side of the map, he gets the snowball out of control. And there's not much that Team LUNATIX can do about him, because if we're talking about catches, Julian either engages the fight, backs off, and waits for the right moment to get back into it, or he comes in later and dives straight into that backline after the combination of Kadita and Atlas to shred them with the enhanced sword.
I guess that is true here. Personally, I'm wondering, looking at the EXP lane matchup again as well, the Goldilocks probably did go for this War Axe as the first sight. I'm not sure if he got the War Axe or the Dominance Ice first, but do you think it would have been better if he went for a Hunter Strike instead?
I think it's safer to just go for War Axe. It's a cheaper item and it's not that bad. But let's look at the MVP of this game, and I think without a question in my mind, this pick from Min Zhao being the most effective in that composition, picked up early on into the draft, made sure that every engagement attempt on to SUHAZ Esports was immediately punished with the Numenon Blast.
Typically, revealing your roamer this early on in the draft can have pretty bad consequences because of how important it is for that role to be protecting the back line. But Lolita, as a hero, just seems to be so flexible overall, and unless you go for something like a Diggy to counteract her CC, there's not a lot of heroes that hard counter her, allowing Min Zhao to really take advantage of his positioning. We already see it in his KDA 0-0-13, basically the epitome of what a support should be aiming for every game.
Yeah, and I think LUNATIX, they may have gotten a little greedy with the Atlas combinations, but let's look at the highlights and we can talk about this a little bit more, because since the earlier levels where TL was able to get those early kills, again, the plays that they make just never got to profit for them.
Yeah, but Amal, he did manage to get some pretty good kills, and we could see that LUNATIX were still trying to be quite aggressive overall, but I do feel like they ended up overstaying their welcome in too many fights. They were so focused on actually taking the fight that they weren't paying attention to where the other players of SUHAZ were on the map, and when they rotated over to try and assist their teammate, then they just weren't prepared to respond.
Yeah, they truly weren't, and this was a beautiful combination coming out from Team LUNATIX. This is the idea for their entire comp, and honestly, Min Zhao should have been the first one to actually face check that brush. He has the knock-up strike to baby check it, a double jab just in case, or if he wants to be really safe, jab into heavy left hand to ensure that he survives with the damage reduction. But as soon as SUHAZ got that snowball, they never really let go because Team LUNATIX can't really scale as well compared to SUHAZ in the later stages of the game. And like an onion, every single time you peel off a layer, you're just crying that you haven't gotten to the end yet.
That's the unfortunate thing, right? Compared to that onion metaphor you use here, I feel like LUNATIX, their playstyle is just a straight shot. It's so easy to tell that they want to run at you, they want to fight, and that way, you could see SUHAZ, they drafted with lots of peel to make sure, okay, if you want to run at us, we won't let you do as you like. And when LUNATIX found themselves in that situation, they didn't come up with any other option than to continue trying to run at them.
I mean, let's pull up the recap here and talk a little bit more about it, because I think very straightforward comps on either side. The biggest difference here had to be the underperformance coming in from Goldilocks. He needed to win this lane. He was even given a good matchup against Arash on this Esmeralda, and yet we didn't get to see that pressure. Even the mid lane getting shoved out, there were times where there were good calls and good communication coming in from Team LUNATIX that Jenny had rotated to that top side, so Dairoth had to play a little bit safer. But prior to that, Dairoth should have complete control over the EXP lane.
And control over the EXP lane would have allowed LUNATIX to be able to roam around the map a lot more comfortably. The fact that they needed help to actually go even against the Esmeralda and his lane already pulls so many resources from lanes that require that assistance a bit more. And because of that, you can see LUNATIX already started off on the back foot. And then when they went for that first hurdle and they surrendered a double kill, including Amal to Razin, that was just a complete domino effect.
Yeah, the snowball falling out of their hands. Look at Jenny's damage. 64,000 just peeling for the team constantly, ending the game with an Ice Queen's wand to make sure that they had the final nail in the coffin to ensure that SUHAZ had no other options but to just desperately make a play.
Just unfortunate here, and Jenny, I gotta give props to him, doing a very good job there. The Lilia, I feel like as a hero, is a very big antithesis to the way that Team LUNATIX just wants to play overall. Honestly, if you pick up Lilia, you already directly counter the way LUNATIX wants to play. So that's kind of a big issue. But what isn't a big issue is the fact that we have hit our 500 share milestone. Thank you very much, everyone, for clicking on that share button. Make sure you guys redeem your well-deserved code.
We love you guys here at the English broadcast, and we hope you continue to support. Just keep on sharing so we can hit our next milestone before the end of the day. Plenty more codes to be given out, but with 2 minutes and 28 seconds left on the clock here, LUNATIX need to get at least 1 point down to tie up against CARACAL in Group B.
Yeah, after all, if we once again state the stakes, if they do not get points here, they will remain at the bottom of their group standings and be 1 step closer to potential relegation. A fate that no team here at the MPL wants to be unfortunate enough to experience.
I mean, the qualifiers are hard enough on itself, and especially with so many semi-professional teams eyeing out for the 2 spots in the MPL, teams have to stay on their A game. But again, a lot of Rex Vin supporters here from the side of SUHAZ, and I think he drafted that perfectly for the team, which really set them up for victory.
Absolutely. Sometimes a little bit of support does go a long way. But having a look here at some individual player statistics, let's talk a little bit about Razin overall. His performance as a jungler throughout the season hasn't been the best, but he was playing off the charts there in that last game.
I mean, he was looking really good on that Julian, and not to mention his favorite hero pick rates currently at 23% at Akai kind of explains why his average goal per minute, his average damage per minute is relatively low. Other times you see him on the opposite side of the map. Sometimes if he's lucky enough to get the Paquito, he is able to participate in the fights more often than not. But when he's on an assassin, he's looking to split push, he's looking to gain back that gold, which is why a majority of the average kill participation is only 61% and not even breaking the 70% mark.
I think a common issue a lot of newer players like Razin have to encounter when they join the MPL for the first time is that their mechanics are actually there. They're on point. There's a reason they're on the stage. It's just that they require a lead to actually be able to play into these mechanics and find it difficult to come back from behind against more veteran players, which is why you saw Razin, he had a really good game there because of the great start he got with that double kill.
That is true. He did play off of that snowball relatively well and then continue to snowball it even further. Something that, well, personally I think that Team LUNATIX need to clean up here. If they're going to make a play, it has to profit, especially with a composition that's so combo oriented.
It required a really heavy level of execution, and when Team LUNATIX couldn't execute on it, then the lineup just fell apart. So hopefully they'll be able to pick up those pieces and glue them back together, because we need them at full capacity as we enter the draft for game number 2.
Yep, Team LUNATIX on the blue side and SUHAZ Esports on the red. The Akai, the Wanwan, the Fanny getting banned out. Nothing has really changed in the bans just yet.
Now, we've already noted that Paquito and Julian seem to be heroes that are heavily prioritized by both these teams. LUNATIX, they've actually elected to remain on the blue side this time, so SUHAZ are quite comfortable where they are right now. Will LUNATIX still want to prioritize the Paquito, or is denying that flexible Julian pick more important?
Personally, I think at this point, Team LUNATIX might just, I mean, I'm guessing that they're going to get the Paquito. No doubt in my mind that it isn't that bad of a pick, and especially when you have to compare it to Faramis and like Wanwan, I think those are much better bans.
Well, we can see the Faramis has indeed been banned out as the final choice from Team LUNATIX, which means that SUHAZ now have their final ban to decide on themselves. In the previous game, they elected to ban out the Valentina, so let's see whether or not they reprise that ban this time.
Yep, looks like the players are... Oh boy, looks like SUHAZ, they want to get that 2-0 against LUNATIX and deny them from getting out of relegation. Let's see whether they can actually fulfill. They gotta walk the walk as they keep on talking. Valentina gonna be the follow-up ban, pretty much the exact same bans as game number 1.
I'm just imagining that there has to be some pretty evil smiles on the side of SUHAZ Esports this game. They already know they've been relegated from the tournament. They could be really nice people and give the victory to LUNATIX, but no, they're saying, if we're gonna go home, we're taking you with us, so you better bring your A game. Team LUNATIX gonna start things off by drafting Paquito.
I think this is a classic case of like, it's a Magic chess term. We call it hand-holding, which essentially means that you're looking to have the exact same composition as your opponents to make sure you deny them getting those 3 stars. Same situation here, except they want to ensure that LUNATIX are going to remain in relegation.
That's rough, and you can imagine that it's gotta be quite frustrating to deal with, but hey, that is the nature of competition, and if you can't overcome the opposition, things are gonna be pretty tough for you. SUHAZ Esports, they're gonna be remaining with that Julian first pick, but this time, they actually go for the Esmeralda quite early in the draft.
I think this is pretty smart because if Team LUNATIX want to play the Atlas all over again, SUHAZ Esports, they could go for the Lolita if they want to. They can also go for the Diggy. So smartly taking the Esmeralda early, especially after the performance from Arash, taking out Goldilocks and maintaining control over that lane despite having the counter pick on Team LUNATIX's side. It's got to be frustrating, but now instantly Khalid as well as Lilia from LUNATIX, a good adaptation within this first rotation's draft.
This is going to be the true proving ground for Goldilocks here. Unfortunately, his stocks as an EXP laner have been dropping really hard ever since the beginning of the regular season. Khalid is still his one and tested strongest hero, but will it be enough? Teams have already figured out how they want to play around it, and if this isn't the solution he has to deal with Arash in the EXP lane, things are just not looking good.
Yeah, I do think that the Khalid is a good pickup. It's got strong engage with the especially with the Raging Sandstorm. If SUHAZ Esports wants to go for Yves, they have that counter ready to go. The Lilia to deny the peel, and finally we get to see Claude actually make it through the draft this time and not ban down in the second phase.
Ooh, the Claude gonna get picked up here by Abumon. He did a very good job with the Irritel in the previous game, but that was because of the amount of peel that his team was able to provide, letting him dish out damage from a safe distance. This time, the Lilia will be on the opposite side, as well as hard divers like the Khalid and Paquito. So the Claude is going to be a much safer option with that battle mirror image.
Let's see whether or not it's going to be enough with the players even missing their mothers here. I'm pretty sure he knows that his parents might be in the crowd, so a quick shout out to them before he quickly 2-0s this game. But Brody being banned out here, Franco the follow-up ban from the side of Team LUNATIX, very smartly done. I would assume that they don't want Franco to disrupt the Lilia, I'm guessing. I'm not entirely sure, but the backline may not necessarily be very safe for Team LUNATIX.
The Franco ban is quite interesting here. I suppose they want to make sure that Mint won't become an easy target because he tends to find himself in more aggressive positionings with the rest of his team, so they want to avoid allowing that to be punished. And there is also the... Actually, no, not the possibility, the confirmation that the Paquito is going into the jungle, and that bloody hunt would make Amal's life kind of difficult.
Cho going to be the follow-up ban from the side of SUHAZ Esports. They want to make sure that this blazing duet isn't going to be disrupted. Team LUNATIX now with the final ban of this game. What is it going to be? They banned out the Franco. Right now, SUHAZ Esports is currently missing. They could potentially think about mid laners. They could potentially think about support still. I don't think it's too bad getting rid of the Lolita overall, but is that a good call? I mean, Atlas is still available. Diggy is still available.
I think LUNATIX might want to prioritize a hero with larger amounts of CC like the Ruby, because having something that disrupts Paquito's engage as well as an easy way to knock Goldilocks out of Quicksand Guard is what they'll be most fearing right now.
That's actually a really good call here. Let's see if Team LUNATIX actually take that valuable piece of information. No, they get rid of the Kagura. I think it's just banning out what they think SUHAZ Esports is going to play. But, I mean, Yves is still available. They want to force him into that. What else could he possibly go for in the mid lane? They could technically put Julian in the mid lane and then take something else in the jungle. Ling is already gone. Hayabusa maybe? Lancelot maybe?
Do they... I still think giving Razin the Julian is probably the best option for SUHAZ Esports because he just had a pretty good time there. So they're still looking for their roamer, still looking for their mage. I think they should go for their mage first because they don't see LUNATIX's roam yet.
I got it. Thamos here coming in from SUHAZ
Really?
Esports. Thamos has a pretty good good rate at dealing with the Paquito in particular, but they're going to lock in the Lunox first to guarantee some form of scaling, have some invulnerability. I guess that's fine. In terms of the flexibility of the jungler compared to the mid laner, I think this is not a bad option for SUHAZ. At least they get to see the rest of Team LUNATIX's composition before deciding on it.
To be honest with you, I was kind of thinking that Lunox might be considered by SUHAZ because we know that it's a hero Jenny likes to play, but they didn't mention it because I didn't really think it was the best idea for the reasons that you mentioned. Yeah, like, does a lot of damage, has ways to escape, but I'm not sure if it's enough against heroes like the Lilia, like the Khalid. You need either CC or higher amounts of burst to deal with them.
Honestly, that's why I thought Julian going into the mid lane, not that bad if you have the right support. And Team LUNATIX want to maintain mid lane control and also taking Popo and Koopa to ensure that they get the gold lane. Again, Team LUNATIX, great draft so far. A lot of winning lanes, a lot of control. SUHAZ just seem to be one step behind. We'll see what this final pick is to maybe turn the tides. I'm guessing an Atlas at this stage of the game. Something that can really bring a team fight together. Maybe even, I want to say, Ruby, Lolita, both also are very good, but it's not really going to help with the mid lane control.
Yeah, Ruby would be good here. I mean, Grok? What about Grok?
Grok is a good shout. I think Grok actually is a much better shout. A good way to disrupt the team fight. And more importantly, if he's able to land the wild charge on the backline, that's going to be great as they can jump on to Popo and Koopa. But instead, they're going to stick to their guns, what they're comfortable with, and what was winning them game number 1. Our MVP here, Minzal, on that Lolita.
Well, if it works, don't fix it. I do like the way that LUNATIX has shifted their draft here, stealing away hero picks from SUHAZ to try and complete their lineup. While SUHAZ going for a slightly greedier lineup here, a lot of late game scaling. So it's going to be up to LUNATIX to decide whether or not they can stop them from hitting that late game timing. Again, we have to highlight the stakes on this game. SUHAZ right now, their only goal is just to make everyone else's lives in the MPL as miserable as they can, while LUNATIX needs this victory and they need it bad. Looking at the lineup, LUNATIX, a lot of ways to engage, lots of ways to dive, lots of heal. This is exactly the lineup they want to play, whereas SUHAZ going for a greedier late game scaling lineup. So it's going to be very heavily up to Mianzal and Razin to buy the time the rest of their players need to completely take over the game as we once again return to the land of dawn.
Wipe the sweat from your brows. Here's Team LUNATIX on the blue side, SUHAZ Esports on the red side. Now it's all about the mid game for SUHAZ, right? They need to get there as fast as possible. And again, level 1 trade's not going well for Arash. It's not going to be as easy as game number 1. This is Goldilocks on his signature Khalid. He knows this matchup inside out.
We know that LUNATIX are aware that they will have a timer this game. They cannot allow SUHAZ to scale, which explains why they've gone for 2 high-end tries, even the weakness finder on Mint.
Weakness finder on Mint. Okay, they want to dominate the lanes as hard as possible, and Jenny can't keep control, especially since Zeph, with the Soul Bloom, basically harasses him for free. So Lolita, non-existent, doesn't want to give any sort of information about his whereabouts, but at least telling the rest of his teams where he's going to be. Oh, instantly looking to chunk him out.
Mianzal going to be their primary target here. Flint getting dragged in by Zeph into Mint's range. He actually gets the attack on the wrong target, onto Abumon instead of the Lolita, meaning that he won't get that kill as Zeph gonna get stunned under tower and die. Koopa dying to the tower as well before he can finish off Mianzal. A very bad trade in the bottom lane. Goldilocks gonna get ganked by Razin in the top as well. He's gonna pop the quicksand guard. Will this be enough for him to survive? He's getting a lot of regen, but it's not enough.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How could they? There's no way. There's no way. You just wait for the I'm angry. That's all you had to do. You had to wait for the I'm angry to come back off of cooldown, reinitiate that dive, and it's totally fine. Jenny doesn't even have to participate. And if we see Email show up anywhere on the map, you just back off, wait for another timing. This was all that LUNATIX had to do, but they greeted out so much.
Oh, but Jenny gonna get picked off, so that's a bit of a consolation. Amal hitting his level 4 power spike, a lot of burst damage with that high ed drive, but Razin gets the turtle while they're distracted.
Well, I mean, despite the fact that they're able to find one kill to the wards themselves, and the turtle falling into the hands of SUHAZ. Oh, no, I think Arash should be fine here, right? Yeah, he should be able to walk away. Yes, he does walk away. Coming back to the point, SUHAZ Esports, again, just play it slow, don't have to do anything, and if Team LUNATIX make plays like that and fail at making the plays like that, this game should fall into the hands of SUHAZ pretty easily.
There really is just no excuse for the way those first few minutes went. That was just mistake after mistake by Team LUNATIX, and it feels like you gotta attribute it a little bit to desperation. They want to make something happen, but forcing it is not the way they should go about it. Razin getting the enhanced chain onto Zeph, but doesn't have the combo damage to finish it off. He just wants to secure the litho.
Okay, that was a good call from SUHAZ. That could have been really, really bad because Emal was real close to that fight. Goldilocks now losing his matchup on that top side because of one gank. That just shows how volatile this EXP lane is.
That's not the position you want to be in on the Khalid. Numenon Blast now going to get the hit onto the Popol and Koopa. Blazing Duet jumping in. Razin finding 2-man enhanced chain in the back line. The rest of LUNATIX looking real low, but no one is falling just yet. Amal, it's gonna be the target. They're looking for Mint as well. Amal not able to pick off that hit. They're gonna be able to recall. Mianzal dropping real low underneath the tower, but he's still fine. Jenny trying to dish out some damage. He runs into Amal, who's still in the bush, as Razin also decides he wants to walk through the tower. Double kill going over to Amal. Razin wants the kill on Zeph, but he can't continue. He why is he jumping into the tower?
I'm gonna punch drywall. I'm gonna punch drywall. What is this, a pub game? Keep yourselves together, boys. Don't be so greedy for this. Don't make these mistakes. And Flynn about to get the solo kill and secures it onto Abumon. It's a pub game. I'm doubling down. This is a pub game.
I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like this is the type of game where you just turn your brain off and try to enjoy what's going on, because there is no explanation for some of these movements. These players are just doing whatever they want to.
I can't believe it. Like, Lux walked into lane. This turtle falls into the hands of Team LUNATIX, no problem. But I think if the game goes in the direction that it is right now, Team LUNATIX, they excel in this chaos. They excel in the mistakes being made by SUHAZ.
This is just straight up monkey mode from Team LUNATIX here, and SUHAZ goes to their level. They are going to win, as now they're diving in. Their ult from Khalid not going to land on anyone. Razin gets away with the enhanced sword. The turtle already falling to LUNATIX, and even though SUHAZ, they should have the lead right now, they just threw it all away.
Yep. What can you really do about it? I think Team LUNATIX, they just gotta play as a group right now. It's not about the cross-map plays because it's not really going to matter. SUHAZ seemed to be constantly reacting to Team LUNATIX. I mean, the early rotations, there was no need to actually do this early rotation for top side. They just had to just keep on pushing bottom.
And they need to recognize that they will win that late game. So even if they sacrifice people, it is okay. They have ways to get out. Jenny actually escaping from that mid lane gank. He will be fine, and that means that SUHAZ, they're still okay.
Why did he use the Chaos Assault to walk away? He has Flicker. I mean, I know you don't want to use Flicker, but literally just hover over the button. I don't know. I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever at this point. Zeph already used the Circling Eagle. I mean, there needs to be better communication from the side of SUHAZ. They're getting really confused here for no reason.
I think Chaos Assault was actually the right choice there because, as you mentioned, you don't want to waste the Flicker. The ult will come off cooldown sooner. We're already seeing a bit of a lane change. Mint coming up the top lane to deal with Arash as Amal coming in, misses the 2 jabs just for good measure, and just walks away.
Yep, warning shots, drive by, give the pressure, make sure they don't die. Now Goldilocks attacks.
Ooh, they're gonna jump in onto Mienzal and the flicker backwards. Beautifully played into the Numan Blast. He does die, but they're dropping real low. Jenny gonna get taken out. Actually, not quite yet. The Blazing Duet coming in. Goldilocks gonna get taken out by Razin. Amal dropping real low. Razin gonna find a double kill onto Clint. Amal still running away back into the direction of SUHAZ Esports. He wants the trade, but that's gonna be a shutdown on the Paquito.
I'm glad the crowd is loving this because this is the kind of action that you want to see moment to moment every single time. Let's see. I mean, so far, SUHAZ now getting their lead back. They're going to take another turtle for themselves. And now Team LUNATIX, how do they recover from this?
I don't know. This is just an all-out brawl at this point. What you should do to recover from this situation is take some time, refocus, try to approach the game a little bit more intelligently. But I don't think we're going to see that, as now Goldilocks gets ganked by 4 people. He's still alive for a while, but the killing spree goes to Arash.
I don't get it. I don't get it. What is with the commitment to the ult? What was the plan there? What was the plan? I mean, they're just pressing buttons at this point.
I mean, that's how the game is played. Blazing Duet almost taking out Flint right into the Numanon Blast. So the Lilia will fall to Mienzal as now Zeph gets caught up by the enhanced chain. Min gonna have to flicker away to ensure he's not taken out as well.
I mean, SUHAZ are playing more like a team now. They've kind of recuperated from the mistakes already being made, and now this is where we see them really start to excel. Now they just have to brick wall Team LUNATIX, and they'll naturally win the game like they did in game number 1.
I'm looking at the items right now. It is actually still fairly Goldilocks. I don't know if that is the best idea, as he's gonna get taken out by running into 4 members of SUHAZ Esports to try and defend that tower.
I mean, he was trying to clear the wave. This time, using the ult like that is understandable. Dying for the cause, you're so far behind already. You already provide minimal gold to SUHAZ Esports, but now developing to a 3.6k lead so far, which is about to be 5k once we see how much of a push SUHAZ will get once they get this Lord.
And now LUNATIX, they're still trying to go for ambushes here. It's understandable because they want to fight, but looking at the gold ranking, Abumon, Razin, Arash, all at the top of the standings. SUHAZ, they're looking pretty comfortable right now.
I'm pretty sure if you pull up the items, I think Abumon should technically have 2 items already complete. I'm not sure if he rushed his boots or not, but if he didn't rush his boots, he should have 2 items off the board. Actually, never mind, take it back. He already has 3 items at this stage. Winds of Nature already locked in. Razin has the concentrated energy to ensure that he can take on prolonged fights. I don't know. Team LUNATIX, Flint, with that Ice Queen's wand, you better peel for the team. They're going to need it.
I've already kind of turned off my brain cells at this point and looking forward to seeing what kind of monkey mode we're going to see over this next objective. Mienzal, he's zoning out. The Lord already taken out by Razin. The flicker forward with Numanon Blast not actually going to find anyone. So LUNATIX actually does retreat with no casualties.
Okay, so now Team LUNATIX, they take the smart option here, not walking up, knowing that they don't have any real position, and nobody really walk up to these brushes at this stage of the game. If we look at the items so far, wow, 3 items already completed by Abumon. He's going to absolutely blow up that back line. I mean, Popa and Koopa, as of right now, the Warrior Boots ain't going to protect you. Hopefully, the Steel Plates do. With the Winds of Nature, he should be able to stop it. It's all about the raw mechanics from Team LUNATIX if they want to turn this around.
Well, when we are talking about raw mechanics and LUNATIX in the same sentence, though, I'm not too sure. But Arash does walk into the wrong bush and get taken out. But Amal will fall very quickly afterwards. Blazing Duet, that is a lot of damage. Flint just barely escapes with the sprint. The mid tier 2 will fall to SUHAZ. Lord pushing up the top lane, getting the inhibitor. Numanon Blast going to miss. Zeph dashes out in time. Brilliance gonna zone out the rest of Team LUNATIX. Mienzal might get taken out here, but if he does, he's actually okay with that. Circling Eagle by Zeph onto Abumon in the back line, but he's out of position. He wants to trade for the Lolita, but he's not gonna get it.
I mean, good job on Razin. He immediately thought, okay, I'm gonna lose at least one of my boys here. If that is the case, I gotta make sure that the rest of Team LUNATIX aren't able to press the advantage. So he stands in an aggressive spot, knowing that he's already level 14, 4-0-4, and the fact that he has completed the concentrated energy. Team LUNATIX, they don't want to mess with him. They back off immediately, especially Mint. He's like, no, don't want any part of that fight.
Even the Shadow Twin Blaze right now. So Razin actually going for full damage as a Malefic Roar onto Abumon, meaning that his build is nearly complete. Not a single defensive item in sight other than the steel leg plates. This Claude is going to hurt.
Yep, even Emal going for a Bloodlust Axe to survive these fights a little bit longer. The extra cooldown does feel nice, but SUHAZ, they can actually checkmate Team LUNATIX if they continue to play the map. Yeah, look at that. They're making sure that that top advantage continues. Wait, no, Mizal, they're not going to kill him, right? Yeah, okay, they don't kill him, but they can also actually press their advantage on the bottom side because Lord is spawning top side.
I feel like we've reached a point in the game where there really is no way back for LUNATIX unless a miracle happens. Unless they're able to make the most massive play we have ever seen, SUHAZ have already claimed the victory because of their late game dominance.
Personally, I think there's still hope for them. LUNATIX, first things first, they got to get rid of that Claude. If Claude goes in, ideally Emal and Mint are able to cancel the Blazing Duet, get an instant kill, while Zeph, he has to somehow try, and the same goes for Flint, to slow down Jenny. Because if Jenny jumps in with the Blazing Duet, they almost guaranteed a win in the backline, maybe getting 2 kills, possibly if they're lucky to get 3.
I don't know, having to depend on luck right now is not ideal, and Miansal by himself is more than enough to zone out the entire team of LUNATIX. SUHAZ, they're gonna pick up this Lord for free. I don't know right now, like, the question is, how does LUNATIX have to approach a fight to possibly get that victory?
Kill Abumon, slow down Jenny, pray that Razin misses an ability. I think that's as good as it gets, right? I mean, if they focus all their attention onto Razin, they're not going to be able to stop Jenny and Abumon from blowing up the backline. So, really, the contingency plan is to shut down Jenny and Abumon, hope that they can kite Razin just enough, but then there's the X factor of Minzal and Arash's ult.
I don't know how I feel about a win condition that includes pray and hope, but let's hope that is enough as Miansal gonna get locked down by CC. Here comes the Blazing Duet, doing a lot of damage. Miansal already falling to Flint, but Flint falling to Razin as well. The Lord is on top of the crystal. They take out the mid inhibitor as well as Mint going to die to the Brilliance, and Abumon will aim down the crystal for a clean 2-0 victory in favor of SUHAZ Esports.
Checkmate! GG, well played. SUHAZ Esports take a clean 2-0 against the LUNATIX. A really tough situation with the draft that they had. LUNATIX had to win early.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate here, and an indication that relying on a single playstyle, being predictable in the way you want to approach your games is the easiest ticket to defeat, because it's so easy for SUHAZ Esports to figure out how they have to play around their opponents.
Yep, it shows that LUNATIX need more time to grow, and SUHAZ are really working on their fundamentals. Yes, they mess up a couple of times, but they've got that foundation ready to go. With that being said, let's have a chat with our winners of SUHAZ Esports with Lafel up on the stage.
Mari kita dengarkan sorakan untuk pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Di mana dekat sini? Come on, ke depan, jangan memalu. Sini. Okey, pegang mikrofon sebab soalan pertama sebenarnya, macam mana perasaan dekat atas pentas ni walaupun dah minggu ke-7 tapi masih orang datang support dengan sangat-sangat kuat. Bagi sorakan lagi. Tunjuk macam mana korang sorak tadi. Punyalah kuat. Macam mana perasaan?
Okay, Alhamdulillah lah, rasa happy sangat-sangat sebab kita orang banyak kalah pun season ni tetap ramai yang support kita orang, family semua, fans semua. Bersyukur sangat-sangat.
Bersyukur sangat-sangat walaupun apa-apa terjadi tapi sokongan tu masih ada. Speaking of sokongan, sebenarnya saya nak tanya Arash sebab kita tak nampak semua laning phase pada game pertama. Kebiasaannya Esmeralda kalah lawan dengan Dairov. Macam mana boleh menang tadi?
Saya main macam biasa je lah.
Main macam biasa pun dah cukup untuk menang lawan dengan Dairov.
Betul.
Memang lain macam. Dan sekarang I have to ask Menzel, okay, macam mana walaupun sepanjang season ni, ini adalah season yang sangat-sangat susah, tapi macam mana pasukan SUHAZ masih kekalkan mentality keep fighting dekat dalam game ni?
Sebab kita orang main macam satu family, so kita orang bantai je semua.
Disebabkan main macam satu family, mereka akan teruskan fight sehabis baik. Ada tak apa-apa yang Menzel nak cakap kepada semua orang yang datang hari ini, baik daripada pasukan SUHAZ, baik daripada pasukan Team LUNATIX dan semua yang menonton di rumah?
Terima kasih sebab still support kita orang dekat sini dan dekat rumah. Kita orang akan come back stronger.
Alright, there you go. Di mana pasukan SUHAZ walaupun dalam kali ini mereka always try their best main sebagai satu family. Jadi dengan itu, disebabkan mereka menang 2-0, mari kita dengar apa yang mereka bincangkan dekat dalam mic check.
Nice. Turun dek. Sabar bu. Nice. Bagi tu. Nice. Turun dek. Gerita. Santai, aku dah zoning. Dapat miti. Nice. Tarik. Tarik apa? Aku ada. Apa ya? Aku pantang. Aku kongsi. Oh, aku ada santai guys. Ada pompa. Tower guys. Woo. Bodoh kau tu. Kali lu. Itu abu. Aku tunggu. Mati guys, dek. Mati woi, turun. Kena. Woi, apa woi? Mati dah. Woi, nak salah kick woi. Mati woi. Di popol siapa traffic tadi? Boleh masuk dah. Mati. Baik, bodoh. Dah.
Another quick game here. I don't know. Today has been rather fast with 2-0s all across the board so far. And our second best of 3 here today. Congratulations once again to SUHAZ Esports. Unfortunately, they won't be making it to the playoffs, but they do deny the points for Team LUNATIX.
Yeah, the games today have been really fast, but they have also been really fascinating, because that was just kind of ridiculous. You've heard of the term guerrilla warfare. I personally coined that as guerrilla warfare because there was some serious monkey business going on in that game. And I don't really know how to explain it other than these teams were just having a good time. And you know, sometimes there's nothing wrong with that. SUHAZ Esports, they already know they're gonna be going home, so why not play to the same level? Why not just have some fun on the MPL stage?
I don't know, man. I didn't like the movie Planet of the Apes too much, but this one, 7-15 overall, it just shows that having a certain degree of understanding fundamentals and not breaking the mentality here from SUHAZ Esports, because there were moments where in game number 2, this game itself, where LUNATIX really got under their skin and they were making bad plays of their own. They sit back, relax, reset, and immediately you see them just lock them out.
So, to be honest with you, right, I'm wondering whether or not LUNATIX actually did just get under their skin, or whether or not they were just thinking, oh, we're just going to play, and that's all, you know? We're not actually putting any thought into it. They want to fight. We want to fight. Let's just go for it, you know?
I think this is a very traditional mindset for a lot of amateur teams out there, especially the tier 2 teams, right? Fundamentally, it may not be the most fun in the world in professional play, where you have to play really disciplined, make the smartest moves possible, and get the biggest impact possible while locking your opponent out. And it's really easy way to explain it is how Team SMG plays. They slowly get their leads, they slowly collect themselves. That's how the internationals are done. But here in Malaysia, we like to fight it out. They like to draw out the best of the mechanics, but when the mechanics have run out, there's a point of time where the lead is just too big.
Yep, and even if you want to try and rely on your instincts, sometimes they're not necessarily going to be the step that brings you to victory, as we've already seen time and time again. Team LUNATIX, they really don't seem to have other strategies to win games than just try and fight and win and snowball. And if it doesn't work, it's very easy for other teams to play circles around them.
Yeah, honestly, I feel really bad for Emal, because Emal was trying his hardest to find these openings, to get these big one-shots, and specifically Abumon, sometimes even Jenny, but unfortunately it gets shut down so quick. He needs to be able to communicate to his team to make a full team play rather than an individual one, because half the time individual plays don't necessarily work out without a fallback or earlier rotations to cover in case you don't complete the kill.
That cooperation is the name of the game. That's why it is a 5v5. It's just unfortunate that I think that's still a little bit lacking, despite the fact that some of these teams have played together for a very long time. So hopefully they'll be able to improve on that and come back stronger. But with this 2-0 victory by SUHAZ Esports, that means that Team LUNATIX has lost another valuable chance to claw their way back up into qualifying for the playoffs.
Yeah, their chances are getting narrower and narrower. I mean, in this game alone, the damage taken relatively close with only a 30,000 difference overall, but damage to tower. SUHAZ had that on lock. Let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from SUHAZ Esports, you know him, you love him, it's Razin on the Julian.
Razin definitely finding his stride here with the Julian pickup. He has a 5-0 and 5 KD, a 810 game GPM. He was having a very good time that game, and despite the fact that during the first few minutes, both teams were just kind of throwing themselves at each other and dying quite unnecessarily, Razin was not part of that situation. He was able to reclaim his lead, maintain it, and not give up his killing spree so easily to the enemy team.
I mean, you can clearly tell based on the image that we see in front of us that Razin was playing so well that even you look at the tip of his finger, it's almost literally on fire at this point. You can see it just distorting with how much power he has in the fingers that he uses to play.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. If you play too hard, if you put too much strength into it, you have a risk of deforming your fingers. So this is a bit of a little bit of a disclaimer here, everyone. A little bit of a warning. Don't play too hard.
Make sure you play smart. But this game, rather interesting. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the peers when we make it to M4 about this particular game. But hey, you know, it's not a representation of everything we have in MPL MY. So far, this does give a good setup, and it does give a lot of potential when SUHAZ Esports comes back. Hopefully, if they make it through the qualifiers, they have a strong foundation.
You know, I'm gonna beg to differ here. I feel like this is the epitome of what we have to offer here at MPL MY.
Well,
this is what it all boils down to. You know?
I mean, I've been here for a while. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know how long this is gonna fly for, especially when you're going up against the other regions.
Well, yeah, but this is the basis of how we like to play around here. You know, that aggression, that style, the ability to just run over your opponents, to flex on the opposition. Like, that spirit is definitely there. Now, obviously, you want it to be able to be executed with a little bit more finesse. But I think this is just what you kind of expect from the teams around here at its true core.
Well, I definitely see where you're coming from. At its true core, we like to fight. When you absolutely take out the intelligence from it, it's just pure brawn and raw mechanics. But with that being said, let's have a look at the standings here for Group A and Group B.
Yep, as we noted, due to that loss, Team LUNATIX will remain at the bottom of their standings here in Group B, making things that much more difficult for them, considering that they will be in a hard-fought battle with Team CARACAL for that playoff spot. As for SUHAZ Esports, we already knew coming into this series that they would not be moving on into the playoffs, but that is going to be a nice little victory to finally make it so that their match win-loss starts with the number 1.
This shows how important it is to actually get 2-0s in your game, because look at that, Team CARACAL is only up by 1 point. If you look at the game win-losses, it's 9-19 for Team CARACAL, 8-18 for the side of Team LUNATIX. They both had their glory moments, but unfortunately what it boils down to is aggregate points.
Yeah, those aggregate points are what you want to compete for. It doesn't matter how many games you actually end up winning, because you want to be able to show that you can claim victory without too much contention from your opponents. Those 2-0 victories, those clean sweeps are what truly indicate your strength against who you're up against and what allows you to claim those important points for the playoff spots.
Yeah, and honestly, I do think that we need to kind of go over the keys to victory here. It's so important that people understand that there is a reason why we put this up on screen. Because again, if we're talking about jungler impact, roamer contribution, and disciplined team fights, let's ignore disciplined team fights for half a second there. I don't know how the man, the myth, legend Zarul, who actually does this himself and watches the games to try and keep count of that, I don't know how he calculated this one. It's really hard to tell.
It really is, and you gotta give props there to not just him, but everyone in production for being able to keep track of all of this.
Oh yeah.
Because watching that game, I feel like would be enough for everyone to lose a few brain cells. But hey, it is a good time. And speaking of the other keys to victory, jungler impact, this is a very clear victory for SUHAZ Esports. Razin had probably the best game we've ever seen him on this season.
Yeah, I know he's been making a lot of good outplays. His overall KDA is looking good. His overall DPM is looking pretty good too. Yes, he's not using the highest burst damage heroes in the world, but at the end of the day, he is getting the job done. Roamer contribution is where I really want to talk about, because Min Zhao was doing so much work in this game. I mean, let's disregard game number 2 because there were, again, monkey moments for both of these teams, not really thinking about how to play it out. But game number 1 was relatively clean. 72% overall kill participation, and with only 43,000 damage taken on this Lolita. I mean, game number 2, ignore that for now, 70,000. It was a longer game, more times to fight more often, but his positioning is good.
Min Zhao does seem to be very comfortable on this type of hero, and I want to see him playing more on these set-up tanks, the ones that can truly make an impact in starting and disengaging from team fights, because as you highlighted, his positioning is really good. The Numenon Blast, even if it doesn't necessarily hit anyone, is there specifically to zone, to threaten, to make it difficult for a team such as LUNATIX to truly engage when that is their entire game plan.
Yep, Numenon Blast is just good. It's a good ultimate. You're in the blast zone. You get slowed down even before the ult is about to connect. And that's really frustrating for a composition that wants to dive. So when we talk about disciplined team fights here, I don't know how they calculated this. 5 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss. 4 wins, 1 draw, 0 losses. I'm not even 100% sure, but this is team fights and not skirmishes, so let's keep that in mind.
Yeah, definitely keep that in mind. And while we did see that they were basically able to secure victory in a lot of their team fights, they came out on top. They were definitely the winners of many of these battles. I feel like the losers of these battles were us for having to watch all of that. That was just wrong.
I'm not going to go to that sort of cruelty. I do think the teams still had to play at their form one way or another, but we need to talk about Min Zhao. His early game positioning really, really nicely done. The dives could have been set up and executed a little bit better, but the idea is there. They wait for the waves, they wait for the right abilities to pull off the dive, in comparison to LUNATIX, where they kind of throw abilities and kind of hope it works.
We've already seen various heat maps across the past few weeks of MPL MY, and we're definitely seeing a trend in terms of how specific roles like to move around the map. Obviously, for roamers, we've already prioritized many times. They want to focus on the gold lane. They're not going to help the EXP lane very much, and that goes doubly for this game because Arash was already doing such a good job of holding out a lane he should be losing, allowing Min Zhao to free up his time to rotate around the bottom half of the map, creating space not just for his gold laner, but helping to secure objectives around the turtle pit.
Keep in mind, we are talking about Game 2 specifically. And yes, Arash was having a bit of a tough time level 1, level 2 against Goldilocks in his matchup Esmeralda versus versus Khalid, where Khalid is very clearly favored in the earlier stages of the game. Once we have that mid-game rotation, Min Zhao can focus all of his rotations down to the bottom side. But let's have a look at Razin, right? Because now we want to see how much impact. When the mid lane isn't rotating over and mid lane goes down to the bot side, you see Razin instantly go into his purple buff, hover around it, clear that up, and then move to the top side. And he does the same for the bottom side after his purple.
You can see what's interesting about Razin compared to the heat maps of other junglers we have seen is that he really does not invade the enemy jungle. He focuses a lot on farming his own side of the map and rotating that lead to the enemy lanes. Part of the reason why I feel Razin has had difficulty showing up in previous games against more veteran teams is the fact that he wants to play safe within his own jungle and only contribute when he feels safe to do so, and if he has the snowball lead from contesting objectives, from winning out team fights, which allows more aggressive and disciplined teams to show up more effectively.
And this is reinforced by the map itself. The way that he actually steals the camps, he takes the safest camps possible. He's not trying to go for Bear Bug. He just takes Beetle and sticks the Core Bolt, and then that's going to be it. And that's a big difference when we talk about Razin, and specifically Emal, who I feel really bad for, because Emal, he's looking for openings. He's trying to be that playmaker at the end of the day. Razin, more cold, more calculated. He wants that guarantee unless he is really pushed into a corner.
But it also does make you feel like he plays a little bit too safe. When you want to play in the jungle, you need a little bit of that ego, a little bit of that confidence to try and invade the enemy side, especially if you have a stronger lineup. So hopefully he does get a little bit of that. But if we look overall at the season calendar for Team LUNATIX, things are looking kind of spicy.
Oh, that's a tough one. They're up against Team HAQ, currently 3rd place in Group A, and in 4th place in Group A is Team SMG. The likelihood that they're able to get one of these games is probably leaning more towards Team SMG, because again, Team SMG has not been having the hottest run for the past 2 weeks.
But overall, these two are very consistent teams. They're very scary, and yes, while there are times when they have lows, their peaks are very, very high, very intimidating, and I'm personally very worried because it doesn't feel like LUNATIX quite has the skill level yet to go up head-to-head.
I don't know. I think they can get under the skin of Team HAQ, but it's their playstyle against Team SMG is going to be the most the most contradicting here. But let's compare it to Team CARACAL, because they're going up against Team HAQ as well. They've got a way harder job. This is not easy. And again, every win is going to matter from here on out.
Okay, now that we see what Team CARACAL has to go up against, it is actually starting to look like both teams genuinely do have an opportunity to go into the playoffs simply because both of their opponents are so strong.
Okay, to be fair, I will say that CARACAL might get a win off of Todak. It really depends on the day. I do feel like it's definitely a vibe check for Todak. We'll see. We'll see how seriously Todak takes it. Maybe they might drop a game which gives CARACAL that 1 point advantage.
I think it just kind of depends on whether or not Chiku feels like playing Granger again.
Well, let's not get... I don't want to go over that. It was a one-time thing. He switched off of it immediately and played Roger, and that was a very, very close game. Had he started Roger from the start, maybe it could have been a different story in game number 2. But that being said, I don't know. This is a very tight regular season.
It really is, and just once again shows that this season, it started off very interesting, and it's going to end very interesting as well. So we hope all of you are finding it interesting enough to become our winners for the MPL Predictor Challenge. If you guys see your names up on screen right now, your comments have been selected, and you stand a chance to win some pretty nice prizes.
Nicely done for those who predicted 2-0. Extra credits from here at the caster table. That's not going to help with getting better rewards. You're still going to get the same rewards as everybody else, but also make sure, don't forget, if you want to participate, hashtag MPL Predictor, sweet little comment, your prediction about the game, and more importantly, your game ID as well as server ID, because these people down here, check your accounts. I'm sure that it's already been cashed in or on the way to be cashed in.
Yep, of course, make sure you guys participate for the next series, because we are going to be going into a break before Series 3, but before that as well, we are going to have our Guess Who segment, and I have no idea what I am looking at.
Alright, I already figured it out. The Elias instantly gave it away. Gender male, role marksman, Elias Master Thief, weapons, arm blaster, and a holographic mirror device.
This is a bit strange because I feel like recently they've been trying to pump up the difficulty of the Guess Who segment, but here one of the hints is that they are a male character and they put 2 female heroes as options.
Good. I mean, again, using the brain here, something that we need to see in these upcoming games. Claude and Natan would be the only 2 options here, but I think Master Thief is what really gives it away. If we take away, if we just put literally just like gender male, role marksman, and then leave it to Claude and Natan, there was no way you can tell from this picture, at all.
And technically, even the arm blaster could potentially be both heroes, right?
Exactly, that's the thing. And mirroring, the holographic mirroring device as well, right? And both of them has their little thingamajig, you know, they're very similar to each other, but I think it's clear enough that it should be Claude, right?
Yeah, Master Thief should mean Claude, unless they want to go metaphorical with it and say Natan is like a time thief or something. You know?
That's a good point. That's a good point. It'd be very upsetting if it was. Thank goodness I had no idea it was going to be that skin coming in from Claude. Well done to everybody who guessed it alongside with us. Please claim the code while you still can.
Yep, the code up on screen right now, QI9ME4BQC. So make sure you guys go to the link at the bottom of the screen so that you guys can redeem it. I don't know if there's limited redemptions. I'm noticing a lot of the codes we're giving out do have limited redemptions, so people are really fast.
Gotta be, yeah, honestly, you gotta be real fast here. And honestly, you're giving a heads up to our dyslexic viewers or illiterate viewers who, again, struggle with the code. gives them a leg up. But coming up next, it's going to be Team HAQ against Orange Esports. The long-awaited match here. Third place in Group A versus Mr. 100% in Orange Esports. They have not dropped a single series so far.
And besides that, this is a reunion of former comrades, as some of the players on Team HAQ were formerly members of Orange Esports last season, and then they went up to challenge the MSC stage. So the Land of Dawn is going to be particularly spicy for the end of Week 7, Day 2.
Oh, I don't know here. This one's a tough one to predict. A lot of good players, a lot of good plays are to be made.
But one trend that we're kind of noticing is that the Group B teams have really been showing up against Group A. And we are talking about the champ of Group B right now, the 100% win rate in Orange Esports, so maybe that might skew the votes a little bit?
It's tough to say because Group A is so very close in points. That's why. Well, with that being said, we're going to go on a short break. Don't go anywhere and join us after this break for more Mobile Legends action.
you.
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you.
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control. bursting proposal. But no. Get him! A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
The heart of animal. I, Gusion Taxley, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Get him! A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Have the heart of animal. I, will never surrender!
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, will never surrender!
Project Next Necro Keep back in June. Did you like the new Necro Keep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyle bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Get him! A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Valenz, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Valenz. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Valenz. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
Sepuluh adalah satu angka yang istimewa. Ia sentiasa dianggap sebagai representasi kesempurnaan. Ya, MPL Malaysia sudah sampai musim ke-10. Sama seperti bilangan jari kita. MPL Malaysia atau MPL MYSG ketika itu bermula 5 tahun lalu. Pada Januari 2018, ia adalah kejohanan utama MLBB rasmi pertama yang dianjurkan oleh Munton untuk Malaysia dan Singapura. Dengan kejayaan musim pertama, MPL MYSG berkembang seterus-terusnya, di mana kami menyaksikan kebangkitan ramai superstars dan legenda.
Mulai 18 Mac 2020,
tetapi pelaksanaan MPL bukan tanpa sebarang halangan. Kejohanan MPL terpaksa diteruskan secara online. Dan dengan penubuhan, pasti ada perubahan. Musim ke-7 adalah musim pertama MPL MY berpisah dari Singapura. Lebih ramai bakat tempatan dapat menyinar di pentas kompetitif MLBB yang terutama di Malaysia. Sejak permulaan MPL MY, terdapat 9 piala kejohanan yang dimenangi oleh 8 pasukan. Lebih 200 pemain telah melangkah ke pentas MPL MY. Dengan musim yang akan datang ini, terdapat banyak kisah yang menanti untuk ditulis dalam sejarah MPL MY. Mampukah Todak mempertahankan takhta mereka dan menjadi juara MPL MY untuk kali ketiga? Sementara, mampukah RSG MY dan Team SMG meningkatkan jumlah piala MPL MY mereka kepada 2? Atau adakah akan ada juara baru untuk musim 10? Dan pasukan manakah yang akan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Inilah musim baru kita, musim ke-10. Ini gaya kita.
hell are you?
Alan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume? But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Fusion
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Munton, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series, Immerse yourself into the world of Mobile Legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G.
Champion Extra GG with Guardia Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network.
Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in esports, Joe's Barber, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Fate generally decrees that allies who walk separate paths will one day meet again, though not necessarily in the way you may expect. Welcome back everyone, the highly anticipated series between Orange Esports and Team HAQ is upon us, and you are watching the English cast of MPL MY with me, Stafa, as well as Gideon.
Good to have you guys back here because this, as Stafa has mentioned, is going to be the most anticipated match so far. Since the beginning of the season, of the regular season, in matter of fact, Team HAQ has been eyeing out for Orange, and the same has been for Orange. Now they finally get to meet. Only one of these competitors is walking away with 2 victories.
One could say that it is pretty heartbreaking to see the last season's Orange Esports split up into 2 separate teams who, so far in the season, have been doing very well for themselves. But now they go head-to-head for the first time, and honestly, you can feel the tension in the air.
Yep, having a look at the players so far, Orange Esports are coming off a hot streak right now. 9 total wins, and the only other team who is able to achieve 9 total wins has been Torak during Season 6 when we were still considered MYSG.
Yep, at that time, they were able to secure not just 9 total wins, but an incomplete win streak throughout the regular season, something that Orange Esports is currently on track to potentially replicate. But will it be their former teammates that break that streak? Guess we'll find out.
Oh my goodness, these guys are synchronized. In the end of the day, as they are competitors, but they're still good friends. It is time to bring out our competitors up on the stage for the most anticipated match of Week 7. Let's bring out the teams.
Orange Esports.
Coming up to the stage, it's Orange Esports. We're seeing some MVPs here. We're seeing the brains at the same time. I can't wait to see what Valenz brings to the table today.
Absolutely, you expect that stakes are going to be pretty high for Orange because they want to preserve this win streak for as long as possible to potentially make history here on the MPL Season 10 stage. The wild cards of the MPL arena always ready to entertain and bring something new to the table against their opponents.
Team HAQ.
A team anticipated from the beginning and all the way to the last 2 weeks of the MPL regular season. It's Team HAQ making their way up onto the stage. The Minimon connection as strong as always. But after yesterday's loss, have people cracked the code, or does Team HAQ have more up their sleeve?
The previous players of Orange Esports last season have created a name for themselves and are no longer living in the shadow of their former teammates, ready to take on the challenge of proving that they are the superior version and they will be able to claim victory.
Fist bumps are going to go through just before this game starts. Sportsmanship at an all-time high. But this truly is going to be a battle of gold laners. It's going to be Valenz, Look Jun Yip, as well as Panda, Po Chun Wai, our local Malaysian Chinese of the MPL MY. It's time to bring up the brains of both teams.
Yeah, walking up onto the stage right now are, as you mentioned, the brains of the operations, Asmil and Pabs for the side of Team HAQ, as well as Aush and Haru on the side of Orange Esports, there to supplement their players with the strategies, with the techniques, with the ideas that will bring them all the way to the finish line.
Oh boy, alright, I can't wait to get this game going here. Team HAQ and Orange Esports have been itching to fight each other for the longest time. But let's talk about the keys to victory. Number 1, it comes down to compositional strength, because we both know these teams have the micro mechanics to make any play work, but their draft gives them that edge.
Something to note is that whenever we see this phrase on the keys to victory, composition strength, you know that it is going to be a spicy battle because the teams are so strong and evenly matched that the draft lineup plays a huge role in whether or not they have an easy victory, which is why we are going to be looking on all eyes, the coaches, the analysts, whether or not they'll be able to give the lineups these players need.
Now, we have two unique keys to victories. The first time we are seeing it, mid and roam macro. Yesterday, Team HAQ, unfortunately, during the second game, gave up on that mid lane, going for the Atlas as well as the Selena, having no control over the mid lane whatsoever, costed them a 2-0 series.
We know that nowadays, being able to snowball an early lead plays a big role in ensuring you have mid-game control into late-game domination, and both these teams have already proven themselves to be fully capable of that. So controlling that mid lane with the roamer is very important, and if they're able to claim that early advantage, they must keep that lead and not allow their opponents any opportunities to make that comeback.
Team HAQ and Orange Esports have shown that they are extremely capable at keeping a lead, but this could be a back and forth here. Let's see what the audience are predicting for this matchup, with an overwhelming majority leaning towards Orange Esports. You don't get to see this very often.
Yeah, and with the QR code as well, we're actually seeing a slight leaning towards Team HAQ. So obviously, both these teams are immensely popular, and they've only gained more and more support as the season has gone by demonstrating their strength, their potential, their entertaining plays. And I think all of us here, especially at the live venue, are excited to find out what they're going to be witnessing today.
Of course, LaFell is handsome as always, but keep your eyes out for the players in special jackets in the audience. State players have bothered to come and check this game out, knowing the amount of hype, the amount of energy, and the level of competition. Play for fun? Nah. It ain't no fun in games here at the MPL arena.
I actually like that full phrase. Play for fun, but fight to win. That's the spirit we're looking for, and it looks like you guys are showing your spirit here on the stream as well. We have hit our 800 share milestone. So once again, thank you very much for everyone who clicked on that share button, both in the live venue and of course those of you watching at home as well.
Oh my goodness. Hey, even that guy knows about the win streak. Hopefully today Team HAQ doesn't break it. I don't know. Who do you feel like you're supporting this time around? Team HAQ or Orange Esports here?
We've only had the chance to see a full regular season win streak once throughout the history of MPL MY. So I want to see someone else join TODAK on that lonely Hall of Fame.
I mean, it's not lonely. There is only one other team, but that's ages ago. Like archaic ancient history. Nara Esports. Again, this was before your time, my guy. It's been ages when we used to be called MYSG. TODAK was the most recent one, but still, if Orange Esports, if they win this game, they are going to overtake them. And let's not forget that this season, there's a total of 13 matches for each team. So it's pretty crazy how much this is going to mean to Orange Esports, and especially if they win streak right up till the end.
We have to note, Orange Esports, obviously because of their win streak, are still at the top of Group B, and they've played less games than most of their counterparts, so things are looking pretty comfortable for them in the tournament so far. Let's see if they can extend that lead, as now we enter the draft phase for game number 1.
Team HAQ on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side. Immediate Akai ban, followed up by Fanny for the side of Orange Esports. Looks like they've been doing a lot of homework on each other. Julian, the follow-up ban. Would it be too surprising if Orange Esports gets rid of the Farmis?
One of the factors you always have to consider when they are players on both sides that have played with each other before is that they will know how the brains on the other side think. Obviously, we have to take a look at the focus players, the gold laners on each side, Panda versus Valenz.
I mean, Valenz right now sitting at a 6.0 KDA compared to Panda with his 3.5, but if you look at the average gold per minute, very slight difference there. Team HAQ don't have a 100% win streak so far compared to Orange Esports, and that's where you see the differences. But hopefully for our local Malaysian Chinese players, let's see which one's going to come up on top here. I'm expecting to see Team HAQ. They're looking to be banning out probably... no, they don't need to ban out 1-1 here.
I think they definitely should not ban out 1-1. We have seen a lot of teams ban the 1-1 on the blue side. I personally don't really agree with it, but Team HAQ are still going to go for that because historically, Panda has actually shied away from playing the 1-1, even when he had the opportunity.
Beatrix is his usual go-to. Orange Esports, on the other hand, has a lot of options. They could get rid of the all-time favorite Paquito pick that has been surging up in pick rates throughout the past 3 weeks.
Now the big question is whether or not Paquito is worth banning over something like the Valentina, over something like the Ling, which is a hero that Gary is also known for playing quite well. We'll find out what the choice is going to be. I think besides that, the Atlas as well as Diggy matchup is going to be heavily questioned between these two teams as well.
Yep, Orange Esports, they really have done their homework. They're even going for a Masha ban, something that Lola has consistently picked up throughout the regular season. First pick goes over to Team HAQ. Do they want this Valentina, or are they going to start off with the strong opener of Paquito?
That's the question that Orange Esports has put on them. Not going to give them an easy solution. Both of these heroes are things that Team HAQ enjoy playing, but they're going to be prioritizing the Paquito first, keeping that flex pick open. So Orange, do they want that Valentina?
Tough call, because we've seen Team HAQ do it before, where they let go of the Valentina or maybe pick it up within second rotation. Orange Esports, Subway, could he get the Ling this time? Valentina gets locked in straight away by Orange Esports, followed up by the Beatrix, denying Panda while also taking a power pick.
Yep, a nice start from Orange Esports. We already know Valentina very strong, but it depends on whether or not the enemy team is able to play around it. And we have to note, Man still consistently one of the best Valentina players in the league. If anyone knows how to play around this hero, it's going to be him. And with the Beatrix already picked up by Orange, I wouldn't be surprised if Team HAQ were to lean into something like the Claude at this point, or as well as the Atlas, but that becomes a bit more difficult because Aim's Diggy is still on the board.
That's the thing here. The supports are going to be really important in this particular matchup, which means Team HAQ either have to reveal what their EXP laner is going to be or show a mid laner. I'm expecting a mid laner here, and it is the Claude like you mentioned, and it's going to be a support instead in the Lolita. I like the Lolita, good disengage, a powerful ultimate for Valentina to abuse, but more importantly, at least can block Nibiru's passion.
Okay, interesting Lolita choice, taking a page out of SUHAZ's book from our previous series. In this case, it is actually a lot more effective for the reasons you already mentioned before. A very direct counter to Beatrix. They just have to be careful about giving away the Numenon Blast, but I don't think Team HAQ are too worried about that because of the long charge up. It would put a hero like Valentina in a very vulnerable state. So Orange Esports, how do they want to close out this first phase?
Yeah, both sides are still missing an EXP laner so far. Diggy gets locked in for the side of Orange Esports. Okay, that makes sense to me. Aim, he likes to play his Enchanter style support, so this fits the build. Now we go on to the second ban phase. Orange Esports could look to minimize and try to reduce the effectiveness of Lola. They could just straight up ban out the Esmeralda. They could start thinking about other strong ways to actually dive on towards denying Claude, maybe even Beatrix for Team HAQ.
I think Orange Esports should 100% just focus on banning out Lola's heroes at this point and force the Paquito into the EXP lane, because Gary on the Paquito is quite terrifying, honestly, and Orange right now is very squishy, especially since they have a Diggy instead of a typical tanker. But no, they're actually going to be banning out mid laners instead.
I like this because this is still relates to our keys to victory. It's about that mid lane control, and right now Lolita isn't exactly the greatest in helping out their mage mid laner to actually push it out. So happy birthday, Buff. Oh, that's nice. That's nice coming in from Gary. Huh, what a guy, what a guy. But coming back to the draft, Team HAQ going to be banning out the Balmond. Subway still has the option to pick up a Ling, so I think it's fine for now. It might be the follow-up ban for Team HAQ, but let's see what Orange Esports wants to do.
Okay, I like the Balmond ban here. Subway has consistently been playing more of a passive utility style jungle that focuses more on gaining objectives, simply because his teammates are already aggressive enough without requiring his presence. So getting rid of heroes that can easily secure objectives from the side of Orange Esports makes a lot of sense. Okay. With Orange banning out the Diroff as well, instantly your mind will go towards that, are they going to pick up Esmeralda?
I think it depends on Lola's hero pool right now, because if Lola can play Benedetta, I would make an argument for Thamus. This could be good for Team HAQ. They could honestly, they could instantly ban out the Esmeralda and maybe consider getting Phoveus, but even then, it's still hard to say which direction Team HAQ wants to lean into.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking as well. Orange Esports, by revealing the Deroff at this point, are straight up challenging Team HAQ, asking, you either ban the Esmeralda or we're going to play it. But this is also a potential way that they're baiting out the ban. Maybe they want Team HAQ to ban the Esme so that they don't focus too hard on Subway's hero pool.
Yeah. All right, so now Orange Esports, they have to show off something, right? In terms of the EXP lanes, I don't think there's too many bad matchups at the end of the day for Neo because he can play Benedetta. So right now, I think they're probably going to lock in their jungler for the side of Orange Esports. I'm thinking Thamus, I'm thinking Ling, I'm thinking, Karina finally shows up.
Interesting. They're going to be revealing the Karina first when they're not actually too certain about what Team HAQ's jungler is yet. It is a pretty alright matchup against the Paquito, fairly 50-50, depends on who gets that early lead. But the fact that they're revealing this means that they're trying to preserve their EXP lane to the very end, which makes me kind of wonder, what are the chances of this being Valentina EXP?
Ooh, I'm going to go. I don't disagree. I do think there is an idea that the Orange Esports could play around with, but let's have some confirmation first. Team HAQ, they first lock in the Lancelot. I respect that a lot because, again, Karina can't really build into the tank form like before, but they also lock in the Lilia to gain some control over the mid lane. That's fairly interesting. Now, Orange Esports, it's time to get some confirmation on what this EXP matchup is going to be. They know it's going to be Paquito for sure, so where do they go? Do they take the Phoveus here? Are they looking for a Uranus?
That's you can hear the disappointment in your voice right now because yeah, Uranus, very solid hero, but definitely a little bit boring to watch. He just wants to hold that EXP lane against Paquito to make sure Lola isn't going anywhere.
This is a great example of what an international match would look like between Malaysia and Singapore. Right here. Literally right here on Orange Esports side, playing like Singaporeans. They want to have a very standard way to scale into this game, slow it down if they have to, but also if they get the lead with Diggy, helping out the Beatrix, they can accelerate it. So they have a lot of flexibility with how they play throughout this game, and it's not just through one channel.
But on the opposite side as well, Team HAQ have a pretty scary lineup. They have ways to skirmish, they have ways to team fight with the Claude and the Lilia, and the Lolita will be able to flexibly support any lane that is required of it. Whereas Orange, I am personally terrified of AIM Diggy. That's it. That's all I have to say. We'll see how effective it is as now we enter the Land of Dawn for a highly anticipated match between two teams of former allies upon the Land of Dawn.
Welcome everybody. This is going to be the best of 3 of a lifetime to finish off day number 2, week number 7. And immediately we're getting a little bit of a leash on that top side with Beatrix helping out that Karina to speed up. Because Karina, again, she doesn't really need the help, but more importantly, with aim by Beatrix's side, Valenz is just looking to trade early.
What I'm curious about is how well Subway will be performing on this Karina. This is not a hero we typically see him play on, so it'll be exciting to find out whether or not he will focus more on the snowball style we expect Karina players to go for, or will he still focus objectives?
Hard to say, but now Man forced to use his sprint really early on. This could be a potential catch or setup from Orange Esports in the mid lane later on in the game.
Now we can see as well. Right now, Gary, he's not been harassed too much in the jungle, so he's going to be matching Subway. Both of them using Demon Slayer here to try and get that early lead. Make sure that they're not out-farmed by their opponents because, as we mentioned, getting that early lead and keeping it is very important in this matchup. Gary, he's actually coming up here. Aim could be in danger. Phantom Execution misses, and so they're not going to pursue the issue.
Yep, that does mean that... Oh, no, here we go. This is what I was talking about. When you don't have sprint, you cannot get out of these tough situations. A good pickoff and first blood for the side of Orange Esports. Aim could fall victim to the same thing, but right now, him babysitting Valenz man, he's stacking up quick.
And that's exactly the opening that Orange Esports wants to look for. Punish Man when he doesn't have Black Shoes, when he doesn't have Sprint, and instantly they'll gain mid lane control because Stormy will hit level 4 sooner because of his passive. He is taking a bit of poke damage from Gary right now, but the turtle going to be contested. Neo in a bit of trouble. They're gonna try and reset this for now.
Honestly, this is good because Orange Esports, they can slow roll the turtle. As long as Team HAQ don't take the turtle fast, topside continues to bleed out with 2 members continuing to harass it and Valenz slowly chipping away at this gold plating. So it's great for the side of Orange Esports, and considerably Team HAQ, they had to kind of reset their mindset. They thought, hey, we could actually take the turtle right now, but with the recall coming in from Panda, now they themselves need to clear up the lanes.
But they are actually able to take the turtle. Very interesting. Orange Esports, they are undoubtedly aware that they were taking that and just decided to give it away because they don't feel like they are prepared yet to fight against Team HAQ.
I don't think it's necessary. The win conditions for Orange Esports is solely based on the performance of Valenz and how far ahead he can get compared to the rest of Team HAQ. Neo just has to continuously sandbag Lola, who honestly is doing a great job in the bottom side of the map. He's already a level up on Neo.
Yeah, that's to be expected though. Paquito will clear the wave a lot quicker than the Uranus at this stage of the game. And because of that, you can already see that he's starting to cut the waves. He doesn't want to allow Neo to just keep him in the lane and allow him to roam around to help his team.
Potential punish here, but it looks like Team HAQ clearing up that mid wave fast to force out Stormy and Subway to show themselves as they make their way towards that top side. Let's see, they know that they're coming up here. The auto alarm bombs are getting a lot of information, and Team HAQ, they just slowly move backwards.
That's the value of having the Diggy as a support in lane here. The auto alarm bombs not only doing a lot of damage, very annoying, but also providing that much needed vision, meaning that Panda will fall behind even further, not able to safely farm in his lane at all.
I think this is going to be quite a low kill count game, considering that Orange Esports not trying to make any money moves so far, and the same goes for Team HAQ. It's high stakes here with 22 more seconds until we, 30 seconds until we see Turtle come back up. Oh, Neo.
Ooh, Min gets the Noom on blast. Neo, he is a Uranus, but this is 1v4. He's still surviving thanks to his ultimate, dancing around, but not for long. Phantom execution, and Man picks up the kill. That's important. Turtle's coming up soon.
The sandbag is going well as Orange Esports are able to take the tier 1 on top side. Quick rotation. Subway, though.
He gets the stun from Min. Man coming in to back him up, but Subway will be able to walk away. But Team HAQ have successfully zoned the enemy jungler off of the turtle pit, which you can see Lola on top of it right now. They get the stun onto Subway into the Phantom execution. Lola picks up the kill on aim off the screen here. Subway able to escape, but there's no way they can contest the turtle now.
That's unfortunate. Orange Esports had the right idea, but Team HAQ was able to pick off AIM at the right time, even getting his sprint. No time journey for AIM to save his life. Looks like he didn't feel like it was worth it.
But that's going to be another objective falling into the hands of Gary. Team HAQ now slowly building up a bit of a net worth lead, and that's understandable here. They are the ones that want to gain that early to mid-game control. With the Lancelot, with the Paquito, they should be very strong at this stage of the game, while Orange really need to delay for Valenz.
Now, once again, AIM is going to babysit Valenz for the most part, and the lead developed by Lola is great. Wait, Subway.
Ooh, Subway, Numana Blast gonna find him, and the Karina will melt under the pressure of 4 members of Team HAQ. They are now looking for Stormy, forcing the flicker from Valentina. Even the concealed play, they want to look for him. Blazing Duet into the back line, picks up Stormy. Here comes Neo, but he's a bit too late. He just has to clear up the wave. He could be in danger himself, and he gets picked off as well.
Orange Esports weren't expecting Team HAQ to put gasoline on this little fire that they created under themselves, and now this allows Team HAQ to actually invade the jungle, steal away as many camps as they can. Gary, he doesn't mind. He's got a bigger retribution. Nothing to fear other than the fact that Orange Esports had no idea that it's still on cooldown.
This is ideal for Team HAQ right now. They're the ones that want to dictate the game's momentum, whereas Orange's draft is more designed to delay the game with auto alarm bombs and Uranus's presence. Right now, Team HAQ not allowing them any chance to breathe.
Valenz currently with the most gold so far. Panda just honestly not too far behind him. and then followed by Gary and Man, and Neo nowhere close.
That's pretty rough for them. They're already a 1k lead for Team HAQ. Gary confident enough to jump in on top of Subway. He sees the rest of Orange hiding in the bush, so he'll back this up. But it's going to be difficult for them to defend this. They just have to give it up.
Orange Esports was expecting an overextension from Team HAQ, but instead they pull back away, taking one objective at a time, and Lola continuing to proxy on the bottom side. They're setting up for this turtle, and you can see their positions. They're making sure that Orange Esports will be spotted.
And the difficult part for Orange right now is that in terms of late game scaling, Panda will actually somewhat come out on top because he is playing on that Claude. So despite being behind, things are not too good for them in terms of win condition. And Team HAQ will continue to snowball, taking another turtle in their hands.
Yep, 2.6k lead so far. They got to be very careful here. I mean, look at that harass coming in from the Thorn Rose of Gary. It's looking really good. Aim.
Ooh, he's nearly getting taken out here. Forced to pop the time journey, but the Blazing Duet finishes him off. But here comes the cavalry. Orange Esports gonna jump in. Numan Blast gonna stop them from engaging though, but they do lose Panda.
That was a real good trade for Orange Esports. Aim dies, but Panda goes along with him.
Neo now might get caught out here, but this is a Uranus. He should survive this unless he's not careful. Just barely escapes with the ultimate. Numenum Blast gonna find Min, and so he'll give up his life. Nice snipe from Valenz to find that, and Orange Esports starting to fight back a little bit.
Okay, they're getting their items. They're feeling stronger. Hopefully OE are able to protect this tier 1, but instead putting all their resources in the mid lane. It's hard. Lilia clears really fast.
And Orange Esports just needs to maintain map control, but because right now they know they're behind Team HAQ, and the heroes on Team HAQ are individually stronger, allowing them to play more independently, they are losing out in terms of map control, as Neo is the only one that can split push individually.
Man, Neo really needs to scale, and he needs to scale fast, because so far Team HAQ, if they want to make a 5k gold lead, this could be the moment. We see the item power spike coming in from Panda. He's got the 2 cores that we're looking for, Golden Staff and Demon Hunter Sword. If you look at Neo, he only just finished the Dominance Ice.
And that's not good for Neo, considering that as a Uranus, he really should not be dying in these engages, but as long as he gets some items, he should be fine.
Lola opted to go for the Malefic Roar early, knowing that Neo has the armor to actually protect, so the extra armor penetration is going to be good.
They're still trying to engage onto this. Stormy could be in danger, but he will escape the Numenon Blast. That's an ultimate being expended, but Subway dropping real low. They're not quite able to pick him off, and I think that's smart. They cannot afford to invest too much. They already got the tower. They'll just continue poking Orange Esports out of their own jungle.
Yeah, Orange Esports is willing to let that go. A 3k gold lead is not the end of the world. They know they've got the late game in the bag, but Valenz now find the Hunter Strike. Let's see, because Valenz needs to make some form of impact, and he's struggling to get in on these fights. We haven't seen a full 5v5 just yet, even though the score count is 6-4.
Typically, we expect Valenz, especially, to be a lot more aggressive with his positioning, but because he knows that Team HAQ have a lot of mobility and burst damage, he really cannot afford to walk up and one-shot people with the Wesker. He's playing a more safe style by sniping people from behind, but this is giving a lot more space for Panda to get his farm.
Panda's going to slowly take it through. Good shots coming in on towards Gary from the side of Valenz, but now where is the initiation from Orange?
Min charging up the Numan Blast time journey will perfectly counter it, as now Man gonna be forced back by the Black Shoes. Just barely survives. Blazing Duet coming in, doing a lot of damage. He picks off Valenz, but gets caught by the Numan Blast, so they'll find him. But Gary gets the Lord. They trade off for Panda, but they'll get Stormy. Double kill going to Man. Gary finding Subway in the backline. Lola targeting Aim now. Neo coming in. He should pick up the kill onto Min, but the Diggy's still in a lot of danger. Lola not going to allow him to escape. Pick up one more for Team HAQ.
Team HAQ is going away 4 kills to 2 so far. A good initiation, especially for Min, calling the rest of the team to get ready for this fight. But unfortunately for Stormy, drops down the stolen Numenon Blast a little late. And Aim, I think the time journey was great, but the duration just wasn't long enough.
Orange Esports lineup, they have a fair amount of peel, a fair amount of bulk, but they don't have enough backline protection, because if they... As I mentioned, if they jump onto Valenz, there is no protection for him. He gets bursted down so quickly.
right now, nobody on the side of Orange Esports are making any crazy plays. They're playing standard, and Team HAQ making these good plays and walking away successful is giving them the 7K gold lead. Now they just have to maintain it, and they want to secure every outer turret here, and now it's just inhibitors for Orange.
Team HAQ still wants to go for it. Lola jumping in. Nice dashes from Stormy. Keeps him out. Reverse time. Picks up the Paquito. Punished for his overextension. Team HAQ, do they still want to challenge this? They're now one man down. I don't think they will.
No, I mean, with 92 seconds on the clock for Lord to spawn, Team HAQ, again, don't need to play at a disadvantage. And Lola currently at level 14 compared to Neo at level 12. Lola has been doing a phenomenal job throughout this game except for that one play. So now the question does occur. Team HAQ, are they waiting for the 42k mark to actually initiate on Orange Esports, or are they looking for a different win condition? Because so far, 3 items already completed by Gary. He's almost got his last item. It's probably going to be Malefic Roar here. Yes, there we go. The Malefic Roar complete.
Yeah, that's a full damage build onto the Lancelot. So Gary feeling himself right now. He's confident he would be able to survive even if he was jumped on. And Neo still trying to split push against the Paquito, but things are pretty difficult for him right now. There's a reason why Paquito is so meta in the current times. I think Team HAQ, they're quite comfortable with just holding map control and waiting until the Lord spawns, because even though they are strong right now, they don't want to take any more risks.
And the only risk they can take is Neo just being by himself on this Uranus, and he's slowly scaling up. He's level 13, he's catching up finally, and Team HAQ looking to punish this because there's 20 seconds on the clock before we see the Lord spawn.
Neo in a lot of danger here, gonna jump over the wall with the ultimate, and he will just be able to walk away with the sprint. The rest of Orange are now behind him, but Team HAQ is aware of this. You can see they're not going to push beyond the river line. But here comes Min. Blazing Duet into the backline. Numeron blast from Stormy finds one.
Oh my god.
Aim in the backline. Valenz doing a lot of damage to Panda, but Lola finds the double kill onto Subway. Already 3 members of Orange Esports down. Neo just buying time, and he is surviving a lot. Valenz gets the snipe onto Panda, but they've lost the Uranus. A 1v3 defense, but guess what? No minions for Team HAQ.
Holy cow, what a play coming in from Panda. They lose out that tier 2, but what does that matter? The movement, Lola actually looking for the 1v1, but Valenz flickering forward. Somebody take him out.
That was dangerous. They're really risky play, and typically you don't expect marksman players to do that, but this is Valenz we're talking about. Lola, one misstep, and he actually would have been the one taken out instead, but that was a great victory for Team HAQ. If not for the fact that the minion wave had already been cleared out by Neo, they could have ended the game.
I mean, they could have, but then they got this beautiful fight where Panda comes in absolutely huge. I'm surprised he's not at the top of the charts in terms of damage dealt ranking so far. Only 4th, but man, that Blazing Duet absolutely shredded aim, forcing his ult out early and even catching Valenz in it.
But now the Luminous Lord threatening the mid inhibitor. Orange wanted to take it out, but they're not able to before it crashes, so that's a lot of damage done. Mid inhibitor is down. Gary taking a lot of damage from Stormy, but he's able to escape as Neo forced to defend against Lola by himself. He will be able to push him out, but that means losing 2 inhibs in the base.
Gary finally gets his Blade of Despair. He can execute low target units. Orange Esports, this is such a big disadvantage. 2 inhibitors now. Conceal actually come through.
Ooh, Time Jenny forced out. Stormy taking a lot. The knockout strike secures the kill, but Valenz still alive. Gary picks up Neo, but they do still have 3 members. It's a 3v4 situation. They've lost the final inhibitor. Team HAQ, I think they're satisfied with that.
Yeah, I think this is great. No inhibitors now with minions just shoving in every single lane. Mon perching his Winter Truncheon. Orange Esports are not ready for Team HAQ's Panda to actually go that crazy. Initiating fights with a Blazing Duet is so ballsy, and they know for a fact that Valenz used his Winds of Nature so much earlier on in this game, and it's on cooldown. Now it should be off cooldown, and this is where it comes back to break even.
One of the unfortunate facets of Orange Esports' draft is that they just don't have enough crowd control to punish Panda for jumping in and initiating with that Blazing Duet. They don't have anything to stop him other than using the Time Journey to try and out-survive the damage, and that means that Panda, he can just go on in.
I mean, that's why he pops that sprint every single time when he has it up, using that Blazing Duet. He wants to run his opponents down, deal as much damage, but Neo, oh boy.
Ooh, Numina Blast already charging up, but Neo realizes something is up. Lola might have jumped the gun a little bit there. Should have waited for the Numina Blast before going in on it. A good attempt, but right now Orange needs to keep their members alive at all costs.
Yeah, I think Min should be able to have his ultimate before the Lord, well, actually by Lord spawn, and he should have it ready to take on Orange Esports for now, but Lola, he might be in some trouble here. Nope, Orange Esports back away. The reinforcements are coming on through.
Gary jumping on top of Neo, but that's Uranus. He's gonna use Phantom Execute. Oh my god, that is a lot of burst. Uranus does not matter. Instantly decimated.
Where did he go? How? That shouldn't be possible. So much damage through.
Oh, Valenz nearly dies to Lola, but the Wind of Nature keeps him alive. Panda with the Blazing Duet. He knows Valenz doesn't have the Wind of Nature. Picks him off. Aim gonna be targeted by Man, who whirls back with the back shoes, forcing back Stormway and Stormy, but they're not gonna allow them to escape. Numina Blast gonna force Stormy to dash away, but Subway not so lucky. Only the Valentina to defend against 4 members of Team HAQ, who will now push straight into the crystal and end the game before Orange can do anything about it.
Beautifully played by both teams here. A defensive composition could not deal with the advantage developed over the mid game. Team HAQ take game number 1. GG, well played. They gotta hit the drawing board for Orange Esports.
That was excellently performed by these teams right here, and such a joy to watch. This is MLBB at its finest. I feel like in the end, what it really came down to was the fact that Team HAQ just won the draft.
Well, I do think so as well. Team HAQ, unfortunately, there was no way to stop this Blazing Duet. Panda knew it, the whole team knew it, so it was about getting rid of important cooldowns, making sure that Neo didn't have his ultimate, because again, he's just a really, really big sandbag, but if you have enough manpower and throw it at the wall will eventually break, and the same goes for that Winds of Nature. The moment it's down, whew, it's the go button.
I like the way that we saw the lineup slowly unfold for the side of Team HAQ. Meant that Orange Esports was never really sure what they were up against until it was too late, and by that time they had to do damage control, picking up the Uranus as a defensive option because they knew they would not be able to match the mobility of the Lancelot and the Paquito.
And that's why we see a lot of sprints being picked up by Lilia as well as Claude. It's very typical of them to do it, but in this case there's so much value, right? Because who are your key targets? You're looking for Stormy, you're looking for Beatrix, you're looking for Valentina. You want to be able to catch them off as quickly as possible. Valenz and Stormy aren't able to really keep up. One flicker doesn't mean that the rest of Team HAQ can't just catch up, especially with an Ice Queen wand purchase coming in from Lilia. I'm surprised he did take the Necklace of Durance. That was kind of interesting though.
I do believe the Necklace of Durance was specifically, getting a bit tongue-tied there, was for the Uranus, was for the Karina, since we do see that Subway was going for the full tank build, and somewhat to deal with the shield coming out from Diggy as well, because we know that Man is going to be applying a lot of damage through his AoE. So the Necklace of Durance is going to be applied to most of the members of Orange Esports just for standing together, and in that way, it very effectively negates a lot of the tankiness that Orange Esports are depending on.
I personally think that Subway, in this particular game, my preference would have been the full damage build. I can understand and see the value of this full tank Karina, and for justified reasons. Claw comes in with a Blazing Duet, it doesn't hurt as much. Lancelot is low, instantly punished. But let's have a look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from Team HAQ, we're gonna give this award straight to Lola.
Lola having a great time on that EXP lane Paquito. Obviously, he's gonna win out against the Uranus just in terms of lane pressure. Yes, he won't be getting the kills onto Neo, but all he has to do is make sure that he pushes the lane out and assists with the rest of his team. He was confident enough to go for the Hunter Strike on top of the Bloodlust Axe, because he knows that a little bit of extra damage is going to really help in bursting down even the sturdier targets on the side of Orange.
Here's the thing, earlier in the game, Lola actually went for an super early, I would argue, very smart pickup on the Malefic Roar, and then knows when he finally falls off, he starts to slowly switch the build. He needs just enough damage to take out Valenz, but not too much to start thinking about the tanks. So he immediately starts going for the Immortality. He also goes for the Dominance Ice as well as the Oracle to ensure his safety.
Oh, I didn't notice that. If he did end up switching the items there, that would be a really smart play to take advantage of the different power scalings of Paquito. But now, having a look again at the highlights brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, Team HAQ knew that they would be incredibly strong once they hit those level 4, level 5 power spikes. So they used that momentum to just run at Orange and not allow them any space to catch up.
Yeah, this was all about information, right? When Team HAQ understood, hey, cooldowns are down, we know where everybody is on the map, we can immediately start pulling the trigger rather safely. When you see those moments, Panda, he is ready to go without hesitation, jumps in with so much confidence. Orange Esports is just caught off guard. They're not entirely sure how to respond to that.
Yeah, you would ordinarily think that Panda should be preserving his life for as much as possible and waiting for the perfect opportunities to jump in instead of initiating fights with it. But he's so confident that the rest of his team will be able to follow up in terms of damage that all he has to do is go in, burst anyone he can, zone people out, and even if he dies, Gary will be there to pick up the pieces.
I mean, Panda's mechanics have been so sharp, and when you saw that combination from Valenz to try and take him out in one shot, straight away, Winds of Nature denied so much. 75% of the damage denied, and immediately looked to punish it. And Lola, he played a strong game overall, not only winning his lane, but making sure that the win condition of Orange Esports was shut down.
Shutting them down, not an easy thing to do considering how we've seen Orange Esports adapt to difficult situations multiple times in the past. But this is already turning out to be an incredible series. I'm excited to find out what is going to happen next. But speaking of what is happening next, a new patch is going to be coming near in the future.
Yes, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang is about to release its amazing September new patch event. Now, you can preview the video and get first dibs on the exclusive information about these upcoming events. And don't forget, you also stand a chance to win a Harley Starcaster skin for free.
I'm personally really excited to see this new patch. Obviously, we already know some heroes are getting a revamp, a new lease on life, but there's also going to be changes to the map and stuff. I believe we're going to get a new structure on the Land of Dawn as well. So keep your eyes peeled on that, ladies and gentlemen.
Clearly, somebody's been watching the September patch update. So again, if you want to know what he's talking about, go check it out. But in the meantime, Game number 2 is about to go on its way, and there needs to be some kind of adaptation because, again, Orange Esports, it was very clear that they did not have enough CC to stop Panda's Blazing Duet. And ideally, it was supposed to be Stormy stealing the Numenon Blast. But before we continue, congratulations to our English viewers watching the stream. You have been awarded the beautiful 1,000 share milestone. Coke, take it while you still can. You don't want to give it over those dirty bots.
For those of you who may not be able to see the screen right now, the code up there, 01A4JWBQ1. I am hoping that first one is a 0 and not a letter O, because that can be a little bit confusing. If it's wrong, try the other one, and I apologize.
That's how we get the bots. They can't tell the difference. That's how we get them. That's how we win. All right. But with that being said, yes, coming to this upcoming game, right? I'm hoping that we see a bit of adaptation. Team HAQ definitely won the draft. The compositional strength was good overall. And even Lexia bothering to stick around to see this adaptation.
Well, if you want to be able to gain information on your rivals, it's always important to show up. And of course, why not? Because you can get quite the entertaining MLBB experience here as well. For those of you who have not joined us yet at the live venue, there is still one more week of the regular season, so you don't want to miss out on seeing how Season 10 will conclude. But having a look here at game number 1, exactly what happened in terms of damage dealt.
Yeah, that is a lot. I did not expect Lola to be dishing out this sort of damage throughout that game, especially when you're up against a Uranus. This matchup is really, really difficult to crack because Uranus basically doesn't really interact with you in lane, proxies your wave, sandbags you the entire time. But Lola has been finding great ways to actually get good trades against Neo, reading his movement and behavior, and slowly stacking up, chipping away, taking good trades till eventually force Neo to recall.
There's some excellent gameplay overall, and yeah, I myself am really surprised at the amount of DPS that Lola was able to output. And it also kind of makes me sad because Paquito is doing so well, and because he's doing so well, I feel like he's going to get adjusted at some point, and that's kind of sad as a Paquito main. But you know, let's kind of relish in his glory days while he is still around. And from seeing this, I feel like teams really need to prioritize on this Paquito. It's starting to become the point where Paquito is a hero. I feel like you have to consider whether or not you want to ban.
But then what do you get rid of, right? Like, I'm looking at the side of Orange Esports and as well as Team HAQ's like first rotation bans, the first three, so that's going to be the Akai, Julian, Wanwan. From the side of Team HAQ and from Orange Esports, it's Fanny, Faramis, and as well as Masha. Do you switch out the Masha?
But the Masha in the hands of Lola is honestly really difficult to deal with as well. This is unfortunately the benefit of being on the blue side right now, having access to Paquito. And it's honestly quite a thing to have to say that for one specific hero in particular.
Hey, look, it's Eddie Hood. He even also bothered to join up to see this matchup. I guess it's a lot more exciting, attracting some big names to the arena. But yes, coming back to your point, I don't know. I think because Orange Esports banned out the Masha, they were already setting up for the Beatrix at the end of the day. I think there was no questions asked. He was going to get Beatrix whether Team HAQ wanted it or not, or at the very least, arguably even Wanwan. But there's only so many bans in that first phase.
And that's what makes this meta so interesting. So many viable heroes, so many possibilities. So let's find out exactly which of these possibilities will be going through. We are now in the draft for game number 2 of the series. Fanny and Valentina gonna be banned by Orange Esports.
So Orange Esports opted to go on blue side while Team HAQ now having to take the red side. Let's see how this changes things up. Akai, a good follow-up ban after the Julian. Orange Esports now hold priority. I'm guessing they're not gonna ban out the Wanwan most likely. I'm guessing Faramis maybe?
I think Faramis is definitely the way to go here. Team HAQ has traditionally been known for very strong team fighting. They like Death Ball, they like 5v5, which is also kind of an interesting point to consider when you look at the way that they play game number 1. It's not their classic style at all. It was very individualistic, very skirmishy, and it worked out really well.
I think that's the big difference between Team HAQ and Orange Esports. Team HAQ, they've got some good playmakers. Orange Esports like to play the default a lot. Atlas ban. They're gonna open up Wanwan this time as well as Faramis. Team HAQ, I think they just... Where do they punish here?
Wanwan is a hero that we really have not gotten to see at all. But the Faramis is also very dangerous. The thing is, Team HAQ could actually still contemplate going for the Diggy for themselves if the Faramis is let through. Personally, I still think Wanwan is a little bit more dangerous.
Okay, so Team HAQ ban... Imagine, I'm making some assumptions here, right? Team HAQ, they ban out the Wanwan. Orange Esports, do they take Paquito first, or are they looking to get the Faramis? I'm guessing Faramis here, right? Yeah, this is a guaranteed Faramis lock-in for Orange Esports. There's no reason not to do it. AIM has played it superbly and has a high win rate on it on top of it all.
But the Paquito, do you let it through? It was so effective in the EXP lane beforehand, and even a hero like the Uranus, who you expect to be able to hold on, was not enough to deal with it. Orange Esports, though, will still prioritize the Faramis.
Okay, so Faramis gets locked in from Orange Esports. Team HAQ needs to consider whether or not they really want this Beatrix as well as Paquito. It could go wrong here. We do see Claude once again be brought up for the side of Team HAQ. The strong AoE is more than enough to cut down the Cult Altar's temp HP and an instant lock-in for Paquito.
This is an incredible opening draft for Team HAQ already. Claude and Paquito are such highly contested picks nowadays. Getting them both at once is incredible. So Orange Esports is going to need a really good combination with this Cult Altar in order to deal with this.
I think Orange Esports is going to play standard. They're going to lock in the Balmon. They're probably also considering whether they want to get Diggy now, could be later. Balmon, I was correct. Lolita is, interesting. Wow, a lot of teams actually, especially today, picking up the Lolita.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised as you are, honestly. All of a sudden, this hero is really gaining stocks here on the MPL, making me consider whether or not I should practice playing her in my pubs. But the Balmond at this point is very smart. Previously, Team HAQ banned out the Balmond pick in the second phase, and with Akai and Balmond gone, the comfort picks of Subway were immediately taken off the table, forcing him into the Karina, which has a much more difficult time contesting objectives.
I don't know. I can't predict the next one coming up from Team HAQ because when you see that Lolita, there's a lot of denial in terms of space. Do you really want to press your advantage here? Or do you want to... Oh, that is a early Dairoth pick here. This is an interesting adaptation from Team HAQ. I kind of like this though. It means that banning out Esmeralda is not an option for Team HAQ. They don't have to worry about it. Oh, and this is why Team HAQ is winning. Family buff.
Now, having your family here to support you is always a great buff to have. And I think, yeah, having that support behind you makes a lot of difference when you know that you want to be able to show off the best version of yourself up there on stage. Now, personally, this Dairoth pick is very interesting to me. I can see why Team HAQ might go for it to negate the armor and tankiness of the Balmond as well as the Lolita. But when you're playing into a Faramis, it becomes a lot squishier.
Team HAQ banning out the Irithel. They know they can get kited out, especially with a strong peel composition. So they're making sure they get an explosive backliner out. Lilia going to be the follow-up ban for the side of Orange Esports in case that they want to run down their opponents. A good peeling mage has been taken away from Team HAQ.
Hold on. Wait, is this a Dairoth jungle?
That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking if the Paquito and Dairoth are interchangeable depending on what Orange Esports finish their comp with.
I think what Team HAQ are planning here is that they will put Dairoth in whichever position the Balmond is playing. Because Dairoth will contest objectives very effectively. He is able to 1v1 into the Balmond even better, you could say, than the Paquito. And having that Abysm Strike to take care of even tankier units might be quite good.
I don't know. I do feel the Paquito is going to be the overall better jungle than Dairoth, but we'll see. Now, the next ban comes in. It's going to be Melissa. Very smart ban from the side of Team HAQ because the three heroes that we're seeing so far on Team HAQ's side, specifically when it comes down to the Paquito and Dairoth, struggle to get on top of Melissa's when she has her ult available. Orange Esports, I'm guessing they're going to ban out Yve here, correct?
Yve ban at this stage, yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But there are also solid options on Orange Esports for disabling that real-world manipulation. So even if they let it through, it is still something that can be managed. Though I would not blame them at all if they were to go for that ban instead. I'm still trying to think of what else would be difficult.
Okay, there we go. The Yve comes on through. Wow, I haven't used this much brain power since like MSC. Okay, hold up. I need to think about this one. Team HAQ, at this stage of the game, they still want to maintain their flex pick. So I think showing off either their mid laner or support is not too bad here. I think the mid laner is the safest bet. I'm thinking Kagura along the lines of like Kagura. Is Cecilion worth it though? Could be potential Xavier as well.
Yeah, I can see Cecilion or Xavier working here. If Team HAQ wants to go for the safest option, then Kagura is definitely going to be up there. Solid AoE damage, solid ways of getting out of difficult situations. Oh!
Okay. Cho is not too bad. You're able to kick the Balmond away from these neutral objectives. You're able to deny and stop the channeling of the Numenon Blast without having to worry about too much. But this does give another option. Actually, not really. I'm dead set that this is going to go in towards the Roman role. Orange Esports must show off their entire comp now.
Oh, this is really tricky to think about right now. I feel like these teams are operating at intelligence levels that are a little bit beyond me, especially at the end of a long day. But they're going to be starting off their final two picks. The Brody is always a safe choice. We know that Valenz is quite comfortable on it. And the Benedetta gonna be locked in as well.
Okay, we haven't seen this too often coming in from Lola. I could see a bit of a grin on his face. Just the ever slight emotion of, yes, I get to play Benedetta. and I hope that he really provides the space needed, and I hope he does take Petrify. Coming in from Valenz, the Brody lock-in, I'm guessing it's going to be Weapons Master as his emblem. He needs to scale in this game because right now I'm not seeing a lot of that from Orange.
Yeah, they're gonna have a really bulky and strong mid lane composition, but in terms of late game scaling, Claude is still definitely going to come out on top, especially with how Blazing Duet interacts with the Cult Altar. All that extra HP is going to disappear in an instant, so scaling is very important unless Orange just wants to go all in for that mid game.
Okay, I see it now. Okay, so the Cho lock-in, Kadena gets locked in for the side of Team HAQ. Mid lane control is going to be a little iffy there, but the Cho pickup earlier after seeing the Faramis as well as the Lolita lock-in from Orange Esports almost guarantees that there is no side laner that can actually scale later into the game because they're going to die to Dairoth, or at the very least they ban out the scaling marksmen, forcing Valenz onto either a Clint or even a Brody, which can get caught out by the Cho. This is genius from Team HAQ.
Now, this is really smart drafting overall, and I'm excited to find out exactly how this will turn out because I'm liking these two lineups. I'm feeling they are even more balanced as compared to game number 1, but the way that you want to execute them is going to be very different. Orange Esports, they have a composition that can just straight up run at you, and that is exactly what they want to do to gain that early game lead against Team HAQ, who have much more heavy skirmish style composition. All of the heroes capable of taking fights on their own, and if they can burst down members of their opponents before the fight even begins, then the advantage will be in their favor. Let's see how this develops.
All right, welcome everybody. Match point for Team HAQ on the red side, Orange Esports on the blue. Now, rather interesting thought that I had. I was wondering whether Valenz was even going to consider picking up, I don't know, a Popo and Koopa sometime soon to not only dominate the lane, but just in case Min gets a little bit too close or Man gets a little bit too close, arguably even Panda as well with the Blazing Duet, arguably Gary and Lola, basically everybody from the side of Team HAQ with the I'm Angry.
I think Valenz is just going for comfort pick right now. We know that he's much more comfortable going with the Brody as compared to the Popo and Koopa, just in terms of the frequency that he has played these heroes. So he wants to play it safe. We can see as well, they have indeed put the Dairoth into the jungle, and that's going to be a lot of damage onto AIM. Min jumping in. They might actually pick him up here. First blood going to Gary.
The disrespect coming in from AIM. He walks way too close to the sun, and Icarus gets burnt once again. Gary making sure that that armor shred, that Guardian's Bulwark is going to do nothing. But for now, Valenz needs to dominate this lane as hard as possible.
This is going to be a little bit of an opposite sort of situation, as now the gold lane is actually the one that doesn't require too much team intervention on the side of Orange Esports. So they want to try and confirm that Lola won't be causing too much problems later into the game.
Team HAQ, are they trying to make a hard read here? Why? They're gathering around Turtle side, but Orange Esports, they're like, nope, we don't care about that. It's all about Valenz.
Panda going to be stunned by AIM, forcing him back with Battle Mirror Image, but he still wants to defend this lane. Here comes Stormy, though, pulling him back. He gets out again with the Battle Mirror Image.
Panda, quick taunt before getting out of there. That means Orange Esports is going to be late on the rotation for this Turtle. Neo, oh boy, let's see. Is he going to pull this off or not?
We see Subway is nearby, but he's not going to be able to engage with Lola stopping him. Even Neo is not going to be able to contest much, so the Turtle will fall to Team HAQ's side, but the Way of the Dragon will go in the wrong direction, meaning Neo is safe for now.
Yep, Subway not even getting anywhere close to it. Although he can secure these objectives, there's just too much space or distance to close to get near the Turtle without risking death.
Panda, now hitting level 4, will be able to safely use Blazing Duet to clear up the wave, and he's also not at risk of being ganked too much. Orange Esports, they want to get as much advantage in the gold lane as possible, but if Panda plays this smart, it's going to be very difficult for them to find that catch.
Yep.
But speaking of catch, they find Stormy. A well-played maneuver from Min.
Nicely done. That was so beautifully communicated. And Team HAQ are right now playing as an absolute unit.
An absolute unit indeed. They already have that 900 gold lead. They're now targeting the bottom lane. Not sure if they're aware aim is here, but they do see Subway is there. They get him with the rough waves combo and the armor shred from Gary, meaning that the Ballman is going to be down for another 8 seconds. Team HAQ not about to let this pressure go.
I mean, Neo, he's cutting the waves up top side. They make sure that that Valenz is able to continue farming so far. But the fact is, Lola, he has a lot of free reign here on the top side of the map. Neo may rotate fast, but one mistake and he is dead.
That top lane control is going to be very important right now because 30 seconds until the next turtle spawns, and if Team HAQ gets this objective as well, they will have a pretty solid lead going into the mid game, something Orange needs to avoid at all costs.
Okay. Here we go.
Ooh, the stun from Valenz, but not gonna stop the wave of the dragon. The 3-man knockup into the rough waves, dealing a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Valenz, he picks up on, but a triple kill going over to Gary. Here comes Lola from the sideline. He wants to get that knockout strike. Gary's still alive, doing a lot of armor shred, but Lola going to miss that final jab. Doesn't matter though, he picks up the kill onto Subway.
Beautifully played coming out from Team HAQ. You don't have to worry about a call altar if you're dead. Oh man, Min, he's playing on top form. All of Team HAQ is playing on top form.
And that's exactly what we were worried about for Orange Esports. All of a sudden, that net worth lead is over 2,000 in favor of Team HAQ, and that's before they even got the turtle. Things are already not looking too good because this is the stage of the game where Orange needs to at least be going even.
Gary is huge right now. He's 6-0-1, huge snowball. He wins every 1v1. I think he's almost guaranteed to kill somebody at 50% HP with the Abysm Strike. Right now, Orange Esports, they have got to play this carefully because Stormy now getting hard targeted by this Cho. He isn't able to get the call altar off in time to save the rest of his team to initiate these fights.
I'm personally a little bit worried with them putting Stormy on this Fairness. Doesn't feel like he can make as much play as he would like, but Subway gonna get caught out. Oh, the Cult Altar will keep him alive for now. Wave the Dragon used as well. Blazing Duet coming in, but there's survived thanks to the Cult Altar extra HP. The Godlike given over to Gary as he picks up the kill onto Valenz. Aim gonna fall in quick succession. Stormy forced to use the Shadow Stampede over the wall, but Min not gonna allow him to go home for free and force him to walk back so that his team can take the tower as Lola forces the 1v1 against Neo, chasing him back to his jungle.
There's just not enough damage. Stormy, he's trying to get on out of there. He flickers away, but the tier 1 is already gone.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh my God, I blinked, he disappeared. What did I say? 50% HP, you're gone.
That's a rough for Orange right now. This Jiroff is out of control, and there's not a lot of ways for Orange Esports to deal with it unless Valenz gets his scaling, and right now that's not coming into effect. Even Neo is
oh my God,
just dead here. They get the kick. Neo goes down.
They're so sharp. The mechanics are perfect right now. They timed it with the Electo, knew that he was on charge, and now Subway might be in some trouble here as mid lane can get tested.
Oh, that's a 2-man knockout, but the rough way is actually going to miss. Aim though dropping real low. Cult Altar keeps them alive, but Subway now going to be the target. He has to dash over the wall. So Team HAQ now have control over this purple buff. They're going to take it. Probably going to rotate over to the turtle pretty soon. Stormy forced back by Lola again. There's nothing Orange can do against this pressure.
They are disgustingly good right now. So disgustingly good. They're clearing up their waves. They're doing their housekeeping. Panda finishes that off, and Team HAQ is going to take control. I'm not sure if they're going to clear up that bottom side right now, but since they have position, they're going to let Gary do it, send Lola down for the housekeeping, Panda getting the golden staff. The power spike is here, and Team HAQ can force it.
Orange Esports' options right now are really dwindling away as these plays continue to be made by Team HAQ. We're only 7 minutes in, but the kill score is 11-2. Orange, they just have no control over the map right now.
Well, keep your eyes here, because a lot of Team HAQ is making sure that Stormy's KDA is going to be ruined.
Min looking for the kick. He gets it again with the flicker right onto the 2-man knockout. Rough waves, and aim is picked up before Cult Altar even comes up. It's expired now, and Stormy expires right afterwards. Panda almost picks up Valenz, but he survives. The same can't be said for Neo, though. 4-0 for Team HAQ.
What a disgusting disgusting play coming out from Team HAQ. They can do no wrong from this stage. On fourth, on God. What can you do about this? Orange Esports, they need to make sure Stormy does not get hit and drop the cult altar fast.
Team HAQ came into this series looking for blood. Orange Esports, they have not been this far behind in the game since the beginning of the season. And with a near 8k net worth lead by Team HAQ, 8 minutes into the game, they're not even done. They're still pressuring Orange.
Oh, this is so disgusting. So very disgusting. Oh no, don't tell me.
He got it.
Oh.
He actually got it.
He didn't even have to use Retribution. Subway used Retribution. What can you do about this?
And even Lola is contesting the orange buff now. He knows there's no Retri on the Balmond. He will choose not to take it away, but he'll take the other jungle camp instead. Team HAQ just starving their opponents, taking 3 towers across the map.
I don't know. In all my expertise, I feel like Orange Esports, what can they really do? They're limited by their composition. Neo doesn't have Petrify as well. They clearly don't have enough damage for this.
And Valenz, who is supposed to be scaling up to do damage, has just not been able to get any safe space across the map at all. This is going to completely leave their control. And Orange now are in a state where they have to hope for a mistake from their opponents.
With an 8k lead, Panda gets Winds of Nature and Valenz a Malefic Roar. The differences in buys, it's not even funny anymore as Team HAQ are looking to try and close out this game against Orange Esports. Truly, 2-15, quite the domination.
Domination is just the least of it. That's an understatement considering the kind of plays we have been seeing from Team HAQ. Oh, they do get the kick onto Subway, but Min, that was in the wrong direction there. He doesn't mind though. He's just zoning them away from the tower. They want to sync up the waves for when the Lord collides.
I mean, clearly after Panda taking that much damage, he is taking quite a bit. Oh.
Stormy forced the flicker away from the knockup of the Kadita. Team HAQ, they just want to force Orange Esports back. They want to use this Lord to do as much structural damage as possible. It's now crashing into the top inhibitor. Neo gonna try and clear it out as much as possible as here comes the Blazing Duet with the Wind of Nature, keeping him safe. Kick onto aim means that even the Cult Altar is not enough, but Min gets picked off. Rough Waves actually does get Man out of there, so that is a 1-for-1 trade so far.
But an inhibitor tower still goes down. A 1-for-1 trade on both the supports, but still Team HAQ come up on top. They have the nuts right now. They have a 10k gold lead. 2 items already built on Man so far. Wait, did he take Conceal? Why do they have double Conceal? That should be dire hit. What's going on here, Man? What's going on?
I think Team HAQ just want to be able to make more plays across the map. Double Conceal just means that they have more mobility and more options in order to completely dominate on Orange Esports.
Am I colorblind, or did they both take like dire hit as well? Imagine though. Imagine if Min goes for it. Oh, that'd be funny if Min took dire hit. That would be very funny. All right. Jokes aside right now, the only win condition that Orange Esports actually has is to be able to actually wait out at least 5 minutes. No deaths. They have to defend 2 upcoming Lords from the side of Team HAQ. And, oh man.
Look at that.
Man,
that damage.
I mean, he doesn't even need to hit all of his abilities to get that amount of damage.
I have 39,000 on Gary. Even Panda, the second most damage, is 13,000 damage behind him. A 10k net worth lead now for Team HAQ. And that Wind of Nature coming out for Valenz, not sure if it's going to be enough to protect him here.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just letting it loose. He is kicking people as soon as they show up to make Orange Esports react. He knows for a fact that the main objective is coming back up in about 32 seconds. He will have his kick before then. Panda purchasing the Malefic Roar. Again, Team HAQ. This is, well, it should be checkmate, but who knows with what Orange Esports are capable of.
The next Lord is coming up in 15 seconds, but I don't think Orange Esports should contest this at all. At most, they should try and hide and get the ambush potentially with Subway, because if they go for a full-out fight, there's no guarantee of victory. They're trying to gank Lola, but a nice flicker means he will get away, and they know Orange are in the top lane. Team HAQ immediately rotate to the Lord.
Yeah, they have to. Mon, he just got that Holy Glaive as well. I mean, this is going to be closed out real soon here. Team HAQ, they're going to get this Luminous Lord uncontested. And Orange Esports slowly moving into the enemy jungle, but notice the position of Man right now. He has the information. Don't die here, brother.
Man, honestly though, even if Man does die down here, which I feel like is unlikely considering he has rough waves, that's not going to be a damper on Team HAQ at all. They have so much damage right now, and Orange Esports has so much on their mind. How do they avoid the Blazing Duet? How do they keep an eye out for Min? You can imagine they must be under so much pressure.
I mean, it's not just pressure, it's just raw weight. Just the raw biceps of Team HAQ resting it upon Orange Esports. That's how strong they are right now. And Neo, he's trying his best to clear these waves, but Lola denying him the space. You don't get to touch my waves unless I let you.
Yep, Team HAQ, they're waiting for that Luminous Lord. The waves are synced up right now. They want to see if they can get these remaining 2 inhibitors. Luckily for Orange, the waves are not very large, so the only one being threatened is the mid inhibitor. Team HAQ will be able to take this down quite quickly, and they want to push in with the Lord right now. But will they full invest onto this? Gary's gonna miss that Abysm Strike. A little bit unfortunate as Neo trying to buy some time. Numenor finds 2! They get the kill in the back line! Valenz finds 2! And that is going to be a huge play. The Blazing Duet though chunking them down real low themselves. Min gets the kick onto Valenz, but the rest of his team has just left him for the dead. Orange Esports successfully defend.
Oh my god, what a turnaround aim! He pulls it off! He's able to catch them all as Team HAQ hesitate to make a choice. They end up dying in the process. And now, Orange Esports are allowed to bounce back.
This is not ideal for Orange. Oh, Subway gets the little counter. He won't stick around for too long. Popping that immortality is more than enough.
Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. This is becoming an even more epic of a story. Orange Esports now, the goal lead is soon about to not matter here. And Team HAQ with that 8K goal lead, look at it just slowly just falling down.
Who would have expected this result? But Orange Esports, we already know this is not a team you can count out too soon. That Numenon Blast made the difference. The burst damage made the difference. Team HAQ, they are still comfortably in the lead. 8K net worth lead. But they have to be careful of any future plays like that.
Yeah, it's going to be tough because situational items have already been purchased for the side of Orange Esports at the 42K. Oh my god.
Neo nearly dying in the top lane, but he'll be fine. Cult Altar already popped down. Numenon Blast finding 1, but here comes the Blazing Duet doing massive damage to the backline, popping all of the extra HP. But Valenz, he's doing a lot as well. He's already popped Immortality on top of Panda. Aim now going to delay for as long as possible, but he will not survive. Min is down, but they've traded Aim and Subway. Gary looking for Valenz. Not quite enough. He nearly gets him.
Oh my goodness, the turnaround. It's happening. It's happening. Orange Esports, they trade 2 for 2. And especially when you are going against an opponent who has an 8K gold lead, trading 50-50 is way more worth it.
Look at the damage dealt ranking. All of a sudden, Valenz is sitting on top when Gary was so comfortable not too long ago. Both teams now have to be incredibly careful. Team HAQ, they have 7K net worth lead, but that doesn't matter at this stage of the game.
No, it doesn't. Subway, he just needs to get in on this right now. He can secure it almost 100% compared to Gary, who just spawned.
Oh man, gonna get the kill onto Neo. Numenon Blast. Here comes the Blazing Duet from the backline. Cult Altar will keep them alive. Panda dies instantly. Valenz gets the double kill. Subway finds the Lord, and that is going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
Oh my goodness, this is it. This is the turnaround. The gold lead does not matter. 5K, who cares? Orange Esports now in the driver's seat with Lord Empowered minions to run it down on Team HAQ. It's anybody's game now.
This could be the dream comeback story right now. We are looking at the items. Most players starting to hit their final item as well. So this net worth lead, as we mentioned, not going to mean too much in the next few moments. Team HAQ, they gotta make something happen, but man, he could get caught out here. Immortality popped. He's by himself. Team HAQ are 1 man down for this defense.
Oh, the keys to victories, maintain that lead. I think Team HAQ have dropped the ball, and Orange Esports are trying to steal this and make this runaway happen.
Oh, man, trying to get the kick onto Subway, but he is not at the right angle. Here comes Lola. He has to flicker away from Valenz. He knows the damage. Cult Altar popped. They want to take this tower. Lola, Immortality popped. Lola down. Blazing Duet on top. Not enough damage. Min nearly dying. Valenz doing a lot of damage.
Rush
the
it.
crystal is exposed. Team HAQ HAQ trying to defend as much as possible, but they're getting picked off one by one. Orange Esports makes the dream come back.
Dear Lord, we're going to game 3. We're going to a game 3. Orange Esports come back from the brink of defeat. One amazing play from AIM, turning it all around to allow them to scale. Oh boy, Team HAQ, they have got to rethink how they played that one. How did they lose?
This is the series we were anticipating here, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the excitement in the arena. I cannot believe what I have just witnessed. We knew this was going to be an intense series, but no one could have anticipated that.
I thought Team HAQ could do no wrong. I really thought they could do no wrong, but unfortunately, they couldn't close out this game. They were so very close. They hesitated on a call, and Orange Esports pounced straight away. No options left for Team HAQ as they ran them down straight to the crystal.
Sometimes when you push people into a corner, that is when their true aggression comes to bear. Orange Esports showing off there. That final play, that single catch in the base, that defense turned everything around on its head. Team HAQ got a little bit too desperate and gave up way too much advantage.
This just shows you that tanks just always scale towards the later stages of the game. But let's not forget about Neo. His damage alone as he chases down targets one by one and securing important kills with just the execute. I thought they needed the setup of the Petrify at the very least, but no, this was all staged, all planned. Orange Esports bounced back, and more importantly, this Weapon Master value from Valenz allowing them, being the catalyst to get them over the finish line.
Honestly, true props to Orange Esports for being able to maintain their mentality despite being pressured so heavily throughout the game. Valenz, the amount of damage he was outputting in those final few moments, and Team HAQ realizing once he got that scaling, the Cult Altar keeping them alive meant that they could no longer jump the backline, they could no longer dive, and that was all the difference.
What an upset this game was. Team HAQ defeated after having a 20-15 score against Orange Esports, and they're the 20. Oh my goodness, it's got to be a little hard on the mental, but this game 3, I don't know what to think about it. Everybody was already selling off items to try to get the situationals down before they die.
Well, let's see who's gonna be the MVP of this incredible game right now, and it is going over to Valenz on the Brody, a 93% kill participation.
And despite the fact that he had an almost perfect game, having an overall game damage per minute of 5,220. Most people struggle to even break 4,000, but Valenz this game, considerably long game as well. I'm surprised he still has the numbers to back himself up.
Looking at things like this, it's not surprising that Valenz was the first player this season to breach that 100 total kill count. And what more is he going to add to his resume by the end of this season? I am truly excited to find out, but being able to keep his cool, dish out the damage, you could see how desperate Team HAQ were in those final few minutes to jump on this Brody, and they realized, oh, I just took half my HP in one hit.
Truly amazing stuff coming in from Orange Esports, but this just builds anticipation for game number 3. I mean, it's frustrating that Gary wasn't able to get that final kill onto Valenz. I think that might have turned things around for them, but eventually at the end of the day, fighters just do not scale as hard as marksmen and tanks.
It just gotta feel bad. This was a game where Gary went 8-0 on the tear-off, and he ended up losing. That's gotta be quite a blow. Looking at the highlights here once again, Team HAQ this early game was doing amazing, catching people constantly with the Cho, with the Kadita. This should have been in the bag.
I mean, they have the secret sauce. You have to give it to the side of Team HAQ. Most of the time when you're dealing with farmers, it's quite the struggle with the Call Altar, but if you just chain CC the farmers before the Call Altar even comes down, there is just no counterplay to it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's exactly why they drafted the Kadita in the first place, to make sure that Stormy would not be able to execute on that. But once you got to that late game, once they became a little more durable, once it was difficult for Team HAQ to actually dive in, that time was all they needed to actually come online with the Cult Altar, and this play, this catch with a Numenon Blast was what turned everything around.
Yeah, just, man, the Numenon Blast coming in from Orange Esports was all that they needed, and it just continued to snowball out of control. And unfortunately for Gary, not securing this kill onto Valenz, making all the difference, because again, how do you contest when both positions are just impossible to play? You go for the team fight, Call Altar comes down, you try to play for the neutral objective. It's Retribution, lethal counter. Team HAQ, they just got closed out on.
I just really cannot believe what I just witnessed. Honestly, I had already been counting out Orange Esports. I thought that was it. That's the end of the 100% win rate this season. But Orange, they want to hold on to that title, and they're going to hold on with the skin of their teeth.
Clearly, I haven't seen games go on that long for a while, but I'm very happy that it was with Orange and Team HAQ, two top-tier competitors so far.
I just don't know what to expect. We're gonna be going on a short break before game number 3, but I don't think I need to remind you guys that you do not want to miss the conclusion of this series. If you've missed any other game, this is not it. So we will be looking forward to seeing you after this short break. Get whatever you need, because you know your butt is gonna be glued to your seat. We'll see you in a bit.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang
The battle continues between these two rivals, ex-teammates versus the current roster, Orange versus Team HAQ. The score is 1-1. My name's Gimmy Q. This is Snafa here at the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10. And this is what you've been waiting for. Match point for both teams. Adaptation is going to be key, but I don't know. These drafts have been... do they even matter half the time sometimes? I don't know.
I don't know, man. These series have just been incredible. Honestly, the most anticipated match begets the most anticipated conclusion. And I'm really glad that all of you have returned to join us for what can only be the greatest finish to a day here at the regular season we could have asked for. The atmosphere is electric. You know the fans here at the live venue are excited.
They're literally just cheering because the players are walking back up the stage. That's how you know that they're excited to see this game going. They know for a fact it's going to begin in about 2 minutes and 12 seconds. But with that being said, whoa, hold on. Before we go any further, we've already hit 1,200. The share milestone just shooting up through the roof. You guys have crushed it this time. Please take the codes while you still can.
It's pretty understandable. Anyone who watched that last game would want to share this series for everyone to enjoy. So make sure you guys claim the code while you still can. Not going to be up on screen for very long because we are going to be returning to the game very, very soon. So before we enter the final game of the series, Gideon, what happened?
Honestly, just a huge snowball coming in for the side of Team HAQ. They literally could do no wrong until hesitation started creeping in before they closed out this game. They already had the Luminous Lord crashing on through. They already had a 10k goal lead. They literally had the ingredients for the ultimate cake, but they just couldn't put it in the oven.
And I think most of that came down to not only Stormy. On that fair miss, he did 50,000 damage on his own, but Valenz, we were counting him out for most of the game. He wasn't really able to contribute. That is because he was getting any space he could to scale up, and that's what it mattered. That's what it took. 93,000 damage to end that game.
Oh man, I mean, when you have Weapons Master, you scale with Brody. You scale so very hard, and unfortunately, just this raw team fight and the Call Altar and as well as the lethal counter suddenly became very viable once they had evened out the score against Team HAQ. Team HAQ, again, no pressure for them. It really just came down to one bad decision. It's very hard to recover from that, especially with the outstanding lead that they had.
You can imagine just how tense the game is overall, that a single mistake was all it took to make that massive comeback happen, and I personally am all for it.
Sorry, I was laughing at the previous comment. Let's have a look at this one. Oh, it's not focusing. The Land of Dawn, we fight. Outside, we're friends. All right, I can appreciate that.
Yep. Enemies on the Land of Dawn, friends outside. But right now, we're entering the drafting phase for the deciding game in our final match of the day. So you can imagine that all friendliness is going straight out the window. Both these teams are thirsty for blood.
All right, I gotta use my brain properly because the last time I thought Lola was playing Benedetta for goodness sake. Let's try. I'm gonna try to keep this as clean as possible. Akai, Fanny, quick follow up with the Julian here. Nothing's really changing from the draft.
can see that Team HAQ will now be on the blue side again though, so that Paquito pickup is still something they have to kind of consider. But Orange already showed that they would be able to overcome it if given enough time to scale up. So all cards now are on the table.
Yep, Orange Esports banning out the farmers now that they are on the red side. Just too powerful of a pick to give away. Team HAQ, on the other hand, I think they're going to follow with the same strategy that they did in game number 1.
Do they really want to go for that though? Do they need to change up anything considering the performance we saw from Orange Esports previously? The Fairness has already been banned out here, and we're seeing Valentina as a hero overall drop a bit in terms of viability, but they are certainly still heroes that are becoming a little bit of an issue. Obviously, the 1-1 not going to see the light of day for very long.
Yep, 1-1 instantly banned out. Same bans coming out from game number 1 as expected. Claude the follow-up for the side of Orange Esports. They're not letting Panda feel comfortable at all.
Interesting, but understandable as well. Panda, obviously, as you mentioned, very comfortable on this Claude. And although it didn't work out for them in the previous game, that was only because Orange Esports had the Cult Altar to counter the Blazing Duet. They know they won't have that. They won't take that risk, and that will give the Paquito over the Team HAQ yet again.
That's an insta-lock there without hesitation. I mean, oh boy. Lola has been having a great performance, but we haven't seen Gary get his hands on it just yet. This might be the game though. We'll have to wait and see. Orange Esports, they could pull out the strat that they did in game number 1. They could go for the Beatrix once again, maybe pair it up with something else this time. Valentina, okay, Beatrix is what I'm expecting from Orange Esports. They're not letting go of the power picks.
I actually think that there's a possibility Orange won't go for the Beatrix here, because I think Valenz is just comfortable somewhere else. And so they'll prioritize the Ballman first because they know they need to give Subway one of these heroes.
Okay, that's respectable. Does that mean that Team HAQ is going to lock in the Dairoth to actually deal with it straight away? And especially for the earlier stages of the game, instead of, trying to fight for position, you just take the fights to Balmon's face.
In situations like this, I would not be surprised if Team HAQ would go for a hero like the Ling. But in this case, Orange Esports have kind of negated that pretty early on because the Ballman just makes it very difficult to play on these squishier assassins that depend heavily on the purple buff. For that reason, if they still want Gary on an assassin, the Lancelot could still work out for them, but I'm holding out the idea that they want to keep this Paquito for him as an option.
Alright, Beatrix and Lilia are going to get locked in for the side of Team HAQ, and then Orange Esports quickly locking in the Esmeralda, knowing that they can ban out the Dairoth. Alright, fair enough. Hopefully, this time it's going to be a little bit more comfortable for Neo. He was using Uranus in game number 1, but this time he finally gets his primary pick where he truly knows the capabilities and the full extent of that hero. Dairoth, the follow-up ban. There we go. Team HAQ looking to respond.
Yep, the Dairoth ban after the Esme pick is pretty automatic here, as Orange Esports needs to secure that EXP lane at all costs. Now as for Team HAQ, a very obvious issue with Orange's draft at this point is that they have not picked up Valenz as hero. So banning out options like the Brody would not be a bad idea at this stage, but that means neglecting the possibility of aim. He still has comfort picks in the pool himself. The Lolita, the Diggy, both still open.
Does Team HAQ want to make AIM feel uncomfortable by playing on a Lolita? And it looks like yes, they are. Team HAQ taking away as many of the, well, for now, just the Atlas. Overall, it does mean that Team HAQ wants to kind of play around this strong peel composition, right? I'm expecting Team HAQ to actually look for the Lolita. Orange Esports could take it away for all intents and purposes.
Do they want to really contest the Lolita here? It doesn't really feel like something Team HAQ would ideally go for. The fact that they are banning out the Atlas at this stage leads me to believe that they could be going for the Franco.
Come on, make me right. Push the button. Push that button.
Ooh, do they want to ban it?
Yes. Okay. Lolita gets banned out here. Orange Esports, they're most likely, they could lock in the Diggy for this upcoming selection, but let's see what Team HAQ responds with first.
I don't really like the Diggy in this situation. I don't think it'll work out too well for them. If anything, we might want to consider AIM's Matilda at this stage because it would allow Orange to get some good initiation.
That's actually a really good point here. I didn't consider that for a moment. I think at this, because if you have Matilda, you want to engage on who exactly? Because if you're trying to engage on the Lilia, immediately she's going to Black Shoes after you connect, so it's not that big of a deal. Paquito, it's only when he is low do you want to chase him down with the rest of the team. The Beatrix is a little hard to get on top of, and I don't think Team HAQ are spoiled for choice, really, to be fair, to slow down the aggression from Orange Esports.
So the Ruby is going to be Team HAQ's choice
That's smart.
instead. I guess that's smart. That's very understandable from the side of Team HAQ, a really good source of disable. I do still think the Matilda as an option, yes. It's hard to jump on any of the members of Team HAQ, but it still opens up utility options. For example, Subway going in, stealing an objective, getting pulled out, even in difficult situations.
Thoughts, Selena support.
Ooh.
Selena Rome. I feel like in this particular situation, it's not that bad. You don't have Lolita to clear it off. You have to deal with potentially just Matilda. Melissa gets locked in for the side of Orange Esports. Feels like Team HAQ had some insider information, but I like it a lot. That means Paquito is going to struggle to get on top of this marksman.
Ooh, we did actually see this Melissa be the undoing of Team HAQ when they were playing against Homeboys just yesterday. So Orange Esports wants to lean into the fact that Team HAQ tends to fight together to dish out as much damage as possible. And of course, we already mentioned the ultimate. Very difficult for heroes like Paquito to get on top of her.
Okay, show me Grok, Team HAQ. Show me Grok or Cho. Both of which are really good into Melissa. Both of which who don't care about the overall shield because the Shunpo dodges CC, and more importantly, you're invulnerable when you do so. Guardian's Bulwark seems great. Oh, Lancelot is not that bad as well. Lancelot as well as Cho, both of which don't really care about Melissa's ultimate.
Okay, so Team HAQ are leaning a little bit into the effectiveness of their team lineup in game number 1, which could work out here. They have a lot of heroes with high mobility, high damage that could really punish Orange Esports, but they're looking pretty bulky right now. What's their roamer?
That's the thing. I'm looking at Team HAQ's lineup. Before we even think about the roamer for Orange Esports, they can technically just play Diggy if they wanted to, right? They just need to make sure he survives. But Matilda, as you called out before, is going to be the overall pick for the side of Orange Esports to get them, and especially Melissa, out of danger. This is quite an interesting draft. Team HAQ, it's all about the plays that they're about to make. Orange Esports, play it nice, play it simple, play it slow.
I think Matilda gets even more value now that we see the Cho and the Lancelot. So many good heroes to use the guiding winds to pull out to safety when Team HAQ wants to dive on them. And I am excited once again to find out how this series will conclude. These are players that know each other incredibly well. These are allies, comrades who have gone through hardships together, colliding head to head on the land of Dawn. Team HAQ, high mobility, high burst. Orange Esports, high durability, high utility. Which is going to be the winning strategy? Will Orange maintain their 100% win streak? All of these answers will only be answered as we open the doors to the land of Dawn.
Welcome to match point. It's Team HAQ on blue side versus Orange Esports on red side. Valenz straight away going to be helping his jungler Leash to speed him up. They need that tempo as soon as possible. Panda's in the mid lane. What's going on?
Man is playing in the gold lane. Team HAQ are playing a mid lane marksman.
I get it, because they know for a fact that Panda is going to struggle against Melissa in lane, but you can actually use Bennett to clear the wave pretty fast in the mid lane. So now AIM in trouble, forced to use that sprint. This is a great line of thought from HAQ.
But that's a lot of poke. Valenz, is he actually? He is. I don't know why he was still challenging that fight against Man, but I guess he figured he would not be able to escape anyway and just tried to do as much damage as possible. This is the start Team HAQ is looking for.
This is so smart from Team HAQ. So genius here. Especially when you're using, at the very least, when you have Matilda on your side, she's not going to be very useful at level 1. And Melissa is such a big lane bully, just swap the lanes and immediately you have winning matchups.
Yep, and already that puts Valenz 1 full level down against his opponent. Not ideal at all, as you mentioned. Melissa should be bullying the lane, and that means that Panda will actually be out-leveling him in the mid lane as well.
Such a feel-bad moment here. Panda has to make sure he maintains control and focuses purely on just clearing these waves and not trying to do anything too crazy. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Neo jumping in, falling Star Moon finds Panda. He's probably just dead here, but Neo is taking a lot of damage himself. He does dodge the Phantom Execution. Valenz got the kill on Mon in the gold lane with the help of his support. Lola gonna miss 2 knockout strikes completely from the jukes of the Esmeralda.
Hey, that's how you know that Neo plays DDR, because look at those moves, man. The movement on this king.
I hope you guys can hear us right now, because the crowd is going wild. They know what is going through these players' minds right now, and they are probably the most focused they have been in their lives.
Yep. Stormy stealing the way of the dragon is going to be important, because they can set up a potential dive on top side and make sure that they can guarantee the kill before the black shoes happens on gold lane.
These things are going to be a little bit dicey right now. We can see Aim, he's already hit that level 4 thanks to that extra assist. So Min, a little bit slow in that regard, but it's not going to matter too much. This top lane is going to be important now, as Valenz, despite dying early, is now a level up on Mon.
Yep, he's going to have to keep this up, right? Because again, Mon can scale very, very fast with, especially with the mystery shop. So keep in mind as we go throughout this game. And also, rather interesting, a bit of a split. Every time I see Stormy sub-emblems, it's always a little interesting. He always maxes out. Oh wait, the play.
So Neo gonna get ganked by 3 people. Falling Star Moon onto the Beatrix, but that is right into Wesker, meaning that Neo will not survive. Orange, they want to match this up with Mon in the top lane. Lethal counter, not enough to finish him off though, so Mon will survive.
Okay. All right, we haven't seen any punishment. Oh, Subway gets back in there all of a sudden just to zone him off. Mon wants to do something. Where's the cavalry? They're coming in a little late.
Oh, here comes Stormy from the backline, and he picks up the kill. Subway chasing the Lilia right into his direction, but now they have to get away. Min and Gary are coming in. They want to see if they can dish out some damage here, but this is 2v4. They're just buying time to allow the bottom lane to fall to the hands of Panda.
That's what you want to see here. Team HAQ, unfortunately, despite getting the tier 1, are still technically behind in a gold. Rather strange. The numbers don't lie, though. Oh, Stormy.
Ooh, the kick onto Gary, right into the ultimate from Melissa, meaning he cannot dash. Oh, that's just rough.
And those are one of the few mechanics you have to abuse as Melissa. Min, though, he's getting close.
But Lola on top of Aim as well, doing a lot of poke damage. We can see they're 4v4 up here in the top lane, but Gary is dead. No retribution for Team HAQ. Orange should be able to secure this quite easily.
Yeah, again, no issues whatsoever, but yes, got to use the get away with me to pinch your opponents against walls, and especially for Gary, literally who doesn't have Flicker, must use the retribution as a jungler, cannot get out of it. Beautifully done by Orange Esports, and now this time we're seeing Orange Esports with the gold lead.
That's a difficult mechanic to pull off right there, but leave it to these teams to be able to demonstrate exactly what its potential is. Orange, as you mentioned, they do have the gold lead, but Team HAQ have the structure advantage, as they were able to break down the tier 1 down bottom side. So with the next turtle spawning in the bottom side of the river, it's going to be a bit more difficult for Orange to contest.
Well, I mean, there's still 85 more seconds. Right now, Mon and as well as Neo are trading back and forth against each other. Orange Esports with a quick lane swap. Let's see what they can get off of this, though.
It's kind of interesting that Stormy is primarily stealing the way of the dragon. You'd usually expect him to go for something else, maybe the black shoes to play it safe, but no, he wants to catch people. Now Orange challenging the mid lane. This is going to be a difficult contest.
Yeah, I think it's about making plays, right? Orange Esports are sick of playing defensively. They're tired of Team HAQ continuously getting away with the shenanigans. So now it's giving them a taste of their own medicine. That's the whole idea with Valentina. I am you. That's the name of it.
I would see the way Orange is rotating as well. Valenz constantly matching to Mon's lane. But now here comes Min. They don't have a tower to run to. So Min flickers in. Gets the kick. Valenz is dead. Circling Eagle from Aim, not going to keep him alive. In fact, now Aim himself is the one in danger. Stormy is nearby, but there's no way he can save him.
That's a double kill here. Mon scaling up fast. He knows this matchup well.
Stormy that's a bit dangerous there. He has to flicker out. He's trying to juke away from the damage, but that's 1v4. Here comes Subway. Lethal counter trying to zone them away, but that tower is going to fall soon. And now the Balmond in danger, but Valenz will be able to zone the rest out. That's a lot of damage, forcing out the black shoes. He dodges the Jikundo, but the mega kill onto Subway as Man just pokes him out.
How did he get Subway there? How did Man get Subway? His black shoes comes up, he gets the reset and a full stack of Shadow Balls to initiate another fight. Well done to Team HAQ, taking back the lead from Orange Esports.
You really cannot take extended fights within the territory of that Lilia. Now they're challenging the turtle. Gary will pick it up. Lola, that's risky right there. He's so low on HP that he has to flicker away to make sure Valenz doesn't pick up the kill. And Orange won't find anything there.
Alright, topside is now getting shoved in. They should lose that tier 1. As we see Min actually looking to contest it. It's probably going to be a bit too late. A Berserker Fury purchase. Oh, Panda, hello there.
Neo should be able to walk away from this, but he has already used his sprint, so he has to make his moves wisely. He's gonna get chunked out heavily by the Phantom Execution, but Falling Star Moon gets him over the wall. Circling Eagle onto Min. He may be out of position here, but he is on the Cho, so he will be fine.
Nicely done coming in from Orange Esports. Neo gets to live to see another day, but with new upcoming Lord, let's have a look at the items here so far. Third items are on their way for the carries on either side, but if we look at Panda, he's actually falling behind in terms of gold. He only has one item as of yet. Shows you the big difference of the gold lane in comparison to the mid lane.
I noticed Lola has a Malefic Roar and an extra Fury Hammer, so he's going for full penetration.
Right? See, this is what he did the last game, and I don't know. It's rather scary. It gives him a lot of burst, but he has to land that knock-up strike.
So he is looking to contest the Balmond on the side of Orange here. We can see in terms of gold, Valenz sitting on top right now, but followed very closely by Man and Panda, meaning that Team HAQ do actually have the net worth lead as of right now, and Orange Esports wants to regain control.
Yep, Min with the Dominance Ice. Hopefully that's going to reduce the healing coming in for the side of Orange Esports is Matilda, but for now, where are they going to contest? I think Orange Esports smartly playing the map, using Esmeralda to its max, proxying the waves, and more importantly, might even steal away another tier 1.
What Team HAQ has to be wary of here is that they will need to use their momentum here in the mid-game. They're going to be outscaled by Orange Esports overall once we hit that late stage. So they should try and gain as much advantage as possible, which is difficult considering Balmond should secure objectives quite easily.
Yep.
Oh, but Neo nearly getting bursted down. He's still alive somehow, running away from the rest of Orange Esports, but he's not gonna escape for too long. Phantom Execution finds the kill. Orange instantly try to use this space to take the Lord. Valenz popping the ultimate, doing a lot of damage with Muddles. Lethal counter, finding a lot in the backline. Aim still keeping his team alive as Muddles is just zoning out the rest of Team HAQ. The Lord is very low, but Orange can't really find an angle to engage back in. It's a bit too dangerous. Gary on top of the Lord, he's looking for it. Will they be able to 50-50? Lola gets the two-man knockout strike, and the Lord will fall to the side of Team HAQ. They pick up Valenz on top of that in exchange for Lola.
So very worth it. So very worth it for Team HAQ. They've got all the information they need. When they killed Valenz, they saw Subway show up, and they guaranteed that HAQ was going to get the Lord at this stage of the game. Man, he's super far ahead. Starmie, he's in trouble.
That was a lot of damage. He forces out the black shoes, and he's just baiting Man. But Stormy gets picked up by Man in the end.
Oh, that was disgusting. That was quite the outplay. Both sides, Stormy holding onto his ult to the very last second and quickly stealing the black shoes to take it all the way back to the beginning, but falling into Nibiru's passion. Both sides, they have the outplays ready to go, but Team HAQ, the snowball is here, and this time, I'm pretty sure they want to make sure they close it out properly.
Gary jumping onto aim, won't find it. Min won't get the kick either. Circling Eagle onto the Cho won't stop them from taking that mid tier 2. And now Team HAQ are threatening the base of Orange Esports. Lord pushing up the top lane. This is of course not Luminous, so Orange should be able to clear it up, but they can't afford to lose anyone here. Stormy gonna force the black shoes from Man once again. The Lord colliding Subway, delaying for as long as possible. They should be able to clear it up. Team HAQ cannot pursue this matter.
Oh man, with Melissa, it's so tough to get in on them. Wait, Circle Eagle Oh my god.
Or they're pulling Subway in with the guiding winds, but that's on Min, so he will be fine. No way they're taking out the Cho like that.
Alright, getting back onto the point here, the high ground defense coming in from Orange Esports. It's so difficult for Team HAQ to actually move in and shove them away from that position, especially with Muddles available for Valenz. He is dealing a lot of damage here. So, even though the AI winning prediction is 71% to 29%, we've seen Team HAQ in this position before 2 times in the past 2 games. So, in this third one, don't hold your breath here. Team HAQ, it's either make it or break it for them for this upcoming Lord.
Orange Esports really needs to preserve Valenz in these fights. They cannot afford the Melissa to die because Muddles is just such a valuable zoning ability that prevents Team HAQ from pushing in despite their gold lead.
Oh, Neo, please don't face check that. Please don't face check that. I mean, he's hovering around. He has an idea that they could be there, but there's no way to do it. Muddles is checking the first brush. They still have no information, and finally they might actually see the rotations coming in from the side of Team HAQ.
Yeah, Team HAQ, they will be able to take this orange buff here, but Orange, they don't mind that at all. Right now, their goal is just to play as safe as possible, scale up, wait for that late game, similar to game number 2. They know that as long as Valenz is kept alive, it's very difficult for Team HAQ to push in.
Oh, Neo, he knows. He knows for a fact. He saw Panda actually walk into that brush from the Siege Minion from earlier. Now, the Luminous Lord is here. Lola's cleared the bot side, and Orange Esports will take a preemptive position on this Luminous Lord. Team HAQ here to contest.
They're gonna try and 50-50 this right now. Here
God.
comes Min from the backline looking for aim, but a nice dash out. Make sure that he won't get caught too easily. Meaning Cho out of position, circling Eagle onto him, pushing him back into the rest of the team. Man going for the backline. He wants to execute Valenz, but Black Shoes already used. Neo not quite surviving, but the Jikudo finds 2. The kick onto Subway means that he has to dash away. Cannot contest the Lord. Lola, he might be out of position here as well, but he will be able to flicker away to safety.
Okay, they need to heal up a little bit here. Oh, Stormy! He gets put down to 20% HP, and now they're in trouble.
Panda doing a lot of damage right now. Certainly Eagle onto Lola again, pulling Subway in. The Lord is very low. Subway, he wants to go for it, but Gary is the one that finishes it off in the end. And now Orange Esports has to get out of there. Subway, he could be in a very vulnerable spot, but he's pulled back by aim. The snipe gonna find aim instead. Valenz is out of position, gets kicked by Joe. Min gets the kill.
Oh my goodness, just one situation after another. They're all trying to save each other, but none of them are connecting. Team HAQ have been in this position before, and they cannot afford to make the same mistake again. They have to close out this game while Valenz and AIM are still in the dirt.
They're pushing in right now. Mid inhibitor is going to fall. Team HAQ, they're going for it. They're trying to end the game right now. Luminous Lord is pushing up top lane. They're getting the bottom inhibitor. Subway, there's no way he can defend against that. All of the towers are dead for Orange. Min looking for a kick, but he cannot find it. Orange, they need to keep themselves alive. Valenz is back. He should be able to zone them out. The Lord should fall. Team HAQ knows they cannot continue this any further.
Oh, they back away. They lose all inhibitor turrets, and Orange Esports are put in the same position as game number 2. Hopefully, Team HAQ, they don't hesitate to make the same mistake once again, but it does give Orange Esports very valuable time. Valenz, he's pretty much almost got his full build at this stage of the game. Neo needs to scale up. He can be unkillable, and the only person who can deal with him is going to be Panda. But even then, Min has to play in top form.
The question is, will Lightning strike twice? Team HAQ, they've been comebacked on once before. Can Orange Esports repeat the miracle?
I don't know. And I think Orange Esports, if they want to repeat the miracle, they're going to need time. This 68 seconds is going to be extremely important for especially looking at Neo here to get his full build. As soon as he gets that full build, Team HAQ are going to start to struggle.
Man, he's looking for aim, but the dash away makes sure that he will not be the target of the way of the dragon. Orange Esports can't. Oh my goodness, that snipe onto Valenz, dropping him to 30% HP.
Okay, wasn't expecting that to hurt as badly as it did, but hey, what am I going to do about it, right? Panda is playing Weapon Master. He is making sure that he is going to pack a punch for the rest of this game. Neo now in trouble.
Yeah, he's gonna get kicked way of the dragon right into Lola, but he's surviving for a long time. He's still able to walk away. He has to dodge this knife. Okay, Panda will not go for him, but now Subway is the one in danger. Gets pulled back by the guiding winds. Orange Esports is really making us nervous here.
I take it back. I was predicting that Diggy was going to get picked up this game by AIM, but this Matilda value he's getting out of the guiding winds is buying Orange Esports way more time and denying HAQ that catch.
The Lord has now spawned onto the land of Dawn once again. If Team HAQ secure this, they could push straight in even with Muddles. But Orange, it's going to be very difficult for them to contest this even if they want to try. I feel like it's better they just give it up and try to defend as best as possible with the abilities they have. They do succeed in the reset for now.
They know that they can't here, right? They know that they can't. They want Orange Esports want to bait HAQ into a fight towards a choke point specifically. Keep your eyes on the 2 choke points that Orange Esports could fight in their own jungle. They're looking for angles here.
Ooh.
Valenz.
Valenz is in danger. He gets taken out. Monster kill going over the Mon. The Lord has been taken by Team HAQ as well. This is going to be a 4v5 defense and they don't have Muddles. Jerry jumping in. He won't be able to pick off Stormy and that is important. Orange need him to defend.
Okay. Team HAQ, they're going to reset here. Lord hasn't spawned. Whatever waves are going to come, the waves are going to get. But now, wait, no. They're actually going to initiate on this. They're looking for Min!
Oh, Min gets kicked back and Subway is taken out instantly. Neo gets pulled back, but that's not going to be enough. Double kill going over to Gary. They're on top of the crystal. They find AIM. Killing spree to Panda. They break it down. Team HAQ, they will successfully destroy the win streak for Orange Esports.
The faces tell me all in a day's work here. Family buff. Team HAQ take the game 2-1. GG, well played to Team HAQ. They finally do it. Wrap it all in one gift. Tie a bow with a cherry on top. They close out the game.
Despite their best efforts, Orange Esports were not able to repeat the miracle. They weren't able to survive twice. And this is a testament to the skill of Team HAQ. An amazing game. Let's find out what the players have to say, throwing it over to our host on stage.
Win streak Orange Esports akhirnya telah dipecahkan dan telah dipecahkan oleh Team HAQ. Team HAQ baris dekat depan. Di mana kat sini memang nak kena slow down, ambil atmosphere sebab akhirnya pasukan Orange Esports telah dijatuhkan dan okey, Min, bagus. Okey. Tak, memang nak cari Min. Sebab Min, sebelum ni saya rasa saya interview awak, kalau salah diamkan je. Di mana awak ni cakap memang nak jumpa Orange. Dan bila jumpa Orange, memang akan bantai. Akhirnya Team HAQ berjaya untuk pecahkan win streak mereka. Macam mana perasaan Team HAQ sekarang?
First mesti rasa happy lah sebab semalam kita orang kalah kan disebabkan
kita depan sikit kamera macam tak nampak.
Okay. Kamera. So kita orang rasa happy lah and puas hati lah sebab apa kita orang usahakan insyaAllah dah tercapai lah. Alhamdulillah.
Happy tu happy. Tapi kita kena berbual pasal game kedua tadi. Di mana Team HAQ memang dah nak menang dah pun. Jadi bila nampak slowly Orange Esports dapatkan comeback, macam mana perasaan korang? Korang dah start rasa takut ke macam mana?
First, sebenarnya game kedua tu kita orang dah tahu dah kita boleh menang.
Okay.
Tapi kita orang nak bagi seru. So kita orang bagi game ketiga lah.
Wah! Boleh tahan jawapan memang saja nak bagi seru. Lepas tu kat belakang cakap, sorry Apel, kita pergi game ketiga. Aduhai. Tapi dengan ni sebenarnya saya nak bagi juga kepada Gary. Sebab dari tadi kita nampak dia type. Dua benda. Nombor satu.
Hai Ma.
Oh, mana Mak? Oh, kat situ. Okay, so first nak cakap happy birthday buff. Awak punya birthday ke birthday buff?
Birthday buff.
Oh, buff ada kat sini?
Tak ada.
Okay, tak apa. Sebelum tu ini time yang sesuai untuk wish dia happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Nak sebut tak? Cakap je lah happy birthday buff.
Happy birthday buff.
Okay, happy birthday kepada buff. Sesiapalah buff kat situ. Dan ada family buff. Family ada dekat sini?
Ada.
Okay. disebabkan rasanya Team HAQ, korang semua pun dah penat. Nak bagi ucapan pun mesti rasa penat. Boleh tak kita panggil salah seorang daripada family Gary untuk naik ke atas pentas? Boleh disebabkan mak, aunty, boleh tak? Sini. Mari. Dah tak bagi pilihan. Sini, jom. Come on, bagi tepukan, bagi semangat sikit. Sebelum tu nak panggil aunty apa? Takkan nak panggil mak Gary? Malina, okey. Jadi kita ke tengah. Okey, Gary sebab mak awak diri sebelah sekali. Okey, kat sini. Okey, diri sini. Aunty sini. Jangan risau. Jangan takut kamera. So ini just very simple aunty. Apa aunty nak cakap kepada Gary, Team HAQ dan juga bagi ucapan kepada semua yang datang dekat sini yang sokong kedua-dua pasukan.
Tahniah kepada Team HAQ kerana dapat kalahkan Orange Esports. Okey. Dan untuk semua yang datang pada hari ini, saya ucapkan ribuan terima kasih.
Alright, ribuan terima kasih. Posing lebih sikit, ambil gambar Gary dengan mak dia. Okey, tak tahu mak tahu ke tak dia ada buff ke tidak, tapi macam mana sekalipun. Sekarang okey, sekarang memang confirm tahu. Macam mana sekalipun, itu adalah perlawanan yang intens. 2-1, akhirnya Orange Esports dikalahkan. Jadi marilah kita dengar apa yang mereka bincangkan dalam mereka punya mic check. Terima kasih.
Kita try. Mati tu. Nice. Kelas. Ready, dah. Go. Makan. Nice. Woo! Nice. Aku belikan. Nice straight. Kasih tahu lah. Mid. Karina kalau ulti. Ui, bapak gempat kau lah. Kelas. Kau dah pick up. Nice. Tahu ilo. Nice. Boleh. Go. NJ. Santai. Aku gitu.
Tahu.
Jadi dulu Daki.
Last.
Nice.
Boleh ke depan? Ada kata tak? Oh, tak ada. Top ada wave tau.
Tak ada wave.
Top ada wave, guys.
Balik.
Tu lompat tu, Kanita tu. Dapat sikit.
Aku start.
Nice.
Mati jalan.
Guys.
Mati.
Dapat mid. Santuy.
Sabar. Bunuh dulu.
Nice, guys.
Oh, siapa yang beria? Beria mah.
Macam.
Dapat. Go. Santai. Jago. Aku back. Nice lah. Dapat. Allah. Nice.
Aku dapat meter 4 orang. Dapat mana? Aku 4 orang kali. Mana?
Tanda.
Nice. Kelas. Nice. Wait. Tengok wait. Nice.
Let's go.
We get to witness the peak of Team HAQ here today in a 2-1 victory against Orange Esports, breaking the streak right on the dot. A 9-win streak still unbroken.
We were looking forward to this series in anticipation, and boy, did it deliver. I think everyone here has truly been able to witness something incredible, and like you mentioned, the 100% win streak on Orange Esports officially broken. A little bit disappointed because we don't get to see another full win streak across the regular season, but this was a well-deserved victory.
So now there are only 2 teams in the MPL who have had a 9-game win streak, but Torak still hold the title, or one of the teams that hold the title for winning the entire regular season without dropping a single loss. But wow, what a game this has been. We get to see Gary's mom come up on the stage. We have Gary showing, the fact that Min was just obviously telling the strats of Team HAQ. Yeah, we'll just give him a game. Don't worry about it.
Min was having a great time there. His Cho performance has always been really stellar, but this is just another level. He was so confidently invading enemy territory and getting those key pickoffs. And honestly, that snowball really made the difference.
It really did. This time, HAQ gave no room for mistakes. Valenz made the mistake initially walking up, instantly got picked off by Lola, and Lola pat himself on the back, allowing Team HAQ to close it out before Valenz got to spawn. 17-5. This was how Game 2 was supposed to look like.
And that's just really unfortunate as well for Valenz. His positioning was just a little bit off. He thought he would be safe inside his ultimate, but Lola, you gotta remember that jab has a little bit more range than you would expect. And once the Melissa was down, Team HAQ knew it is go time. They don't have to deal with muddles.
Yep, it was the perfect distancing as well. Had Paquito not stopped, I mean, the jab is a fixed distance every single time unless it collides with a unit, and right at the end of it, there is a bit of that splash damage. Had Melissa just been slightly more forward and dropped down that all early, Paquito's jab would have been cancelled. But honestly, well done for both of these teams, putting on an amazing show here today, and more importantly, just showing the playmaking capabilities of Team HAQ alone. Like Beatrix coming out of Panda, the adaptability of switching it over to the mid lane, allowing Lilia, Man's Lilia, to go up on that top side, getting first blood on Melissa. So many little things adding up.
Yeah, Man was popping off as well. Yes, he surrendered a few early kills to the enemy team, but getting that extra gold from the gold lane really ballooned, really increased his farm speed and his scaling potential. We can see here, post-game statistics, the amount of damage dealt by Team HAQ far and over surpassed that of Orange Esports. But I have no doubt that if the game lasted just a little bit longer, Orange Esports, their damage dealt would look very different.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you there. It was going to be a repeat of Game 2 had not Team HAQ made something happen. And I thought Panda would have a lot less damage this game in comparison to Man, but no, still topping the charts with 67,000 overall damage. The combinations that he had with Min throughout the mid lane, it's like Panda was the missing triplet.
I think it's also kind of unusual as well to see one player get both the carry and the forgotten one. Panda dealing the most damage and also having the highest assists, indicating that the rest of his team as well were really pulling their weight. And I think Man and as well as Lola were causing so much havoc across the battlefield.
It was very funny, admittedly very funny. Stormy tried his best here to outplay a lot of these situations set up by Team HAQ, but again, there's not a lot of valuable ults other than the Way of the Dragon and the Black Shoes, so options were pretty slim, yet he was still topping the charts in terms of damage. 55,000, just 1,000 ahead of Valenz.
This is just gonna drop Valentina's win rate overall even further, and now you're really starting to see why teams aren't prioritizing on this hero as a ban anymore. It's very simple. It just requires a little bit of extra execution to deal with it.
Truly does. Well, it's time. Let's give it up for the MVP coming up from Team HAQ. You know him, you'll love him. It's Panda.
Panda was definitely showing up in this game. The ability to be able to flex into the mid lane and still able to get that farm in order to transition into that late game DPS. Getting those snipes, getting those shotguns into the face, going for a full damage build, literally no defensive items other than the HAZ claws, is very risky, but it certainly paid off here.
Yeah, it really did, and especially with the early lane swap that they had, they transitioned that lead into picking off Neo multiple times throughout the mid game. Let's jump into the highlights here, brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series, and we can talk about it a little bit more because Man dominating this lane, and even though Valenz could actually keep up with that wave clear, Neo decided to join up this party that eventually turned on his head.
I do like the choice as well from Team HAQ to focus a little bit more on Neo's side of the map because they know that Orange is going to be mainly playing around Valenz, and because Man is holding the gold lane instead of the usual Beatrix, they know that he will have a very good safety net, requiring less attention from the rest of his team.
I mean, I want to believe that Neo should have been able to scale towards the end of this game, right? I mean, they had the gold, they were getting extremely close to it, but unfortunately, Neo just couldn't deal with the overall damage that Team HAQ had.
Now, there's a lot of burst damage with Panda, with Man, Gary, as well as Lola going for full penetration to start off his build because he knows he's going to be laning against the Esmeralda. Did make Neo's life very difficult.
Oh my goodness, these snipes coming in from Panda are just so ridiculous, and whenever you see one member go out of position, I think Orange Esports had a false sense of security, especially when you have aim on Matilda. You have the guiding winds, you're tapping it as quickly as possible, but you die before you even land, get on board the airways.
Orange Esports definitely leaned a little bit too heavily into the guiding winds, positioning very aggressively, expecting to be safe. But like you mentioned, it won't work all the time. So because of that, Team HAQ are going to regain their place as second place in Group A.
Yep, knocking out RSGMY to third and actually tying up against Torak. The only problem is that they have a lower match win rate and therefore only puts them at second place. Had they won a clean 2-0, they would still be sitting and overtake Torak.
Yeah, but Orange Esports definitely made that fight difficult for them. They're still going to be standing at the top of Group B, and we have to note, they are still one game behind a lot of the other teams there, so they're feeling pretty comfortable about their chances of making it into the upper brackets.
Yeah, but you're not going to get the record, man. Look at that.
Yeah.
One loss, you lost 10% of your match win rate. It's a bit of a stain. But unfortunately for Orange Esports, at least it gives them a bit more motivation during the playoffs.
Motivation gonna make a big difference now that we are at the end of Week 7, Day 2. There's only 4 total days left of the regular season. Playoffs are inching ever closer, and with that, the competition getting even tighter.
It really is. And I mean, if this is going to be the level we're expecting players to play out throughout that playoffs, it's going to be ridiculous. But let's recap these keys to victory because they were a struggle to achieve. Compositional strength was very obvious for Team HAQ in game number 1, but game number 3, with a couple of smart adaptations, making it work.
The thing is, even in game number 2, where Orange Esports successfully got that comeback, Team HAQ were still dominating the game from the very beginning. So effectively, Team HAQ kind of won 3 games in a row. That's already a testament to the way that they were playing those early to mid games, taking advantage of their compositional strength.
Well, then again, I would say the compositional strengths are differing between each of those games, especially in game 2 where they have a stronger early game and they got the snowball on top of it to accelerate it. Fair enough, but then we look at the mid and roam macro overall game, especially with game 1 coming in for Min, so very strong. And it's funny to look at Man because in game number 3 he was in the gold lane for half the time, yet still achieving an 88% KP.
That's kind of insane. When we look at Team HAQ overall, we focus a lot on Min as a playmaker, Gary as a playmaker, Panda as the late game power spike, but we forget about how effective Man can be if he's given a little bit of a lead. If he has those items, he just completely comes online and he can become just as scary, if not more, than his brother.
Yep, and I mean, keeping the lead, honestly, I think this last point is kind of negligent. It was back and forth all the way through it. And even when they had the lead, eventually that goal just did not matter.
Yeah, once you get to those later stages of the game when everyone already is close to being maxed out on items, having a pretty big gold lead doesn't make too much of a difference other than the potions that you're able to get at the end. And even so, it comes down to micro decision making, mechanical gameplay. And I think Team HAQ were just able to outperform Orange Esports here, which is really props to them, because after losing the game in game 2 like that, you expect them to be affected by it mentally. You expect to see it in their performance, but nope, you just didn't see that at all.
Well, with that being said, let's have a look at the Min heat map to see what he's been doing across the map overall. And oh, he is just hugging the gold lane, hugging the left side of the map. Well, sorry, the top side of the map, mainly between Little Wanderer's brush and also his own tower.
We've been consistently seeing on the heat maps of roamers that they typically will not visit the EXP lane at all, and we'll see them focus more on the gold lane as compared to the mid lane. In this case, it's going to be different because obviously the gold laner, the Beatrix, is there in the mid lane with him, so you're seeing a lot more attention given by Min towards the mid side of the brush, making sure Panda is kept safe.
What I find interesting that most of the time we do see Min actually hover in terms of just aggressively trying to invade, hanging around Beetle's side. And when you look down towards the purple side of Orange Esports' jungle, right, he doesn't go that deep in. He basically is just looking and scouting for information. And once he's got the confirm, he backs off.
Yeah, I think Min has always been a really successful roamer. His aggression is always very well balanced. The way that he wants to enter fights and exit fights is always defined before he even makes an attempt. And the fact that he is able to so consistently get pickoffs with the Cho, even when their enemy team is grouping together so heavily is a testament to his capabilities.
Well, let's have a look at his brother Man on the screen, and from 12 minutes to 17 minutes onward, he did not touch the gold lane.
Wow, that's kind of interesting to me because you'd expect that during like such a late point of the game, you would expect basically every player to be everywhere on the map. But Man playing around the mid lane, making sure to keep it pushed out because on that Lilia, he's going to have much higher wave clear as compared to most of his teammates.
Well, not to mention that he does actually have the Ice Queen's wand, so he's taking more aggressive angles so that when the enemy team, Orange Esports, starts pushing into these choke points, he can immediately just drop just the Shadow Balls and immediately slow them down and slow their assault towards Lord Pit.
Understandable as well. Man, we've already mentioned that he was doing an amazing job this game. He was doing so much damage. He was exerting so much control over the enemy team. And unfortunately, that is the danger of having a Lilia around. Orange Esports, they want to delay these fights. They want us to take control. But sometimes it is quite difficult to keep track of how much damage Lilia's actually doing when it's hidden behind the flashiness of every other hero on his team.
Yeah, and especially that early game 2 coming out from Man. Again, people need to respect the Lilia overall. The moment she doesn't have her stacks, fine. That's not a big deal. You can now start taking these bigger trades. But for the majority of that fight, if you get chunked out, you get chunked out.
But either way, I feel like a lot of the differences in this game was made by really small and smart decisions because these two teams are very evenly matched. That's why we have to talk about composition strength. That's why we have to talk about these small mistakes because otherwise, these players play on a very even level.
Honestly, I was just hoping that Orange Esports would make more plays, and I think once they lost a lot of these tools, they had to play a very default style of Mobile Legends and very dependent on Valenz to make things work.
One of the issues with Orange Esports overall is that AIM, he typically doesn't play quite as aggro as Min in that early game. So that explains a little bit of what you were mentioning. But for those of you who were able to successfully predict the results of this highly anticipated series, make sure to check for your name, check for your comment up on screen because you may be eligible for some prizes from Unten.
Yeah, some people just wrote just Team HAQ. Team HAQ for MY. I'm looking at just Team HAQ again. Most people are guessing the team's right, but they're not putting down a score, which I do not appreciate. But still, you will earn your prizes. Hopefully next time we do see accurate descriptions. But with that being said, use that hashtag MPL Predictor. Don't forget your sweet little comment on top of the fact that we need to have a bit of a score. That'd be really nice. That'd be awesome if you can get it accurately. Don't forget your game ID as well as server ID, and you could get a skin.
Now, moving on, we have our favorite segment. Once again, it is none other than Guess Who? And we want to have a very pixelated image up on screen to try and figure out whether or not this is a human being. It looks like avant-garde art.
Honestly, I'm not really sure. Hobbies and trivia usually are never helpful. Playing games, that is, again, this could literally be anything at this point. Featured heroes Fanny, Julian, as well as the Akai, with the birthplace being Kota Baru, Kelantan.
So Fanny, Julian, and Akai leads me to believe it is going to be a jungler. We have both Gary and Subway here. I believe it's not going to be Panda. So that narrows it down a little bit.
A little bit, but is it enough? I would make a call here that it is Gary? I'm not even like that confident about it.
Fanny and Julian lead me to Gary. Akai leads me to Subway. But let's see whether or not you are... Oh!
It's Subway.
It's Subway.
I got it wrong finally. Oh my goodness. I don't get too many of these wrong, but I think, Subway... Fanny and as well as the Julian, rather surprising. I would like to see him, show off some more Fanny skills. I want to see it happen more for him.
Yeah, I want to see him on more of these flashy type heroes where you can show off mechanics, but understandable. Recently, we can see that he's playing more of an objective style jungler to set up for his team, try to scale up. But hopefully, we get to see something a little bit more interesting because he does have some pretty deep pockets.
Yeah, and honestly, I would love to see Subway be the playmaker for the team. Again, not just objective oriented. I want to see him make things work for the team overall. It could be their secret weapon.
Absolutely, but when you add that onto the all the other secret weapons that they have on both these teams, well, things start to get a little bit saturated. But without further ado, let us introduce you to what you guys can expect from our games tomorrow. Week 7, Day 3 is going to kick off with a match between Todak and Red Esports at 12 p.m. Followed up by RSGMY against Orange Esports at 3 p.m. and closing off with Team SMG versus the Homeboys.
Ooh, the final day of Week 7 looks really spicy here. Again, Todak, RSG, and Team SMG all contesting for the upper brackets here. And SMG is a little behind, but if they get 2-0 Homeboys, I don't know. Week 8 might be some interesting storyline to be had.
And it's gonna be a difficult one though. Homeboys have really been shaping up recently. They even got a 2-0 victory against Team HAQ, who we saw perform immaculately in this last series as well. So you can see that teams are really picking up the pace. They know that everything is at stake in these final few days of the regular season. They can't afford to let anything slip by.
Oh, I finally get to sit back, relax a little bit. The tension from that game was a little too much, and honestly, thank you to all of our English viewers for actually sticking around for the end of the show.
But we're going to be ending the day here for today. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you tomorrow, where there will be more MPL action.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. To my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik. Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik, ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di